Yeah. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. This is the January 24th, 2023 meeting of the New Canaan Planning and Zoning Commission. The agenda for tonight, we are pretty packed in terms of items, long applications here. But we will be adjusting. Do we have anyone for 59 Douglas here? No one here yet. Okay. So we
That
were
was withdrawn application.
Oh, 59 was Douglas withdrawn, 28 Old Rock Lane. You're there. Great. So in order to spare you the time of waiting till the end of the night to be heard, what we're going to do is go through our regular meeting. And once we open the public hearings, we'll hear 28 Old Rock Lane first. Should be pretty straightforward. And then we'll roll into 751 Weed and then the Hill Street and subsequently 57 South and go through it that way. Why don't we take roll call real quick? Do you know Kent Turner dialed in yet or not? Or John Engel?
I do not see either as per.
Okay. We'll see if they chime up. Rolling through roll call, myself, Dan Radman here, Krista Nielsen.
Here.
Dick Ward.
Here.
Kent Turner. Not yet. John Chris.
Here.
Art Casavant.
Here.
Claire Tiscornia.
Here.
Chris Herring.
Here.
John Engel is not here yet. He said he would be coming though. Tom Benton.
Here.
Paul Knag is not attending and Alan Swerdlow is not attending. So for the time being, we have 1, 2, 3, we have 7 commission members. Tom, it's your first meeting. Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much.
But we will seat you as an alternate until one of the other two show up. And then they'll have to take over,
Perfect.
provided they show up in time. So
And Dan, just a quick, I'm going to recuse on 28 Old Rock,
that's fine.
just so maybe relevant.
That's fine. So, regular meeting items. We're starting off a regular meeting with 824 reviews. The first one on the list is from Tiger Man Department of Public Works for the purchase of 28 Grove Street, map L, block 17, lot 915. Tiger, are you online?
I am, sir.
Why don't you explain the application?
I will. Thank you very much. As you mentioned, this is one of 3. So this is the purchase of 28 Grove Street. Section 8-24 says that no municipal agency or legislative body shall purchase or lease anything without coming to you to commission for a vote. So that's what we're doing for this. 28 Grove Street. If you look at the map, it's a very strategic parcel for the town, given the fact that it is one of very few parcels that actually bridges the gap between the large lumberyard parking lot and Grove Street, which would allow us an extra means of egress from the lumberyard lot should we decide to do anything further with the lot. When we had been looking at the lot in previous iterations, if we had put a deck on it, maybe put a deck and put something on top of it. Each time the consultants were mentioning the fact that having one means of egress or having one road to egress onto, being Elm Street, was necessarily slightly problematic. So the town should look towards, gaining ground someplace else. We actually even at that time we had looked at going underneath the railroad tracks with a tunnel towards Pine Street as one strategic measure. But this would help us tackle that goal without having to do anything of that nature. So as to whether or not it fits with the PLCD, the 2014 PLCD says section 4, nurture the downtown. We should rationalize our parking. Section B says expand parking. We should seek opportunities to expand parking in the downtown area. This would allow, if we decked the lot, to allow us to expand the parking. It talks about at the train station, expand parking at the train station could also help New Canaan accomplish other objectives. This again, if we decided to deck the lot, that would fall underneath that criteria. And the last, should we decide to put housing on top of it, section 5, enhance livability, provide for a diverse housing portfolio, increase housing in and near the downtown area. if we decided to deck the lot, or redevelop the lot for a different use, it would fall within that realm as well. So, I'm open for any questions if you have them.
What will be the immediate use? Are you going to continue to rent it in its current state?
We're at present, yes, we're looking at various ideas right now. The thought is right now to currently rent it as is. We are looking at the possibility of knocking the building down and turning it into parking, a small parking lot, or quite possibly renovating it, and then garnering some additional rent. So we have a couple of different avenues to pursue. The Board of Finance has asked us to come back and give them a report, and we'll have to do the same to the town council. But at present, the thought is to maintain the current resident, and the current rental status.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, if I may.
You may.
As Commissioner Cruz, Mr. Mann, just to be clear, this is the house with the statue of the Blessed Virgin in front, or at least used to have a statue of the Virgin in front, as opposed to the charity-owned house, which is next door?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, and the properties next door, are they anticipated? They're not part of this transaction?
They are not part of this transaction, no.
So just to be clear, the house next door is the, I guess it's Arts for Healing, or at least it used to be there. And then behind it is the woodworker, I guess.
That's correct.
Garage.
Sounds correct.
Those continue to be owned by somebody else.
That's correct.
Okay. And the possibility of this being an ingress and an egress for the town own, or the lumberyard lot, is certainly something that's on the table as a potential issue.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's my question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any other questions? And at what point are you right now in the negotiations, or is there an offer on the table with the owner? Is there an accepted offer?
There's an accepted offer on the table. The Board of Finance has approved the funding. We go to the town council tomorrow night for their funding, and then we're looking to close. We would like to close by the end of the month.
Great. Anybody else? Any other questions? Okay, I think we're good. We'll continue on to the second item, another 824 review. This is for 39 Locust for New Canaan Police Department temporary quarters. Map T, block 73, lot 724. Tiger?
Thank you very much. Again, this falls underneath the same line for no municipal agency or legislative body shall locate, relocate, substantially improve, acquire land for, sell, or lease any public buildings. So we are looking at continuing a lease. The lease right now at 39 Locust is with the Board of Ed. The town is looking to take that over when the Board of Ed vacates and enters their new property at 220 Elm Street. Once we renovate that for them, and then we're looking to relocate the police department to this location so that it opens up the police department building so we can begin renovations of the police department. So it's will be while it's still the town, we'll be changing from the BOE as the leasing agent to the town for the police department. In looking at the POCD, under section 5, enhanced livability, it says provide appropriate facilities and services. And we're asked to maintain excellence in community facilities and services. Community facilities include governmental and other buildings. So in this range, we were looking at the fact that New Canaan enjoys an excellent public safety service, police, fire, emergency response, and the quality of these services should be maintained. We feel that by enhancing the police department and renovating the existing police department building, that falls within this this portion of the POCD, and we necessarily can't tackle that without removing them and having them lease space elsewhere while we renovate their building. So I don't know if you have any questions on this this request.
I do. How much of the existing 39 Locust did the Board of Ed occupy? Was it 1 floor, 2 floors?
2 floors.
So it was the entire building?
Pretty close, yes.
Okay. And parking wise, considering there's under building decked parking, there's quote unquote at grade parking. What's the parking situation going to look like for the police department, or is there sufficient parking?
We'll
Both.
we'll be utilizing some of the parking from the adjacent parcel, and then looking to possibly have some of our staff park in the Locust lot in the interim. But between the two facilities, we have adequate parking.
Mr. Chairman, I had a question, if I may.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mann, will there be any alterations, exterior alterations to the building needed?
Exterior alterations for, you're talking 39 Locust itself?
Yes, for the building in order to make it suitable for the police department.
No, there shouldn't be anything that we need to do exterior, apart from the fact that we'll have to mount some switch gear for the generator on the outside of the building. Interior, we're going to have to do some work, a fit out for the police department. We're working on that right now. We're working on plans of that. We'll bring that back to the commission for approval at that time. But that's the plan at present.
So some of the alterations may need further PNC approval. as
That's
we-
correct. There'll be a
Okay.
change in use. So we've been, Sarah Carey, assistant planner, has told us we'll need to come back for that, and possibly for the remainder of the fit out. We're just entering that design portion with our consultant, with our architect, Brian Humes. Once we dial that in a little bit further, we'll be bringing it back to the commission for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Tiger, what is the remaining duration on the lease for 39 Locust that the town has with the landlord?
2 years.
2 years?
Yes, but we were allowed, if we had given them a year notice, then we could vacate without prejudice. So we had given them the year, but then at that point in time, and looking at the fact that we needed something for the police department, then we decided that it would be best for us to continue the lease.
Okay. Okay. And then at the end of 2 years, if the police department's not ready yet, can it go year to year or month to month, or how's it going to work?
Yes, it can.
Any other questions, anyone?
So, this is Commissioner Herring. Tiger, Mr. Mann, I'm sorry. Just in the lease that's attached to the application, it says when the New Canaan Board of Ed exercised the early termination right, they created an obligation for $216,000 owed to the landlord. And then subsequently, we agreed to reduce it in half. So all of that's been thrown out, and we're not paying the early termination fee?
We're not paying an early termination fee. No, there's we have certain obligations as far as the renovation fit out that we have to continue to pay, but there's no early termination fee.
Okay, got it. I think this must be the earlier
Mhm.
document attached. Thank you.
Anybody else? Any comments or questions on this application?
Well, just a quick one. I assume that the renovations on the building that the police will move into, that those renovations will have to be approved by the owner. Is there any issue there, or does the owner already know about what you expect to do?
The owner is aware that we'll have some fit out. We will have to go to them and ask them for permission, but the owner is aware that there'll be some fit out requirements inside for the police department.
And then when the police move back into their own facility, the fit out, as you call it, becomes the property of the owner, I assume.
That's correct.
So this is Commissioner Chris again. So to be a leasehold abandonment
Mhm.
more formally, when the time comes, because, my understanding is police departments have very special real estate needs. And so that would be mostly left there. It's not really portable.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have any questions on this application?
No, sir.
We don't. Thank you. Move on to the next one. Another 824 application, Department of Public Works for the renovation and expansion of existing press box, restroom facilities, snack bar, as well as other amenities, including improved traffic flow plans and patterns at Dunning Stadium, 11 Farm Road, map 31, block 51, lot 113. Tiger, Mr. Mann, do you want to
Please.
presentation?
So this falls again under the exact same line of the statute. Specifically mentioning the fact that we'll be substantially improving a parcel. In this case, substantially improving Dunning Stadium and the surrounding parking lots, I should say, and the traffic circulation. In looking at this to see its applicability to the POCD, we look at section 5, enhanced livability, provide appropriate facilities and services, and we're looking to maintain excellence in education programs and facilities. New Canaan is widely recognized for the excellence of its school system. Since the school system is important to the quality of life of residents and the underlying residential real estate market, this excellence should be maintained. And then item B, maintain excellence in community facilities and services. Since Dunning is shared both by the school and by sports groups, it says the community facilities, since local parks and recreation facilities are an important part of the overall character and quality of life in New Canaan, these facilities should continue to be maintained at a high standard. Last time Dunning was looked at was when it was installed 20 plus years ago. This will give us a nice substantial renovation to the upper area, to the service area, to the press box, concession, men's and women's bathrooms, the entryway, and then as I mentioned, better enhance the traffic circulation for the high school itself, for drop off in and around the gym and the stadium for after school hours. And we feel it's a nice improvement to the overall campus for the school and the town for use during non-school hours.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, if I may.
Of course. Yep.
Mr. Manis, Commissioner Chris, my understanding is that there was a study in the town of on ADA issues, and some of them related to Dunning Stadium. Is that correct statement, sir?
That is correct.
These planned improvements would result, I would assume, in full cognizance of various ADA regulations as far as design and functionality for people with handicaps. So that's all baked into the plans for this particular renovation, sir?
That's correct. When we met with the Department of Justice, they had concerns over the fact of the dispersal, excuse me, the vertical dispersal of disabled seating. So we had disabled seating at field level at the bottom of the stadium itself, and then necessarily at the top. So when speaking to the Department of Justice, they requested that we enhance the seating at the top of the stadium, and then see if we could provide seating at the 50-yard line right in front of the press box in the upper reaches of the stadium. With this, so I brought that to the design team, and they incorporated those requests from the DOJ into these plans. So they'll be a part of the plan itself. So we'll be satisfying their concerns and rectifying that situation.
In addition, as far as ADA toilet facilities and access to concessions and so forth, all that will also be,
That's correct. We have two consultants that we are working with. One is a building code and ADA consultant, and one is specifically just an ADA consultant. Both are reviewing these plans for those to make sure that any enhancement satisfies any concerns that the DOJ has. We've also shared these plans with the Department of Justice and their architects to make sure that anything we move forward with, they're in favor of and we're in compliance with. And that's where the request for the seating at the top of the stadium in front of the press box came about. Was their review of the plan set, and that was their original comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else have any comments?
Mr. Mann, Commissioner Herring here, just question on safety from, I think I've noticed that your department's put out some speed bumps occasionally out in the sections there, and it looks like with the traffic circle and the fact it's a school, is there a traffic engineer that's looking at the bollards and looking at the traffic pattern to, think about the aspects of pedestrian safety against the traffic flows?
Yes, this plan was on our design team, is a traffic consultant. And they looked at these plans and vetted these plans. What you see on the memo itself, you'll see that we'll actually be installing a raised crosswalk between the stadium and the entranceway or the walkway between the tennis courts and Water Tower Turf 2. So that area, while the school right now has speed bumps out, we'll be installing a raised crosswalk through there, which will allow us safety for the pedestrian and the traffic calming measure through that long north-south parking lot in front of between the stadium and the Water Tower turf fields.
Thanks for that additional detail. Really helpful. Good to hear.
Thank you.
Mr. Mann, at this point, I was with you at the meeting with the consultants about a week ago, and there was still some right sizing of the design, so to speak, on bathroom facilities and overall scope. Is that ongoing at this point, or has there been a conclusion to that?
It is still ongoing. We had a meeting this morning concerning the right sizing of the facilities themselves to ensure that we have a adequate bathroom count. We received a bathroom count or a spectator count from the director of athletics, the athletic director, Jay Egan, for each home game for the football team for the past 2 years. We averaged that out to approximately 1,400 spectators per game. And we're working off of those numbers towards right sizing the bathroom facilities and the other facilities in the stadium. So again, we had a conversation again this morning with the design team and gave them some direction. They'll go back and readjust the design with the thoughts that we had in mind and come back again. And eventually we will be coming back to, we'll be coming to the commission for approval. We've met with the land use departments, as you mentioned. We'll have further discussions with the land use departments collectively and individually once we right size the design, and then we'll be coming forward to the commission for approval as well.
That was my next question. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay. I think that concludes all the regular meeting new items for the 8/24. Let's discuss and vote on these 3 items before we go into public hearing. First item is for the 28 Grove Street acquisition. Do we have any discussion amongst the commission on this application or any other questions? I guess that's a no. So why don't we, do I have a motion for approval on this one?
So moved.
Second,
Seconded.
you? 1 and 2. So let's
Can
go.
I add some reasons for?
Absolutely.
I think that it's great that it provides a secondary means of ingress and egress to the lumberyard lot, making it better suited for redevelopment. And I think it also creates the potential for better traffic distribution and circulation on the site and in the area.
Completely agreed.
I'm encouraged. I think the first selectmen and the leaders of the town are starting to think ahead even more deeply on potential uses of the lumberyard lot and having additional egress on another street. Since you're boxed in with the railway line, is a very wise move, and this seems to be a good way to do that at a relatively low cost. So I'm encouraged that we're seem to be getting various pieces in place.
Mhm.
And so this is, I think, a very, very wise and proper move on the part of the town, and I would be supportive of it.
Thank you. Anybody else, any other comments? Before we vote, can I just check in the Zoom world? I see Kent Turner. Hello, Mr. Turner, how are you?
He's on mute.
You're on mute. Unmute yourself.
Yes, how's this?
Just checking in, were you able to listen to each of these applications? Did you make it in time?
No, I just joined just now. So
Okay.
I did not hear.
So we'll seat you post this review for the regular meeting items. Sorry. Yeah, the public hearing items.
Yes.
And then also in Zoom world, is John Engel there? So no. Okay, so why don't we vote? John Chris made the motion, Mr. Casavant seconded it. I vote yes in favor. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
John Chris and Art, John Chris,
Yes.
Art,
Yes.
Claire,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
John Engel's out, and then Tom.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. This one passes.
Thank you.
On the next item, item 2, which was the 824 review of the 39 Locust Avenue for the temporary location of the police department. Do I hear a motion for approval on this one?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion, reasons?
Well, it's a wise move to enable the police department to vacate their existing premises for renovation. And this turns out to be, I think, a very usable and convenient way to move the police department for the duration of the time of the renovation of their department. So I think that Mr. Mann has done a pretty good job in juggling the balls and having the educational department move out into their new premises, enabling the police to move into the educational former premises. I think it's well done.
Agreed. Anyone else? Comments?
Well, then per Mr. Mann's comments, I would just add that this allows the continuity of our excellent police safety public services, just like our P O C D suggests that we should do.
Agreed. Anyone else? Okay, let's vote on this. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Ken Turner, we're passing on this one. John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
and Tom Benton.
Yes.
Thank you. This one passes as well, Mr. Mann.
Thank you.
And then last but not least, item 3, 824 review for the renovation of the facilities over at Dunning Stadium. Do I have a motion for approval on this one?
I move we approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it. Art Casavant.
Thank you. Discussion and comments, anyone, and reasons?
This is Commissioner Chris, renovation of a very important athletic facility for our town's children and even adults strikes me as a very good idea. Also, various issues that need to be addressed on ADA compliance will all be taken care of, so I'm very happy with that. And so as far as functionality, safety, providing healthy sport and recreation for people, community spirit, I think it's going to be a very strong addition to the town. Timely move.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other comment? Okay, let's vote on this one. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Kristen Nielsen,
Yes.
Dick Ward,
Yes.
Ken Turner, John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
Tom Benton.
Yes.
Great. This one passes as well.
Thank
Mr.
you. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Mr. Mayor, one final question. What's the timeline on a revised package that might come before us and timeline on the actual work.
For you,
Sorry,
You
for
speak-
the Dunning Stadium project.
the package will come to you very shortly. We are on a short time frame for work since we want to begin the work right after graduation, and then obviously try to complete anything inside the stadium before first game in September-ish.
So it's a 2023 project.
2023 project, that's correct. So the design team is working diligently. We're hoping to bring something to you very shortly for review and approval.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes our regular meeting items. We'll move into public hearing at this point. And as I mentioned, we'll hear 28 Old Rock Lane first, and then move into the 3 remaining groups of applications. One thing I would like to note to all applicants in the room and anyone that's listening, and for future applications, the town, we will be amending our submission requirements for all applications, changing them into 3 categories for residential, commercial, and institutional. Each one of them will have a different series of categories and requirements in terms of the completeness of an application before it comes to this commission. We'll want to make sure that all applications that come to the commission have all the information we need, so we're not putting them on the docket, starting hearings and starting timelines and clocks ticking on applications that we deem incomplete. So look for that document to come out in probably in the next month or so. And if there's applicants watching, pay attention to the document as to what you need. Thank you. So 28 Old Rock Lane. What? No, sorry, yeah. 28 Old Rock Lane. This is upon application of Donald J. Stump, authorized agent for Nancy T. Stas, owner for a special permit of sections 3.4.C.3 and 3.4.C.7 to allow for a detached accessory residential structure that exceeds 1,000 square feet of building coverage in the 2-acre zone at 28 Old Rock Lane, map 36, block 125, lot 40. Gentlemen.
With the survey, sure. You can hear me. Good evening. My name is Don Stump. As mentioned before, I'm here representing Nancy Stas in her application to get approval of a detached accessory dwelling unit at 28 Old Rock Lane. Let's start with a picture of what's there now. Nancy and her husband came to New Canaan in 1987, nearly 36 years ago. And back then, their ambition was to build a beautiful home on a manicured property and become part of a thriving new neighborhood in New Canaan. Their ambition back then was to create a house that would provide ample space for 3 people, which was Nancy and her husband and their only child. But I think back then they probably didn't think more than twice about what their future circumstances might be 36 years from that point. And some things have changed. I mean, what was ample space for the needs and activities of 3 people is now fairly tight for the needs and activities of Nancy, her daughter, her son-in-law, and 2 teenage children. Back then, they designed a house that had all of the bedrooms upstairs, and in this case, a lot of stairs. So those circumstances have changed, and the solution to those circumstances is the proposal that's before you tonight. What I want to do is just reiterate again that the primary objective is really to allow Nancy the ability to graciously age in place on her own property in a neighborhood in which she's been an active participant for coming up on almost 4 decades. we respectfully ask that you allow her the opportunity to do that. And we want to thank you in advance for all of you for your serious consideration. Let me start with just a visual reference that you can see on the screen now. That's the main house. And if you look at that monstrous oak in the center of the driveway, the guest cottage is really going to be just to the left of that, on the left side of the property. We'll go now to the copy of the location map, which will give you a better idea of how that actually sits. I'm gonna be able to. Yeah, I got it. Hold on, we're gonna have to play with this a little bit so you can all see it. There you go. Good. And it is designed to be parallel to the existing house. And as you can see, it's well within the setbacks under the regulations. And we'll get into the floor plan in just a moment. The bulk coverage of the facility is just slightly over 1,000 square feet, and that's principally because the second floor, or in this case, an unfinished attic, which is designed to be able to accommodate an in-home caregiver should the need arise in the future. We don't know that, but at least that gives the ability to do that. But that notwithstanding, the total bulk coverage of the proposal, the existing house and the garage, all structures on the property, is still a fraction of the total allowable bulk coverage on the 2-acre lot. The next portion of this is to give you an idea of the elevations and give you the height. The height requirements are well below the allowable maximums for the proposal. And if you look at the sides of that fairly quickly, one of the things that's important to note, you just back up a second before we leave that, the actual finish of the structure, the shingles are going to match the shingles that are on the main house. The siding is beveled cedar siding to match what's on the main house now. The windows are essentially the same windows that are on the main house. The whole idea is to make it look like it was all part of the original plan. If you look at the next, there's a section there again, you can see where it's really that attic is really at a slope ceiling and an attic above the 1-bedroom cottage beneath it. And that's in the event that we need a caregiver. The next page is to give you a context of what the cottage would look like in relationship to the house that is there now. And you can see that it's much smaller than the main house. It fits in relationship to that as well. Back to well, if you want to proceed forward. I think that's going to take us to Rob and his presentation. There's the engineered site plan. Just some things to note. We have not presented a landscape plan, but the property is already well landscaped. And if you look at the southern edge of the western border, that is all an area that is heavily wooded now, and it provides enough screening that the cottage will be barely visible from the main road. On the immediately to the west of where the cottage is proposed, That area is going to be filled in with evergreens that will match the evergreens planted now on the other, the northern end of the western border. So we haven't put together a specific schedule of that yet, but it's basically spruce and hemlocks that match what's there now. And euonymus as well to provide screening on that side of the property. Now the rest of it, I think I can turn over to Rob for his presentation on the engineered part.
Sure. For the record, Rob Frangione, Frangione Engineering. It's a very simple site plan. Basically, all stormwater will be collected. There's about an 1,800 square foot increase in impervious area. All the roof leaders will go to Cultec units and be detained underground. We've received sign off from engineering on that. We've also received health approval for the septic system, and there are no wetlands issues. So unless you have any other questions, I don't have much of a presentation tonight.
Will that do it?
That's our presentation.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions? Just to be clear, the total acreage is 2.052 acres, correct?
Yes.
So your allowable coverage, just so the commission is clear, the allowable coverage is 5318. The existing building is 2744. The proposed cottage is 1030, only 30 square feet greater than allowable. So the proposed total is 3744, which is still only 70% of the allowable. So you couldn't have made it 30 square feet smaller, huh?
Just to get getting the roof line to work to provide realistic.
Understood.
for caregiver. Probably
There's their coverage numbers, but not word. We're good.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
On the, is there a reason why it isn't attached? I mean, because I think you wouldn't ask for a special permit. A lot of accessory dwelling units these days are attached. It's a common scenario in town, and one of the ways a lot of people do that is by having a heated corridor. So I just wanted to understand why is this approach being used?
We had originally thought of putting it in back of the existing house, maybe between the house and the garage. But part of that was the slope of the lot, the irregularity of the lot. We're trying to build this with really no basement, but just a slab on grade. And also just the views that it would provide Nancy while she was in that, was really sort of looking into the back of the house or looking into the back of the garage, and really in an area where this provides views across with plenty of room to the house. A lot of that oak tree, and everybody is praying that it will last another. It's probably 300 years old at least, I would think. And the whole thought was that would be a better spot that would provide better lighting, more open space for what she has to look out from on that, versus putting it in back of it. Putting it on the other side of the house, there really wasn't enough room to fit in the setbacks and do what we needed to do.
Plus the septic is there.
And that's where the septic line is, the septic system is going to be going. That's where the existing septic is. And the new one will be a separate septic, I believe.
Yes, it's on
that side. So it was the best of all of the locations that we could find. The area that it's proposed in now was principally choked with a lot of sumac growth. There were some other trees back in there that didn't come down, but it just seemed like the best spot to make it
Mr. Chairman, I had a question, if I may. Just to be clear, so the septic's been approved by all those who need to approve such things?
Yes.
Okay, and the electricity is all underground everything will be buried.
Yes.
No
yes.
above ground. And the mechanicals for HVAC and so forth, how is that handled? I tried to find them on the picture and I couldn't find them.
The plan is a split system. The heat pump. In it, and I think there's, if you look at the,
Propane tank and AC unit outside.
Okay.
So there's a buried propane tank will go in for gas, and then there's one AC unit behind the house.
Okay. So the
water line is taking off from the existing water line.
okay, so utilizing the current well system is a well.
Yes,
Yes.
So utilizing the well that's currently installed.
yes.
And the say for buried propane that's for heating as well as gas cooking or
It's really a gas fireplace
gas fireplace. Okay.
and I believe cooking as well, but that's really it.
Fair enough. And that's buried but there will be an AC condenser outside
Yes.
that
I
will
think
be on which side exactly?
It's on the left side of the house as you're facing it from the street, which is opposite the proposed parking spaces in front of the building. Here, I'll blow it up a little bit more.
Shows it on one of the site plans.
Yeah, the survey here.
Yes.
I can't really point it out, but it's called out as proposed AC unit and it meets all the setbacks and everything.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Commissioners, any other questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, it's Kent Turner. I wasn't seated for this hearing. I'd like to be
Right.
seated.
You are seated for this one.
I am.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Think that, yeah, Mr. Engel,
Oh,
how are you?
I'm good.
and that's Nancy Stats coming in now.
It's okay. She doesn't have to present.
Are there any people in the public that would like to comment on this application? Anyone in Zoom world that wants to comment on this application?
Has there been feedback from the neighbors? I think that's, I see that you've sent notice out.
I'm sorry,
Like,
yeah.
what's the feedback from the neighbors? I see that the notice has gone out.
Appropriate notice has been sent to everybody and there were discussions with a number of them earlier before a couple of neighbors have supplied letters of support that I believe are in the files.
We received two that
You
were
did.
posted on the website
Okay.
with the application.
Great.
Mr. Chairman, it's Kent Turner again. I just have a question about the definition of a cottage versus a residence. Is this really a cottage or is it a residence?
Accessory dwelling unit,
Right.
accessory dwelling.
Does it really just come down to semantics? I mean, it's called a cottage because it's a small house that is accessory to the main building.
Well,
As the
I-
survey wrote it on the site plan, I mean, you could call it a house. It is a guest house.
well, on the site plan application, it calls out a cottage. And which I think is fine. I just want to make sure that our nomenclature is correct and that in fact, we have something in our regulations that defines what a cottage is versus a residence.
The appropriate term for this application would be an accessory dwelling unit, and I think they're just colloquially calling it a cottage as a preference for the owner, but it is an accessory dwelling unit.
Yeah, I see no definition of cottage in the zoning regulations per se. So, it is a guest house. It's been labeled as a cottage because it's a smaller house than the main house. So,
But as far as our zoning regulations and the definition of such, that's an accessory dwelling unit.
Right.
Yes.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Good, Kent. No further comments. We'll close this application.
thank you very much.
Thank
for
you.
Thank you.
Pushing this ahead.
No
Good
problem.
luck.
Moving forward, we have Kent here seated for the remainder of the applications. We also have John Engel seated for the rest of the applications. Tom, you'll go into alternate mode for the balance of the meeting. Perfect. Thank you. All right, moving on to our public hearing items. First one is 751 Weed Street. This is a resubmission on the original application. Broken into the three categories, text amendment, site plan, and zoning amendment. So. Sorry, I thought you were going to say something.
Nope.
So first item 4, 751 Weed, resubmission for discussion and consideration at the request of Timothy S. Hollister, Hinckley Allen, authorized agent for WE Partners, LLC, as development plan applicant, and 751 Weed Street LLC as owner for an 830G set-aside development of a 102 dwelling unit multifamily development located at 751 Weed, map 32, block 20, lot 944, in a 1 acre zone, or a zoning regulation amendment to amend the zoning regulations dated June 16th, 2007, revised December 19th, 2022, to add section 5.11 transit-oriented multifamily zone. Should I, Sarah, should I read all three of them and then just let them run through?
Sure. Yeah.
Item number 5, 751 Reed Street, resubmission for application of Timothy S. Hollister, Hinckley Allen, authorized agent for WE Partners LLC, as development plan applicant, and 751 Weed Street LLC as owner for a petition for a change in zoning boundary for property currently in the 1 acre zone. The required change is to designate the property located at 751 Weed Street, map 32, block 20, lot 944, as a TOMZ, again, a transit-oriented multifamily zone. And item 6, 751 Weed Street, resubmission for discussion and consideration for the request of Timothy S. Hollister, Hinckley Allen, authorized agent for WE Partners LLC as development applicant, and 751 Weed Street LLC as owner for an 830G set-aside site plan application for the property located at 751 Weed Street, map 32, block 20, lot 944, in the 1 acre zone. Mr. Hollister.
Thank you.
evening.
Good evening, Chairman Radman. Congratulations on your new post.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Good evening, commissioners, town staff, members of the public. I'm attorney Tim Hollister, representing the applicant. I know you have a long agenda. We'll be as brief as we can tonight. As the chair mentioned, this is what is called a section 830G resubmission, which is a procedure that is unique to 830G, and its basic purpose is to allow an applicant to respond to denial reasons with plan changes, additional explanations, or both, in lieu of proceeding with a court appeal after the denial. Just a little bit of history that you might help you understand the context. The resubmission procedure was part of the original 830G law in 1989, and it was actually proposed by the Council of Small Towns. And the reasoning was that if the 830G statute was going to shift the burden on an appeal to the commission, where it has to prove public health or safety and clearly outweighs affordable housing need and so forth, that the commission should have the opportunity, if the applicant desired to participate, to view the denial reasons and see at least if the issues could be narrowed, and in some cases, perhaps the application resolved without having to go to court. So the timeline of this is that the hearing on the application closed September 27th. You denied the application on November 28th, published it on the 8th of December, and the resubmission was filed on December 20th. And so this consists of the narrative package. I know you'd be disappointed if I gave you anything less. but the December 20th package with the revised site plan set. And particularly in this package, items 2, 3, and 4, recount your denial resolution point by point and have the applicant's response. And then there are supporting materials in the plan sheets that further explain where we disagree, or we believe that there is a further explanation that might narrow the issue. So the timeline is that tonight is actually the receipt date, but you're allowed to go ahead with the hearing on the receipt date because by statute, this is deemed a continuation of the public hearings that were held from June to September of 2022. So it's important that the commission understand, town staff and the public, that all the information that was in the record from June to September is already part of the record of this hearing. We're just picking it up essentially at September 27th. What this also means, and we had a little bit of a email exchange about this with staff yesterday and today, is that we have responded to the denial reasons. So if there was no denial reason, we did not create a new or revised plan sheet because there was no need to do that, which is why, for example, there is no revised lighting plan in the plan set that was submitted or dated December 16th, because we were still using the the lighting plan from September 2022. Likewise, there is no revised fire truck turning plan because there's been no change to any part of the plan set that would involve the turning radii. So the speakers tonight, and again, I've asked them to be brief, but they have some points to cover, are Len DeAndrea, our consulting engineer, Mary Blackburn, our landscape architect, and Joe Versteeg, our fire response and safety expert. We did receive some comments yesterday from the fire marshal, the health director, and the town engineer, and I'll repeat this at the end, but we are going to ask that the hearing this hearing be kept open for one more session, which I believe would be to your February 28th regular meeting, because we got fairly extensive comments yesterday from the town engineer, and we'd like to take the opportunity and to clarify several details regarding the stormwater management. And we will submit those well before the continuation date. And I note that at that point, February 28th, you will still have 31 days to make your decision on the resubmission. And if I didn't say this before, you have 65 days from tonight, not extendable for the hearing and your decision on the resubmission. So I'll turn it over to Mr. DeAndrea.
Good evening, Leonard DeAndrea, the Connecticut Professional Engineer for the Development. Got my trusty assistant Adam here. He's going to make sure the screen goes up so everybody can view it. Excuse me?
Did you share your screen?
Yeah, that's right. That's what I want to know.
It just
And commissioners, you have a hard copy that I just gave you of all the slides. And we do recognize that on page 1 of what I gave you, we're off by a year, but that's what we call a January error.
Okay, I'll just briefly run through some of the site plan modifications made in response to the November 28th, 2022 denial reasons. And one of the main changes we made, because we heard a lot of discussion about landscaping and screening, was to the northerly parking lot. And you look at it now, you'll see that there's angled parking. So what we did is we made that a one-way counterclockwise circulation using angled parking so that we would have a decreased width of asphalt. It's the best way to explain it. This does a couple of things. It increases the landscape band to about 10 feet. from, I believe it was 4 feet before, allows us to then have the additional landscaping. But it also provides additional area for maybe some snow storage, based on a year like we're having now that occasionally we may need. The dimensions of this is a little bit less than the town specifications for angled parking. 16 feet wide with a stall depth of 20 feet, but that's applicable in other municipalities. It's used in Stanford. It's actually larger than Greenwich, and the angled parking is very easy to get in and out of. So the benefit here is to increase that landscape buffer and increase snow storage. And we've accomplished that with this angled parking. The biofiltration rain garden in the center hasn't changed. So in that respect, we've had that decrease of asphalt as well. One thing about angled parking is it's not the most efficient way when you're looking for a maximum parking count. So this design reduces the overall parking total to 166 total spaces, or still a ratio of 1.65 per unit. That's basically a reduction of 9. Then on the easterly side, which is the top of the screen, we had discussions about what else for screening of the neighbors, and now what's being called for, and Mary will talk about a little bit later, is a solid 6-foot high fence running along the easterly property line from the entrance north to about opposite the refuse bins. From there, there's screening, evergreen screening or green fence on the neighbor side of the property. So the fence is then stopped at that location. And then there's additional landscaping picked up on our side. From that point, there's still a chain link fence that will continue around on the north side. There today will remain. And that stone wall on the north side as well will remain. And as you turn the corner from the northwest corner, you pick up a solid board fence again, and that will take you all the way down to Weed Street. And again, in the landscaping plan, you'll see additional greening. Take a while. So Elvis did probably because it was one. Okay. Well, there was a lot of discussion about accessibility, ADA accessibility. And throughout the process, we hired a code consultant. So what we've done, we've highlighted on this slide here for you, is we've identified the 2 handicap accessible ramps that are at the surface. And this is for the surface parking. We have 2 parking facilities at the surface. One is in the center courtyard on the east side, and then we have the one on the north side. And in each location, you'll see in red the accessible route from the accessible parking spaces provided, which are the correct number for each facility, up into the building. There's 3 altogether. The other one that you don't see is in the parking garage. There was a comment that said we did not provide an ADA ramp on the east side of the building. And in that courtyard center at the top of the page, that is the east side of the building. I think the planner's comment just seemed to have the quadrant reference wrong. So just want to make it clear that we do have accessible routes from the 2 parking facilities where we have the handicap spaces, one on the north side and one on the east side. The additional route that we prepared is now coming out the back entrance, so someone can exit the building, go along the ADA route out to Elm Street, at which point there's now the new sidewalk that takes you back to the intersection of Weed and Elm, where we're proposing a crosswalk, and that will get you to the south side of where there already is a sidewalk, and you can take yourself on into town or across again over to Weed Street and go north. One more slide. So, yep. Okay, and there's also some discussion about, well, why should we have to leave our development, take a ride, go to the intersection, cross over and go down? Why not extend the sidewalk all the way down to the east? And that would take you down to Kimberly Place. So what we did is we did that. We designed it, the sidewalk. So now in this slide here, you'll see in orange, a sidewalk extending from our driveway entrance down along the north side of Elm Street, all the way down to Kimberly Place. Now, it's not required of our development because we've satisfied the requirements of providing accessibility into and out of our site. So what we've done, we've provided the design, and it's thought that if this is an excellent consideration, the town could fund this through their sidewalk budget on a yearly basis. Going back to slide 1. One more thing we did on the west side. It's hard to see in this graphic here, but it was discussions of the accessibility to the building from Weed Street in times of an emergency. What we did here is we have the westerly exit. That's one in itself. We had the existing driveway that we're leaving open, but landscaping it. That's a second one. And then further to the south, we opened up a third location. And one more thing I wanted to mention about the ADA accessibility, which I did forget to mention before, is we had this design and it's in your compendium. We had it reviewed by an ADA expert, and that you'll find his letter. You'll find as tab 9 in the 1220 package, as well as a diagram of the accessible routes in tab 8 in slide 2. Now, as we modified this design, we took into consideration comments made by the DPW, and we modified the way we manage the stormwater. So our conclusion again on this development is that we will not have any adverse impact to any wetland, and there are no wetlands on this property, or water courses. There are no water courses on this property or rivers, but it does tie into a drainage system that ultimately feeds to Long Island Sound. And with the treatments that we're providing, the management that we're providing, we would not have any adverse impact on those resources. Additional drainage modifications were made in response to the town engineer comments and the Steve Trinkus report. And our summary responses are found at tab 6 and tab 7 of the December 20th package. Recent comments from DPW. One dealt with what we did is we had the discussion with Maria Coplet, and we talked about things that we should do to improve this whole design package. One of that was to expand on the construction phase. So in the new package of our plans, you'll actually see 2 sheets now. We broke it into 2 sheets because there's a demolition phase, and that requires a certain type of sedimentation erosion controls. And then there's the construction phase. So we have 2 sheets in there. And in both sheets, there's proper sedimentation erosion controls, plans, notes, and details. One of the comments from DPW was to provide a separate sheet for sedimentation erosion control. We don't see why the redundancy is necessary, but we'll discuss that with Maria. And if that's necessary, we'll just provide another sheet that's really just highlights just the sedimentation erosion control. But I wanted to point out that we took I think care in saying, well, there really is 2 phases there. You got to do your demolition first. Let's take care of that. And then after that's taken care of, we'll set this up for construction. The DPW review comments are based on the review of our modified plans and reports that we received. Some comments are acknowledgements. Others ask for clarifications or additional information. A couple are asking us to extend our drainage model and beyond our boundaries, which we will do. And we will most likely reach out to Maria ahead of our changes, just to make sure we have our discussions ahead of time so we don't waste a lot of time of back and forth. Basically, this concludes my presentation of the highlights of the changes. And in my professional opinion, the modified design is certainly better in that we're reducing impervious coverage. It can be constructed and operated as a multifamily residential community with no adverse impacts on public health or safety. And that concludes my brief presentation.
Mary?
Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Mary Blackburn. I'm a professional landscape architect in the state of Connecticut with Foley Engineering. I will walk you through some of the revisions that were made to the landscape plan as part of the resubmission. Before I get to that, just as a note, part of the resubmission was tab 16, which is actually existing photos that were taken in November of the eastern property line. And this was to show the evergreen tree screening that would be preserved on the neighboring properties to the east. And the only trees that are being proposed to be removed are those on our site that would need to be removed due to the site development. Get to the landscape plan. I will start in the southeast corner of the site where the entry drive is located. And along the eastern property line, all the way to about where Len said, where across from the dumpsters, about halfway into the 315 Elm property, we are now proposing a 6-foot high solid fence in addition to the proposed plantings in this area. That fence will stop roughly here. That is where there is an existing mature evergreen tree and a row of trees that follow the property line. And again, they extend onto the Weed Street property, which is why the fence stops there. And that you can see in tab 16, that's the first photo, kind of a view in that direction of those evergreens. The buffer has been extended from previously, I believe it was 4.5 feet to now 10 feet in this area. And kind of where the evergreen trees kind of move further from the Weed Street property, we've proposed additional juniper, arborvitae, and ilex. And those you can see here. 5 juniper, 3 arborvitae, and 3 hollies. The both end islands of the planting area have been enlarged and additional plant material has been added. And in the 2 southern islands, you can see here, we've also added trees. There is also, I should note, on the eastern side here, as Len said, there's an existing wire fence that's gonna, or chain link fence that's gonna be maintained. And then on the western property line, and I guess the northern property line adjacent to 781 Weed, we're now proposing 400 feet of a 6-foot high solid fence as well. And there'll be juniper and arborvitae here, juniper and arborvitae evergreen trees. I should also note that the evergreen trees we previously proposed were being proposed at a 5 to 7 foot height at installation. And we've increased that to 8 to 10 foot height. Lastly, we've done a rendering of the northern parking area looking north. So it'll be taken kind of from this area looking north. And this shows all of the proposed planting at an estimated 5 years, so a growth of 5 years. So that rain garden is on your right, and then 781 to your west would be to the left. And that covers it, the landscaping.
Good evening. My name is Joe Versteeg. I'm a building official, licensed building official and certified fire marshal in the state of Connecticut. Just a couple items. We've talked in depth about building construction in compliance with the building code and fire code. And although there was never a question as to whether this project would comply or not comply, because by Connecticut state statute and the requirements of the building and fire safety code, it has got to comply. The building official and fire marshal for the town of New Canaan, when they review the construction documents that are required to be submitted at time of building permit application, if there's a discrepancy, if there's a violation, if there's any issue or information not provided, they will refuse to issue the permit and construction will not start. If at any point in time throughout stage inspections, on-site inspections, systems testing, and final inspections, there's a degree of non-compliance, no certificate of occupancy will be issued. So the end product by statute, by administrative regulation, and through the oversight of the code officials in the town of New Canaan, this project will be compliant with the building safety, fire safety code, the building code, and the fire prevention code. So there's no need to discuss any of that. We've gone into means and methods, construction types. There were some questions about certain features within the building, and those were all already addressed in prior documents. We talked about the fire prevention code, which provides proper access to the building site, maneuverability within the site, and access to the interior of the building for responding emergency personnel. And we've said all along that the project is compliant with that. There have been some questions about the degree of compliance. Those have been put to bed by the fire marshal's letter of January 17th, where he has no objection to any of the recently submitted documents. In addition, there have been some issues raised that are not contrary to the fire prevention code for site access. You've heard testimony, you've seen written documentation stating that fire department vehicle access has to be on all four sides or every side of the building. Absolutely no such requirement in the code. You've heard testimony that the ladders carried by the fire department cannot reach the windows of the apartments for rescue and escape purposes. Absolutely no requirement for that. And the reason there's no requirement for that is there's no requirement in the building code or fire safety code. It's been removed for a residential occupancy that is fully sprinkled. So there's no requirement for an openable window of a certain size, so many inches off the floor, to provide for firefighters to get in and rescue, and to provide for an occupant to escape. That was a requirement that's applicable to non-sprinklered residential occupancy. And since 1991, all new residential occupancies have to be sprinkled in the state of Connecticut, except for 1 or 2 family homes and townhouses. Now, there are some exceptions to what we call R2 or apartment buildings. When those exceptions are used not to sprinkler, which is not the case in this project, then the rescue and escape window comes in and there is a height issue. But for this project, there's absolutely no requirement for fire department vehicle access to all sides. It's clearly intent of the codes that you access the building within 50 feet, get a fire truck within 50 feet of an exterior door that gets you into the building. And then you utilize the systems that are within the building, the rated enclosed stairs, the compartmentation around the apartments, the rated fire protection corridor, the sprinkler systems, the standpipes, and firefighters access the floors that may have an alarm condition by interior attack, not the exterior. So those have already been adequately addressed. The only other issue that seems to keep rearing its head is this reference to the National Fire Protection Association's document number 1710, that is a document for guidance if a town wants to or chooses to use it as a way to evaluate the community. Should we be providing fire department services in certain areas? Should the fire department run an ambulance, or should we contract out with that? should we be doing other things or lessen what we're doing to maximize our response potential? And it's not a document that is adopted anywhere. There's no state mandate to adopt it. There's no reference to it in any of the fire safety codes or fire prevention codes. It is introduced at the Fire Academy in the fire officer program for about a 2-hour period, just to make new fire officers aware that the document is there as kind of like an understanding. It's an introduction. But the use of it is not preached or promoted. One of the reasons for that is it's an optimal standard. It's an optimal set of requirements that it's very difficult for any fire department to ever achieve that. It establishes response times in minutes and seconds. It establishes the minimum number of firefighters that must be on site in various roles, depending on the type of building. Now, Mr. Kingsbury has testified that for this particular building that we're dealing with here, you need 28 firefighters and they have to be there within a certain amount of time. That's exactly what the standard says. Now, if you don't have that, you don't have that. You can certainly achieve it with mutual aid, and there's an equivalency clause within the standard that says you can do that. The problem is that if you choose to use this document, which apparently was not a benchmark for the Canaan Parish project, which is identical to this project in height, lesser number of units, but the same challenges, if you will. It only became an issue for this project suddenly. It also has criteria in it for homes that are private homes that are 2 stories in height and 2,000 square foot, which is a very small building for your town. So you saw last time we mentioned it, there was a 3,000 square foot single family home that was proposed. That, if you're going to use the metric for this building, should not be approved based on NFPA 1710, which would require 16 firefighters for that project. And if you're going to use this as a benchmark for the community, then understand that this document applies retroactively. It would require the town to go through and evaluate all of the existing stock. It also probably would affect your ISO rating, which affects everyone's home insurance ratings, because this is what ISO uses to determine what your insurance rating is and how much you pay for fire insurance, is the ability of a fire department to put out a fire in your community. Now, nothing requires that you have a fire department. No state statute that requires it. Good idea to have one, but what you choose to have is subject to your town's risk assessment. If you use this as a benchmark and the new metric, then you would expect to see budget proposals for increased hiring of new firefighters, new fire stations, and immediately the purchase of new fire trucks, because this is now your benchmark standard. Understanding that it's not required. It is not a mandatory standard. So in closing, I urge you to give consideration to your sudden application of NFPA 1710 as a benchmark, understanding it's just simply for guidance. And absent that, this project poses no adverse effect to the safety of the occupants or the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, then, just to finish off our remarks for tonight, the regulation amendment, we have tweaked at, which is at tab 17, page 4, just to make sure that our on-site sidewalk plan, as Mr. DeAndrea explained it, is compliant. One thing that we did not do, which we realized yesterday, is we need to clarify the standards for angled parking, and we will do that in our final supplement when we come back for a final hearing. But I do want, probably the most important matter I want to bring to your attention is that in each of the denial resolutions, the 3 resolutions, text amendment, map amendment, and site plan, the commission stated, and I quote, "The commission finds that the need to better protect neighboring and abutting properties clearly outweighs the need for 31 units of affordable housing, particularly where abutting municipalities such as Stamford and Norwalk contain affordable housing in excess of 10% of the total housing units in each such municipality," unquote.
as I have explained in tab one of cover letter tab one, this denial reason, as far as we can see, is the only commission statement in all of the denials about affordable housing need. It takes the position apparently that there is no need in New Canaan because there is ample affordable housing in Norwalk and Stamford. It ignores the packet of information about legal and local and regional need that we filed with this application back in March. It directly contradicts state law, which requires that zoning regulations provide housing for all residents of the municipality and the planning region, quote unquote. So it doesn't carry out the required 830G balancing test between substantial public interests and affordable housing. It appears to be based on the incorrect notion that if a municipality has 10% of its housing stock is affordable, it has satisfied either the local or regional need, which is not the case. And in my opinion, this statement as regards affordable housing need would not be accepted by a court on appeal as meeting the commission's 830G obligation. Just part of the purpose of the resubmission is to give us the opportunity to point that out. Last item, and this is the submission that I gave you a copy of tonight. We want to point out that in the site plan resolution, in several places, you attribute to peer reviewer John Thompson and to your town engineer some things they simply did not say. And tab one is of this is an excerpt from what the site plan denial resolution attributes to Mr. Thompson about traffic safety. So I've given you the excerpt from your denial reason that talks about that. And behind that, I've given you the actual transcript from September 19th of his final remarks. It's an unofficial transcript, but I will assure you it is a transcript done by a professional firm. Simply put, he did not say what is attributed to him. Tab 2 makes the same point involving town engineer Coplet. The denial talks about impacts to the 5 Mile River and Long Island Sound. But then I've given you the transcript of the town engineer's comments where she said that 751 Weed Street is in a different watershed than the 5 Mile River, and she could not state an opinion about impacts to Long Island Sound. So those statements are at best problematic, and we would urge you to reconsider them. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that's all we have for tonight. As I said earlier, we'd like to continue this to your next meeting, and hopefully we'll be able to finish off this item at that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hollister. So as Mr. Hollister stated, we are going to continue this to the next meeting. I would ask the commissioners to save your remarks for that meeting. We will have some of our consultants coming back to make statements at the next meeting. And ideally, we would like to, if not vote at the next meeting, at least get close to closing and coming up with a resolution on this resubmission. Right now, as everyone's fully aware, we're pretty jammed with the various applications that have come before us. The next meeting is at the end of February, but in order to not push ourselves up against the deadline on the dates, we are considering doing a special meeting on February 15th. We'd like the applicants, if you could review and get back to our planner, Sarah, as to your availability and the applicant's availability for that meeting. We will also circle back with the consultants on our side to make sure they're available for that meeting as well. And we can continue at that time.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So moving on. Last month, we heard the opening application for 17 and 23 Hill Street. This month, this meeting, we will be hearing from the neighbors and from the interveners. Sorry. We will have the interveners making a presentation on behalf of the budding neighbors in that local area. Our consultants are here to speak as well about the application. I'll start off by just reading the three the three items regarding 17 and 23 Hill Street. Item number 7. 17 and 23 Hill Street, discussion and consideration of the request of Christopher Smith, Alter and Pearson LLC, authorized agent for Hill Street 72 LLC, owner, for a zoning regulation amendment to amend the New Canaan zoning regulations dated June 16, 2007, revised December 17th, 2021. To add section 5.12 Housing Opportunity Zone, HOZ, and to accommodate an 830G set-aside development for 93 dwelling units, multifamily development located at 17 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 812, and 23 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 72. Item number 8, 17 and 23 Hill Street, discussion and consideration of the request of Christopher J. Smith, Alter and Pearson LLC, authorized agent for Hill Street 72 LLC, owner, for petition for change of zoning boundary for properties currently in the 2-acre zone. The requested change in zoning boundary is to rezone the subject property from the 2-acre zone to the new Housing Opportunity Zone, the HOZ, at 17 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 812, and 23 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 72. Item 9, 17 and 23 Hill Street, upon application of Christopher J. Smith, Alter and Pearson LLC, authorized agent for Hill Street 72 LLC, owner, for an 830G set aside site plan application approval for a 93 unit multifamily residential community with associated parking, driveway and drainage improvements and related accessory structures with an affordable component per section 830G of the Connecticut General Statutes for the property located at 17 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 812, and 23 Hill Street, map T, block 93, lot 72. Good evening.
Good evening.
Stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, members of the commission, Assistant Planner Casey, and Attorney Gelderman. My name is Jonathan Shapiro, and I'm here on behalf of the interveners, Mark Durkin, Jeffrey Stein, and the group colloquially known as the New Canaan Residents Against Destructive Development. With me tonight are our professional consultants. We have Larry Liebman from SC Minor, their Chief Environmental Scientist, Rob Sandolo, also from SC Minor, a licensed professional engineer. We have Mark Tebbetts, who is our Fire Safety Consultant, and online we have our Traffic Safety Expert joining us via the Zoom world, Michael Monteleone of Simcoe Engineering. I know this commission has heard a number of 830G applications and had extensive hearings over the past year on this topic, so I know you are well versed at this point in these matters. In this case, and just before I get into some of the substance, bit of housekeeping. I believe some maps were dropped off for the members of the commission Friday of last week. I'm not sure if everyone received them. We will be referring to those at points in the presentation tonight. Also, my office submitted a letter today.
To these very big.
Yes, very big,
Okay.
extensive maps, yes. My office also submitted a letter earlier today, just outlining some of the principal points of our objection. I do have copies for the commission members if you would like.
Sorry,
them.
before you go on.
Sure.
How many copies were you able to?
There
drop?
were only 7, so I gave one.
Okay,
for
so
everyone.
everyone just pair up and share.
Okay,
Thank you. Sorry.
no problem.
Okay. Yeah.
We also submitted, again, a letter outlining kind of the, our main points in our opposition. I do have copies for you, the members today, if you'd like me to provide them.
Sure.
I think it's the first one.
You guys
On the
can-
record.
Deals from Ken.
Are they also electronically available or?
Yes, those are
available.
Are these different from the other batch or? Batch?
I've got This is something that's different from what was dropped off earlier. Right? Not today.
These were dropped off today.
This was today. yes.
Thank you.
For the record, these were all posted on the website at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. So for our commissioner online, they are online, and as well they are posted. So
I'd just like to make a comment, Sarah, and I don't know, Dan, how we deal with this, but those of us who spent a lot of time trying to prep for these meetings, I mean, this is nuts,
I
right?
was just about to go there.
Yeah, I mean, for example, I know a number of us were here early yesterday getting maps and materials. To have a public meeting where we're collecting this after reviewing all the stuff that was in fact provided relative to this application is unfair, frankly, to you and to the applicant. And Dan, I don't know how we deal with this, but 2 o'clock today is just too late for somebody to read this, even if they're sitting around looking at their email.
Yeah.
So
Just, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a problem we've historically had on many applications, and supplemental information trickling in at the last hour. And what I'd like to do moving forward, and we used to have this rule that anything that's not received 5 days prior to the meeting is not submitted. That we need all information reviewed by applicants, interveners, neighbors, whatever it may be, submitted 5 days prior to the meeting, so we have time to review it, adequately digest it and understand it, so we can come to the meeting informed. We'll continue on with this meeting, but just moving forward, I think that's going to be part of our requirements, modifications for all applicants in the future.
Certainly appreciate that. And just a couple of just comments in response. A lot of this is summarizing our position. SE Minor had issued a letter. We submitted that. I believe it was last week or the week before that you should have. That's also been, I think it was just dated December 19th. That was previously submitted. I will say we did wait in part because the applicant, this commission had asked a number of pieces of information at the last meeting for the applicant to provide this commission as follow-up items. We were waiting to see whether any of those items were submitted by the applicant ahead of this meeting so we could respond at one time as opposed to kind of giving piecemeal responses. So that was part of the reason for the delay on my submissions, and I apologize for that. I'll take ownership of that. And everything that is in our submission, or most everything, will be covered today by our consultants at some level. And we'll be happy to answer any questions down the road after you review the material, should you have anything else that comes up. I'll try to be brief in my remarks and let the experts handle a lot of the issues here. But again, I know this commission is well versed on the standards for an 830G application at this point in time. In this instance, the denial is necessary to protect substantial public interest in the health, safety, and other matters which this commission may legally consider. Those other matters include fire safety issues, traffic safety issues, pedestrian safety issues, and environmental concerns. With respect to the applicant's submission here, we check all of those boxes. Every single one of those issues are problems in the applicant's submission. There are health issues, there are traffic safety issues, there are pedestrian safety issues, there are environmental issues, and there are fire safety issues. And we respectfully submit that any one of those issues standing alone would be sufficient for this commission to deny the application. When you take them collectively, there's only one result that should occur here, and that is denial. I'm not sure if the members of this commission have seen this property and seen this proposal. I hope you all have at this point in time gone down Hill Street from whether it's Brushy Ridge or 123 and seen the access points. You as commissions are the fact finders here. You are allowed, outside of anything our experts say today, anything the applicants and their consultants say, you're allowed to use your judgment, your common sense of what you know about the surrounding area from living in New Canaan, being members of this community. When you drive down Hill Street, I hope you all see what I see. It is a small road, less than approximately a half a mile. There is street parking throughout the property because the residents in that neighborhood do not have enough driveway parking for their vehicles. So street parking is a necessary requirement in that neighborhood for the residents, and I'm sure you will hear comments about that later today. Now picture that community now, how congested it is at this point in time, and add a 93 unit affordable housing complex tucked back in the corner there. And as you hear the consultants talk today, think about what happens when there is a fire at that facility. How are they going to get down that street? The fire safety, the fire apparatus of the town of New Canaan, whether there's mutual aid equipment coming in. How are they going to safely access that point? If you go down Hill Street, you'll also notice there's no sidewalks down that road whatsoever. If there's a fire, where are those people going to congregate? How are they going to get down while the fire equipment gets in? How are first responders going to get in? How is that fire going to be put out? That's just the fire safety issues. Now imagine the increased traffic from a 93 unit affordable housing complex being in there. Again, that is a small road, less than a half a mile. Our traffic safety consultant will talk about those issues as well, of adding 93 units, 142 parking spaces, which will house that number of cars. Add in delivery in the Amazon world of daily deliveries coming up and down that street. I mentioned already the pedestrian, the lack of sidewalks on that road. Children waiting for the school bus. As I understand it, the school bus picks up on Brushy Ridge in the corner of Hill Street. That's where they go. If you walk down during the school hours, you'll see the buses approaching. The parents that take their kids to the school bus, they're walking down the middle of the road because there's nowhere else to go. There's no sidewalks for them. How is that going to be addressed by this proposal when you add 93 units, 142 plus parking spaces? That increased traffic to those children and their parents waiting for the school bus every day. Add in snow conditions on top of that each day and see what that looks like. So you have traffic concerns, you will have fire safety concerns, you will have pedestrian concerns. And we haven't even talked about the environmental concerns, and those are abundant as well. You've got, and I think at this last meeting, this commission had raised a number of problems. We've heard it from the town departments. We've seen those submissions of the number of issues with the submissions. And at the last meeting, there were a lot of questions raised by this commission to the applicant of issues that were either not fully addressed, lacking in information, lots of question marks that remain to this day at this point in time that simply, and quite frankly, from our estimation, no matter how they're addressed, they cannot be addressed adequately. When you look at the proposal, the removal of 30,000 cubic yards of soil from that area as part of this development, the effects that that will have. There'll be severe and intense damage to the environment as a result of this project. Very simply, this project is, you can pick a number of different expressions. To me, this is trying to put a square peg in a round hole. It doesn't fit, no matter how you look at it. We really appreciate this commission's time. We know how much and how hard you work. And with that, I'm going to turn it over first to Mark Tevitz, our fire safety consultant, to give remarks as to the fire safety concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much for hearing me tonight. I've been asked to review the project and comment on my feeling about this. And having been, well, let me give you a little bit about myself first.
Sorry, just state your name.
Mark W. Tevitz. I've been a consultant for a number of years, and let me give you a little bit about myself. I've been in the construction industry since I was a kid. I've been a firefighter since 1973 when I joined 18 years old. I've been a driver for that entire time. And I even spent 5 years in another department where I was a ladder truck driver too. So I have a lot of experience in responding to calamities, let's call them, things we don't want to ever happen and wish they never happened, but we always have to plan for the worst. You heard Joe Versteeg still, you heard Joe Versteeg speak a couple of minutes ago. And the first comment in my report is about NFPA 1710. And he talks about the number of people that particular standard requires to have. And he mentioned the number 28. It's my understanding you have 6 paid firemen that will be responding to that. Well, you don't really meet 1/4 of what their minimum standard would be. So I'm not saying, in fact, I've heard
many people, and I don't want to say, I've heard Joe Versteeg say it, but I've heard many people in the fire community say, yeah, this is the gold standard, but we'd like to meet just half of that. Well, you don't meet a quarter of it. So anybody responding to that fire, a fire there, they're at an extreme disadvantage from the moment they start up that driveway. Now, I had a chance to go out there today and look at the road. I've looked at it on Google Maps and I'd seen the drawings of it and everything. What I saw there was worse than I could have imagined, even after looking at Google Earth. Cars are parked helter-skelter on the road. Any fire trucks responding down that street right now could be blocked by just somebody having to park across the street from somebody else. It's a disaster waiting to happen. If it's bad enough getting a pumper through there, driving a ladder truck could be it could hold up the whole response just because somebody parked on the side of Hill Street, not even getting to the site. The next problem is negotiating the road up into the site. If you don't drive that ladder truck to the edge of the road as you start to make the turn, you need every inch of both Hill Street and the proposed road to make that. On a number of the turns are so sharp that you're taking up all 16 feet of that road just to negotiate it, just one vehicle. Any pedestrian walking down the hill, any vehicle coming down the hill could stop your response dead. Now, once you've got up the hill to the proposed building, you're faced with two different dead ends. Having been I also should mention that I'm a past lieutenant and past secretary of the company. So I know how to direct people on the field. And one of the things is you're always hoping that that first driver parks the truck in the optimum space. Remember, he's blind, coming in blind. He knows he knows he has a response. He knows he has something to go to, but he doesn't know where to park. So just a minor mistake in where he parks that first vehicle can screw up everything. There's no way to get around. There's no way for a second chance. Once you've gotten up the road and parked the ladder truck, when you put down the stabilizers on the ladder truck, now you've blocked off the road completely. One of the engines laying a line up the road, okay, 5-inch hose was basically going to block any other vehicles from coming up there once they charge it. Now you can drive over them, but you're taking a chance of ripping one of those lines or tearing it out and losing all your response. So there's a multitude of things that could happen or may happen, or just in getting up there. The fact that there's no second means of getting into that project makes it that you're going to have one chance to get in, make a good decision on where to park everything, and then hope that you've made the best decision possible. Now, we haven't even talked about the residents, what they're going to do in case of a fire. They're going to come down to get away from the building. Most of them will probably try to rescue their vehicles and get them out of there thinking they're going to be stuck here for a couple hours if there's a real fire. So you can imagine the hectic problem the fire marshal and the fire chief is going to have getting up there if those people are trying to get out. Remember, one vehicle could mess up his whole response at any time. And again, the staffing issue is a major problem. Having been in a firefighter, and I will admit, I'm mostly from a rural district, but I've worked with many chiefs in other towns too. I would feel severely understaffed with 4 trucks and 6 guys at a single family dwelling fire. If any of you are volunteer firefighters, think about it. 6 men, you've got people to evacuate, you have a fire to fight, you got 4 trucks, 6 men, and it's only a single family dwelling. You have a building with a potential, according to the building code, of 400 people in that. I know they say less. I know how many units are in there, but the building code says based on square footage, you could have over 400 people in it. Never mind the cars. And I will comment about the parking. I have never seen a stacked parking in the amount that we have there. And you can imagine people jockeying cars and leaving them as they move the interior train. There's another reason that the fire marshal and the fire chief could be blocked from getting in. I talked about the emergency, extremely narrow, single access driveway will necessitate the ladder truck and other apparatus to cross the center line when making most turns. They are going to take up almost the entire road as they come up there. Any person coming down is going to force them to stop and slow down their response if they can get by them. There's extremely limited space near the building for turning of emergency vehicles. The tight turns and islands create significant barriers for fire apparatus the way they're laid out. Any significant fire will result in the need to have at least one ladder truck and 2 pumpers. I already spoke about the outriggers that can basically block up the whole front or the rear or wherever they are once they've put down. Remember, you're not going to have a second chance to move that either. And I know you have a mutual aid agreement. I've been dealing with mutual aid for years and years, but they're far off. They've never been to this site. They're going to need to be told how to advance and where to go and how to help them out to the best of their ability. And again, it's going to be, you say 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. If you've ever waited, and I have, at a burning car on Route 95 for 10 minutes, waiting for a truck to respond, those are the longest 10 minutes of your life. I can guarantee you that. And I'm just standing there waiting. There's nobody, no life at risk, but just waiting for 10 minutes, it seems like a lifetime. And if you've ever watched any photos of fires advance, I realize this is a fully sprinkled building, and Mr. Versteeg mentioned that, you know, you're meeting the code. The building official and fire marshal will make sure it meets the code. But I would caution you that the building code is the minimum code. It's the least you can do. It's a consensus code. It's the minimum code. And I used to, when I was a building official for 10 years, or actually 13 years, I used to remind people that if you've met the building code, you've only done the least possible. So keep that in mind, that we've got a big building and sprinkler systems fail. If you look at Massachusetts, they had a problem. They were burning a lot of the roofs off of buildings such as this, multi-family, multi-story buildings. The sprinkler systems don't always cover all parts of the building. Let's see. And once you've got that first ladder truck in, you're going to have to put it in an optimum space to fight the fire or possibly rescue people. Now, he mentioned that the upper floors in his fully sprinkled building don't have to have escape windows. That's absolutely true. However, I've done a number of inspections and reports where the people could not get out of the building because for some reason or another, the exits were blocked, and the fire marshal and the fire chief was forced to evacuate people through a window. Because he's only got one ladder truck, he's only got one chance, and he's only got a limited space. Once he's parked that truck, he only has a certain amount of the building he can reach. If there's additional people or whatever, it could really go south really fast for him. Driveway access is adjacent to the building and will limit the ability of the fire department ladder truck to reach some floors of the building. In fact, I understand the town of New Canaan does not possess equipment necessary to fight a fire for a building this size. My understanding is that they would need to rely on assistance from Westport, which is only one piece of such equipment, and would depend on it being used in another operation at time of an outbreak and another development. In other words, you're depending on response from other departments, but there's a chance that they could be tied up. In fact, your own fire department could be tied up on the scene someplace. Due to the layout of the development, it's impossible for fire apparatus to access the building from all sides. There's a portion around the back that is hard to get. Mr. Versteeg is correct that you don't have to have complete roadways around there, but you do have to be able to reach, hopefully, some of those spots to fight a fire. There are no sidewalks in the development. Providing no sidewalks along the driveway will force all pedestrians to walk in the access road to gain access to and from the street. This is a significant safety issue for pedestrians. Never mind having a firefighter go there or having an emergency response from an ambulance or something like that. Just daily, all those kids that we talked about a few minutes ago and all those parents have to walk in the street down to Hill Street. And believe me, Hill Street's no picnic. And you're going to have probably if there are 40 people on 50 people on Hill Street right now, you're gonna probably have 5 times that with all these people up at the top of the hill. With only one extra exit and entrance and exit, any resident leaving during an emergency situation will likely hamper fire department response. Let's see, with no sidewalk, pedestrians in the roadway will be endangered by emergency vehicles response. That includes ambulances, anything else that you heard about delivery vehicles and all that. All those things are going to go up and down that road during the day. The limitations in the space for the fire apparatus to combat any fires, along with the presence of pedestrians, will also impede other first responders. Between pumpers laying lines that will block the road and the presence of multiple fire apparatus and the presence of pedestrians will hamper the ability of the ambulance to access and leave the site, creating additional significant safety concerns. Winter conditions will further hamper effective firefighting operations. No snow removal plan was presented, and I looked at the site. I don't know where, with the double parking of cars, I don't know how you will ever clear those parking lots in a safe way, and where you're going to pile the snow. Without, I was thinking, so what are you going to do with the cars when you plow? You're going to have everybody drive down to Hill Street and park on Hill Street while you plow the parking lots? That alone creates a problem. The applicant provided a service commitment letter from Aquarian dated September 20th, 2021. The commitment said it was only good for 12 months. So that means their commitment letter from the water company ceased in September of 2022. Now, I'm not sure if they've asked for another one, but in addition, their fire flow test, which is required, the static pressure reading are actual, and the test results are not corrected for elevation differential. In other words, they know that the building's up on the hill, but they didn't do any correction for the price. So right off the bat, whatever you got for numbers on that report, it's going to be a lot lower where they built the building. This will have a significant effect on the water flow to buildings and cannot be relied upon, given these factors and the amount of time passed since it was conducted. We don't know how many other connections they've made, and if that pressure is still going to be the same out there. Based on my review, the sprinkler system, water line, and yard hydrants do not have the residual pressure to required to fight a fire in this building. Pressure appears to be limited to 250 gallons per minute when approximately 8 to 1,000 gallons per minute is needed to mount an attack. The building is fully sprinkled. However, during operation of the sprinkler system, the fire department will need to supply additional pressure. And that's from the street. So they're going to tie up one of their pumpers on the street with a line up the hill possibly before, I can't say how the chief is going to fight this, but possibly before any arriving units from mutual aid. The building of this size will require multiple ladder trucks in order to extinguish a significant fire. So you've got to plan on more than one ladder truck if there is a good sized fire up there, and getting them up the road over the hoses and around all the vehicles is going to be a significant problem. The single access road to this multifamily residential building needs to be widened in order to accommodate large fire department vehicles. A 16-foot road, you can just barely pass. I mean, 2 good drivers could probably pass at a snail's pace without clipping each other. But if you're in a hurry, there's going to be some damage, and just passing a residential vehicle, excuse me, an ordinary vehicle is going to be quite a trick with all those corners and everything. Because remember, this truck is going to take the entire road on most of those turns. And this is kind of something new that the jury is still out on. Any vehicle fire in the garage is a concern. With more and more electric vehicles, there's a significant chance a fire in the garage could be an electric vehicle. Because of the material used in the production of electric vehicles, these fires burn hotter and faster. So the jury's still out on whether the sprinkler systems are going to be able to suppress it, and what kind of a fire the fire chief is going to have by the time he gets there. I already did the number. There are according to the 93 units, it would require 186 vehicle parking spaces. The plan shows 142 for the residents. There are no parking spaces for visitors, office staff, or maintenance staff. The site is just too small for the number of dwelling units being proposed, creating a significant public safety here. This is a lot of people, a lot of stories, and there's a lot of, who knows how many maintenance people and everything else is going to be there, and there's no accommodation for them at this point. And here's another thing that's come up. There is no handicap access to the street. They've eliminated any sidewalk going down to Hill Street. So that means I would have to say, as an ADA consultant, this building does not meet the intent of the American with Disabilities Act. Any person that is handicapped in that building has no access to Hill Street, which really has no sidewalks either, and has no access to the middle of town. This building is close enough to town that it is walkable, but you're putting every pedestrian in that building in danger by forcing them to walk in the street. And with no handicap accessibility from the building, I mean, how do they get to buses? How do they get to trains? Do they have to call an Uber and pay for it every time? In summary, the building is just too large for the site, and there are it's just like putting 5 pounds of something in a 2-pound container.
Just a couple of quick follow-up questions, Mr. Tebbetts. In your professional opinion, does the design of this development impede fire operations?
Absolutely. It's the site. The building will meet the code, but it's the site that he has to deal with that could hamper his operations right from the get-go.
And in your opinion, do you believe that you can safely protect the lives and property of the residents, given the design of this development?
I'd be very scared. I don't believe that you could, because of the problem is, as a fire chief, I know how I'm going to attack the problem. I know exactly where I'm going to place my equipment. I'm going to where the first pump will go, where the ladder truck will be placed, and everything is going to go like clockwork for my planning. But with 400 or possibly 400 people there and those vehicles, you don't know what you're getting into. One vehicle out of place, one vehicle on the road, a couple pedestrians coming down, or maybe you have a bunch of pedestrians, can significantly hamper his response and create a problem for him.
In your 50 years of working as a firefighter, I think you said 50 years, correct?
Yep, 50. I was 18.
Okay, so in your 50 years, have you found that there's a difference between real world firefighting and code compliance?
Yes. Yeah, it's nice to read things in a book, but it's a lot different to put a coat on and a Scott Air Pack and go into a building in fire conditions. Nobody wants to do that these days, and it's getting harder and harder to recruit new firefighters. So you may be building a building on the down here swing of being able to staff a fire department that can adequately come to the rescue of these people.
And we talked about the safety of the residents. Do you believe that the firefighters and first responders would be able to safely battle a fire in these conditions?
I made the analogy before to a single family dwelling and pulling up with 3 or 4 trucks and 6 men in a single family fire. Having been a lieutenant, my personnel is stretched at a single family dwelling fire. Can you imagine 6 guys up there trying to evacuate people from the building as well as start fire suppression operation? It's asking too much, and it's dangerous.
Thank you. I have nothing further unless the commission has questions for Mr. Tebbetts.
Commissioners, any questions from everyone? Or I have one question. For a building of this size, knowing the site conditions, but given the building of this size, and if we were dependent on adjacent towns responding to the fire to help us, how many apparatus and men would be expected at this size of a building for fire response?
Well, that's a question for your chief. I mean, he would expect, and he knows the local condition better, but I can tell you that he's stuck with 6 on day one. So that means if he's going to get the first 2 trucks there with officers and men, possibly leaving 2 vehicles in the barn, hoping for volunteers from your own town to get there, to get them, because your mutual aid is not going to pick up his fire trucks and drive them to his scene. I would say that I'd want a minimum of a second ladder truck for the back of the building or the front of the building, because you can easily chase the fire. If you're on a ladder, you can easily chase it to another part of the fire. I mean, part of the building, and you'd want that second fire truck to be ready to stop the fire if you happen to chase it. You know, you've seen everybody with the ladder trucks up and the water coming down. Well, as you're blowing that water down, that fire is running away from you. So that's just that. Now, as far as the pumpers go, I want 1 or 2 in the front. One's going to be dedicated to supplying the ladder truck, possibly. I'm not sure what he usually plans, but a couple trucks in back, 1 down at the bottom of the hill, pumping up the hill. But now it comes to the manpower. The standard said 28 people in something like this. Having done many mutual aid, where we call in 3, 4, or 5 different towns trying to get the men in. His men with the Scott Air Packs, 20 minutes, they could be exhausted. So if you're going to get them in, you're going to have to change the crew every 20 minutes to half hour, depending on the severity of what they're up against. And never mind, what if it's on one of those 90, 95 degree days during the summer? Then you're going to have to change the crew even quicker. And, it doesn't take long wearing all that equipment to get overheated. So you run the risk of basically his guys are dropping like flies just from heat exhaustion.
Given the site conditions and effectively a development with access as a dead end, right? It's a single way in and out. Is it foreseeable that during a fire event, you would end up with people exiting or trying to exit out of the emergency, blocking apparatus from getting in, or apparatus coming into the site and creating condition where subsequent apparatus and team members can't get to the building because the single way in and out is blocked?
Well, I didn't mention it during my talk, but one of my biggest fears is, remember, I'm from a volunteer company. We usually fill the trucks, get them out, but there are a lot of guys that show up with their own vehicles. Where are these guys going to park? There's no place on Hill Street without blocking it up even worse than it already is. So your own volunteers may block off the road from future fire departments responding to the scene. Then now they got to run up to the scene. So how many 100 feet do they have to run in full gear? They're going to be toast by the time they get up to the building. So there's multiple. Usually, from my perspective, we've run and we've taken our worst situation in town and run some drills. We don't have that ability here because it's not built yet, and find out what happens. And usually we think we know what we can accomplish, and we think we know what we can fight or take care of. And we find out that we're so terribly wrong because the response times are less, we get fewer people, and then the turnover is too great. So there's multiple things that the chief has to worry about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Kent Turner. We've had a lot of discussion about the first responders, the apparatus, how the emergency might be responded to. But, when you start factoring in the people that live in this complex, they're basically surrounded by a moat because of the topography of the site. They really only have one choice but to exit towards Hill Street. I'd love to better understand or hear your thoughts on, with these people exiting, into a choke point, what could happen? I mean, yeah, you're going to block your apparatus, but doesn't seem that this thing has been thought out to a point where the people that live there are going to be safe in trying to exit from some kind of emergency.
Well, even without emergency, I think it's dangerous for those people to walk down the road. Remember, there's going to be a couple hundred people here. So that's a lot of foot traffic down to get the bus every day and pick up the kids at the end of the day. With no sidewalks, that alone, never mind any emergency, is dangerous. Now you got the delivery vehicles, maybe there's an ambulance that comes because of somebody. That's small stuff, but it still puts the people in this building at risk. And the building code and fire code both say that you have to have a means of egress from the building. Once you get out of the building, they have what we call exit discharge. And exit discharge says you have to get to a public way. In this particular case, the public way is Hill Street. So technically, if the alarm goes off in that building, those people are going to all try to get down Hill Street, down to Hill Street. So that's an enormous amount of people trying to go against the grain of the fire people trying to get in to fight the fire.
Well, again, I want to emphasize that because of the topography, there's nowhere to go. You can't exit your building and go past the parking and, go out into the site. You basically have to travel down to Hill Street.
Yeah.
So it's a moat.
The last thing, the last thing I would want is, if I was the officer in charge there, is to have those people milling around while I'm trying to do a firefight, fire operation, putting out a fire or whatever. And not only that, somehow with 6 guys, I've got to do a decent make sure there's a decent evacuation of the building. That's a lot to ask of your fire department. And I can tell you from experience, by the time mutual aid gets there, the evacuation part is either going to be all good or going bad fast.
A question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Though the wetlands are not your issue, if you're trying to leave, and particularly if, let's say, some person's not ambulatory or just falls in the middle of the roadway, you're not sure how the person's injured, so you don't want to move them, so you want an EMT or some ambulance to move the person in a safe manner, so you're stuck and you're trying to get out. I can imagine the possibility of either motor vehicles or pedestrians crossing through the wetlands, which would be damaging to that, and essentially, cutting corners quite literally in order to exit a site that may be dangerous. And I see that as I'm wondering your thoughts on this topic, and any challenges to health and safety because of it as you're trying to evacuate a clogged site.
Most people are going to exit the way they're most familiar with. There's studies done on how people, for instance, most of the people will leave tonight. If there was an emergency, if the alarm went off right now, all of us will leave the way we came in, because that's the way we know. So I'm not sure if they're going to try to cross the wetlands, but I am sure they're going to try to use the road to get out. And that's going to be there's going to be a critical mass of vehicles and people that possibly are trying to leave at the same time the fire department's trying to get in.
I worry though that road, given the narrowness of it and some of the risks that you delineated for us, that, okay, I'm trying to get out, this is blocked, I'm going to take route B.
Oh, yeah, at that point,
So plan A is not working, I'm going to plan B.
Yeah. You need a plan B, and there is no plan B. I don't think crossing the wetlands is a good plan B. That's like D or F or further down.
The old phrase, a drowning person will even reach for the point of a sword.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you worry that people who are maybe in a agitated state because there's a there's a fire or some other threat to safety, they may do things that perhaps in more, in calmer times, they would think twice about.
From my own personal experience, a driver on the driver of the first vehicle to a fire. I happened to be a lieutenant at the time. And when I went around to the back of the truck to get ready to hook up to the next pumper coming along, the resident was pulling the hose off the bed of my truck. Long story short, the two of us got in. Well, I should have been fighting the fire or getting the pump ready to pump to the guys that were going in.
Yeah.
I'm wrestling with a resident to stop him from screwing up the fire, the hoses and the fire and everything else. So you can never imagine. I could spend a couple hours telling you the things I've seen at the scene of a fire. I'm sure your fire chief can tell you certain instances where he's seen people do exactly what you would swear they would never do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're next going to have Michael Monteleone speak. He is joining us on Zoom. And I'm going to just shift up over there so I can see him.
Sure.
Michael, are you with us?
Okay, you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I was muted. Sorry about that.
No problem. The floor is yours.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for allowing me to speak this evening. I'm Michael Monteleone with Simcoe Engineering, and I have 35 years of experience conducting traffic impact studies and other planning studies. I was hired to review the traffic impact study dated September 6th, 2022, prepared by Solely Engineering for the residential building consisting of 93 units located at 1723 Hill Street. And then based on my review, I offer the following observations and input. As far as traffic volumes are concerned, the applicant's volumes that they projected using the ITE trip generation manual, as compared against what the current volumes are based on their data, it shows that the proposed new trips from the proposed development during the AM peak hour will be 3 times greater than what's currently on Hill Street. And if you were to extrapolate that even further, and during the PM peak hour, it's 3.5 times greater. And then if you look at the whole daily 24-hour weekday volume, you increase that to 4 times greater. So the volumes that the applicant is projecting are significantly higher than what's currently out there today. It's a complete deal changer, for the character of that particular street. Now, I will say that the trip generation manual is the standard in the traffic engineering industry, and it has great information. However, due to certain circumstances, the use of that of that source understates some volume of traffic that would be applicable to this site. And I'll reference a couple of different things. As most of you know, since the pandemic, the use of vehicles to carry food orders and Amazon and UPS and other carriers have increased tremendously to residential areas. I think everybody has seen that. I don't think anybody can argue that that's the case. The problem using the ITE trip generation manual, although it's the most recent data, almost every one of those studies that the data is drawn from happened before the pandemic. So those new types of trips are not part of what the data that was extracted by the applicant shows. So it's undercounting for that reason. It's also undercounting because for every one of these trips, it's 2 trips. And what I mean by that is that if Amazon shows up to your doorstep, it's a trip coming to your home and then leaving. So that's 2 trips as opposed to 1 trip when a person leaves and goes somewhere for a few hours and comes back, during that same peak hour. So it has a doubling effect, and it's not counted in as part of the base traffic volumes for the future. Another issue that I have with the use of the trip generation solely is that there's a fair number of affordable units that are going to be built as part of this development. And when you have affordable units, you have some lower income people, and the likelihood of people owning a vehicle at a lower income level is less than people who would make, the average salary or greater. So because of that, some people might not be able to own a vehicle for this location. And because of that, they're going to rely on Ubers and other types of transportation to get around, especially since you can't walk anywhere because there are no sidewalks coming down the driveway, internal to the site and on Hill Street itself. So because of that, you're going to get that doubling effect again. If they had their own car and they drove somewhere for a few hours, they'd come back in a different in a different hour. But with the need to use Ubers, those folks, there would be 2 trips. The Uber coming in empty, picking up the person, and then driving away with the person. And then when they come back, the same thing would happen. They'd come in with the person, drop them off, and then leave in that same hour empty. So because of these 2 factors, we believe that the number of trips generated based on solely on the ITEs is understated because of those two reasons. Then as far as site access is concerned, the site access proposed on Hill Street, which has already been discussed, is a very narrow 2-way roadway that varies in width, in some places from 15 to 20 feet in the vicinity of the site. And travel on this very narrow road is affected also by curves in the road. You have vegetation blocking the view. You have parked cars on both sides of the road, no painted center line or shoulders, no street lights, and downward slopes in both directions towards the proposed site. And to complicate matters even further, the site driveway is at a 90-degree turn in the road at where it meets with the private driveway, adjacent to the main driveway into the site. So you have all this happening in a short distance, which complicates the ability to maneuver in and out of the driveway. There's no proposed intersection control on Hill Street at the intersection with the proposed site driveway. And basically, to sum it up, I mean, for this particular roadway access piece, Hill Street is very poorly designed. It's not able to safely accommodate the increase in vehicle conflicts due to the significantly higher volume of traffic, including trucks, proposed to be generated from a multifamily development. Next topic I'd like to discuss is construction traffic, which is not discussed as part of the applicant's report. As previously discussed at the last hearing, the applicant testified that it would take between 2.5 to 5 months to blast and remove rock spoils from the site, and that would generate about 2,800 truckloads. This would result in again the doubling effect. They come in empty and leave full of 5,600 total trips during the construction period. If it is assumed that the work time would be somewhere between 60 and 90 working days to remove the spoils, during that period, it is projected that Hill Street residents would be exposed on a daily basis to noise and vibration for an extended period of time, and that would include about 94 daily trips if it were only 60 days to complete the work, and 62 daily trips, truck trips, if it was 90 days to complete the work. So it's a significant number of truck trips day in and day out for a really long period of time that would hurt the people that live there. And further, with all these trucks on the road, there are safety concerns. There's going to be more conflicts between the construction trucks and children playing in the street. People walking to and from the school bus every day. There's going to be conflicts with that with these trucks coming down the hill towards the site and then going back up again, full. Cars backing out of their driveways onto Hill Street are also at risk with trucks, barreling down Hill Street to get to and from the construction site. And also the sheer weight of these trucks, especially loaded, would have a damaging effect on the pavement of Hill Street, causing further safety concerns. This is a significant issue, we believe, that was not addressed by the applicant. I think that this level of truck traffic, especially on a residential road, is really, really significant. Okay, then as far as the traffic analysis is concerned, so the delay at the unsignalized Route 123 Hill Street Ledge Avenue intersection during the weekday morning and afternoon periods were analyzed, and the southbound stop controlled approach average delay on Hill Street is projected to increase by 14 seconds from an acceptable level of service D. Level of service is like school, A to F. So a D is minimally acceptable to unacceptable level of service E during this AM period. During the PM period, the delay is projected to increase by 6.1 seconds from an acceptable LOSD to an unacceptable LOSE. So it's really making it more difficult for vehicles to turn out of Hill Street, both the new end and the current residents who want to get onto 123. It also is that if you were to go by what I was saying before, that I feel that the trips are underestimated because of those factors I brought up, then you might get closer to a level of service F for those maneuvers. If you would add some more traffic because of those undercounting of traffic. Based on these results, poor sight distance and the high speed of vehicles along 123 will make it difficult for the vehicles without delays to make turns onto 123, and that gets exacerbated as the delays increase. Average driver delay makes people a little bit antsy and increases frustration, and people may turn when the gap may not be as much as it should be for them to safely make those turns. So this is all part of what happens when you start getting towards LOS E and F as congestion builds, people's frustration builds, and people are willing to take a greater risk in making turns than they would if it were, let's say, level service B. We have plenty of gaps for people to make those turns. Despite the negative impacts to traffic, the applicant traffic report states there is no indication that the proposed development would have an adverse impact on the operating conditions of the adjacent roadway network. And we strongly disagree with that assumption. Okay, pedestrians is another problem with this site. Has been brought up earlier and this evening, and I will flesh it out even further. The applicant is proposing affordable units as part of the mix of the planned residential development. However, as we've stated, there are no sidewalks along the site access driveway and no continuous sidewalks on Hill or any other streets within the vicinity of the proposed development. Therefore, pedestrian access for the occupants, especially of the affordable units, is not provided to the area of the community where retail, medicine, transit, et cetera, would be available. The residents at this location that do not own a vehicle must always rely upon the for-hire vehicles, as I mentioned, as walking is not an option. Alternatively, the development of affordable housing should be located in an area with an existing sidewalk network that is much closer to support facilities and public transit, so that the vehicle traffic and auto ownership would not be mandatory for people. School bus service. So the The New Canaan Public Schools provide bus transportation for their students. This site is at a significantly long enough distance from schools like East Elementary, Saks Middle School, and New Canaan High School, that all school-age children would be living at this location would be eligible for school bus transportation. So there's no evidence that to the contrary that there will be new with 93 units, there would be definitely new school-age children living in these developments. So, and these units. So obviously that's going to increase the number of students who need to be transported to school by bus. And it will increase the number of students that would need to walk down the hill and then walk to the bus stop to the west on Bushy Ridge Road and Hill Street. We have observed people walking up and down Hill Street with their children to the bus, with baby strollers, and in groups of 3 or 4 or 5 people getting up to the corner and waiting in the middle of the street for the bus to come, and then having the kids cross the street to get to the bus. We've seen people dropping kids off there by car. So that's a possibility too. If people don't want their kids to walk, they could, again, another area where the traffic volumes may be understated. People may opt to drive their children to the corner to drop them off for the bus, as opposed to letting them walk either on their own or in the group. The children living on Hill Street can go to even Urban Street as well in the other direction to board the bus. So they have 2 options, but neither one has sidewalks, so they can safely walk. So these children, as we said, must, in whichever direction they head in, they must walk in an active street to get to the to access the bus stop. And this is especially unsafe in snow ice conditions and when it's dark. If children are walking in the dark, it's especially hazardous. Okay, next topic is parking. So the applicant's traffic report does not include any discussion about the on-site parking. So there are 27 double-stacked parking spaces on site, which was also mentioned previously. And obviously the second row cannot be accessed if someone's parking in the front row, and vice versa. And this is a significant flaw in the plan, because how are people going to be able to get to these parking spaces, especially if their car's blocked? They come out in the morning and somebody's blocking their vehicle. What do? There's no valet on duty as far as I can tell. So how are they going to be able to move the vehicle so that they can get their car? In addition, how many spaces would be assigned to each unit? What residents would be assigned to specific spaces? How many total spaces would be dedicated for visitors? Will there be any events held at the facility? Where would vehicles park that cannot be accommodated on site? Where will delivery trucks like FedEx and UPS be parked when they make a delivery? And where will snow be placed if spaces designated for snow storage are already occupied? I think that was touched upon earlier as well. Hill Street is very narrow and cannot accommodate on-street parking without adversely affecting traffic flow. Any overflow parking from the proposed site would create safety issues along Hill Street. Okay, next area is site distance. The development proposes a driveway on Hill Street, creating an intersection that does not currently exist. The intersection site distance at the site driveway was evaluated per guidance provided in the 2003 edition of the Connecticut Highway Design Manual. According to speed data collected in 2021 on Hill Street in the vicinity of the proposed driveway, the minimum ISD, which is short for intersection site distance, for vehicles looking right and left, was calculated 199 feet in both directions, based on the prevailing vehicle speeds. Vehicles making a right turn from the development encounter several issues. First, significant vegetation is located in the area that appears to be in the wetlands. This vegetation blocks the driver's field of vision and would need to be removed to create a safe line of sight. In addition, the driver's line of sight is also impeded by parked vehicles on Hill Street, in front of their homes, and a vehicle parked in the driveway in the property located adjacent to the west. Since this line of sight to the west of the proposed site driveway crosses over property the applicant does not control, there's no guarantee that the line of sight can be maintained. Now, vehicles making a left turn from the development also encounter several issues. First, the crest of the steep downward slope towards the proposed site driveway is located prior to the minimum ISD of 199 feet. So basically, as you're looking from the driveway up at the hill, you can't see the other side of the hill, which is where the 199 feet goes. So that's one issue. Vehicles located on the south side of the crest are obstructed, as I mentioned. And in addition, a private driveway is located immediately adjacent to the proposed site driveway, causing a safety issue due to a blind conflict for the exiting driver. Okay, auto turn analysis were performed for the site driveway, and based on the analysis, the New Canaan Ladder 3 Westport fire truck, moving delivery truck, and front-loading refuse truck all cross into the opposite direction of the driveway, both entering and exiting the site. The applicant's traffic report mentions that the site driveway have been designed to ensure adequate pavement width to accommodate the largest fire truck without riggers extending, as illustrated in figure TT8. And as far as the original version of the report, this figure was not provided. It may have since been provided. I couldn't find it though. Okay, conclusions. Based upon the analysis, we have identified the following. The new traffic volumes projected for the proposed development would be significantly higher than the existing traffic volumes on Hill Street. The trip generation presented by the applicant is underestimated due to the current increase in home, truck, van deliveries and for-hire vehicles for the affordable housing units. The Hill Street corridor is poorly designed and is not able to safely accommodate the significantly higher vehicle traffic, including trucks proposed to be generated from multifamily development. The high number of daily truck trips during rock spoils removal would adversely affect Hill Street residents due to noise and vibration and concerns of safety for pedestrians and residents. Based on the increase in traffic delays to unacceptable levels, poor sight distance, and high speed of vehicles, it will be difficult for southbound vehicles, especially trucks, to safely turn left from Hill Street to eastbound Route 123 during peak weekday travel periods. Left turns from Hill Street will continue to be difficult to complete safety as a result of poor sight distance due to a sharp curve and downward slope on southbound Bushy Ridge Road. The development of affordable housing should be located in an area with an existing sidewalk networks that vehicular travel and auto ownership would not be mandatory, and school-age children would not need to walk in the street. The existing school bus stops do not provide safe refuge for children to wait for the bus. And we're concerned that with all these new units that there would be a significant number of school-aged children added to the mix at this location. The use of the tandem parking is not appropriate, and there is no overflow parking operations plan in the applicant's traffic study. Site distance is not adequate from the proposed site driveway. An auto turn analysis shows that all trucks are required to use counterflow lanes in order to enter and exit within the site driveway. Based upon our analysis, we feel that the development does not meet the context of this area of Hill Street. Hill Street does not appear to have been designed to handle a development of this size, with the increase in pedestrian traffic, the increase in vehicular traffic, the increase in truck traffic. All these things contribute to unsafe conditions, and we feel that this development is not appropriate for this location.
Thank you. Just a couple really quick follow-up questions, just to be clear. As proposed, does the project have the reasonable likelihood of causing unsafe traffic conditions, in your opinion?
I feel it does. I feel it does because of conflicts with pedestrian traffic, conflicts with parked vehicles, the increase of vehicles turning in and out of the site on that 90-degree bend in the road, poor sight distance. For all these reasons, I believe that it's not a safe condition.
And do you believe that this proposed development will result in a significant and serious threat to the lives and safety of the residents due to the lack of sidewalks?
I believe so.
Thank you. I'll turn it to the commission for any questions they may have for Mr. Monteleone.
Commissioners, any questions on traffic?
I had a question regarding traffic, if I may, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned children queuing up for school and having an assembly point that's safe for them to do that. One thing I've seen in New Canaan is I've seen parents literally drive to the end of their driveway, have the child in the car when it's cold. Sometimes it can get pretty cold. We had about it. It's not too cold today, but it happens. So they don't want the child to stand out and 10-degree weather.
I'm smiling because I've done it with my kids.
You've done it.
Not
Okay,
in New
we have an
Canaan, but-
example right here. And
Yeah.
audience who are nodding, and I'm thinking, okay, so you have these parents driving out of the site, going down to some assembly point, queuing up along a series of narrow roads. And I'm thinking about traffic issues there, especially in an emergency situation. Could you talk about some of the risk or potential risks of this situation and how we can think about it?
Well, I think first and foremost, you bring up another area that I did mention in the presentation where these types of trips are not included in the IT trip generation manual. I mean, it's an averaging over 100 or whatever number of samples they have throughout the country. Some might be cold weather, some might be warm weather. A blending of everything. So the number that they give you is a decent guess. But then when you look at specific areas, you need to apply some factors that take into account other contributing factors to what the trip making is going to be. And then to talk about your point is that when you get up to the top of the hill with cars stacking, I think to be honest, the children are safer if they're driven to the bus stop than if they actually walk, considering the increase in the traffic. As long as the parents pull off to the side and stay out of the as much as they can, because the road's so narrow, out of harm's way with vehicles that are trying to pass them coming out of the development and people who are coming down the hill who are trying to get into the development or their homes on Hill Street. I'm more concerned with children walking along this route, having to go into the middle of the street to go around a parked vehicle, being dawn or dusk or even dark when they're walking up and down the hill. I think those are the situations where I'm more fearful if it was my child, going to and from the bus stop, because of the increase in traffic, the increase in truck traffic, and the fact that the road really isn't designed for two-way traffic at a more frequent level than it currently is at.
Your question got me thinking a bit. I mean, I live on Ponus Ridge and there's a school on Ponus, there's West School. Forbid you try to drive north on Ponus Ridge at pickup time. It half a mile long of SUVs and other cars running their engines too. That's another conversation for another day. And you have to literally go on the wrong side of the road to get anywhere unless you want to sit there for half an hour to get by. And so I'm thinking some children may be walking to a bus stop. Some may be driven. So you have cars stacked up on a cold day in the dark. And so you have cars stacked up in a narrow street. You have children walking down the middle of a street. You have people trying to pass the other direction, getting to wherever they want to go. This conflagration of parked cars, stacked cars, children walking on their own, people driving, it just seems like it just becomes exponential.
Yeah, this road was not designed to handle this kind of traffic and this kind of a development. Now, if this development were in a different part of town where you had at least a 30-foot wide road with shoulders, with parking areas, with sidewalks, then there wouldn't be as many conflicts with the different types of travel. You know, you have people dropping off, you have people walking, and you have through traffic. All three of those things could coexist without interfering with each other. Here in this situation that you bring up, you know, this scenario, you're having it where you're trying to squeeze three different flows into the same small area. And like you said, whenever you push these closer together, there's less room and less margin for error because of you know, the conflict between through vehicles, parked vehicles, and people walking. They all have to share the same exact space. Then there's not space set up for each of those. So they're not segregated. It's all part of the same travel flow. And that can be dangerous. That can be problematic for people trying to you know, go through their daily lives because of this increase in traffic and to try to make a road do what it wasn't designed to do. I think if I had to categorize it, that's how I would categorize it.
Thank you, Mr. Martellon. Thank you.
Yep.
Those questions.
Anyone else?
I have a question. So looking at figure 3 of Solely Engineering's trip distribution, which I'm assuming you reviewed as part of your traffic analysis.
I did.
One of the things that stands out to me and that doesn't seem right to me, but I'm looking for your opinion on this, is that it generally shows 80% of the traffic leaving the site is going to head to Hill Street or Urban Street and try to exit to New Norwalk Road through the stop sign controlled intersections, as opposed to making a right, going to Hill Street and then going to the intersection at Brushy Ridge, New Norwalk Road, where there's a signal. And that just doesn't seem, I mean, I live, for full disclosure, I live further up Brushy Ridge. I probably come down and through that intersection, the signalized intersection, at least 4 to 6 times a day. But it doesn't seem to me that people are going to try, just because it's so hard to get out on 123 unless you're making a right turn. You're trying to go left. There's no chance that you're going to go down Hill Street or Urban Street and try and take a left turn across speeding traffic on 123. You're going to always go to that intersection at Brushy Ridge and 123. So I guess my question is, you know, do you think that's an appropriate split? And if not, why?
Well, here's the thing. If you look at Brushy Hill, it comes downhill and it's on a curve. So the sight distance there isn't great either. It's probably flatter and maybe easier to see oncoming vehicles on 123. They're obviously going to have gain a greater speed, I believe, on 123 because you have a straightaway there. So they're going to be able, from the traffic signal, they're going to be able to get up to, you know, the speed limit, you know, pretty quickly. Whereas on Brushy Hill, coming down the hill, I would imagine people slow down and as they are approaching the traffic signal. So from that perspective, I understand why the applicant did what they did, but you know, in an 80-20 split is showing more of a worst case scenario with traffic, because you're putting more than 50% of the traffic into one intersection. So it does show a little bit more of a worse condition at the 123 intersection than it does at Brushy Hill. I mean, again, these are things with engineering judgment are based, and you know, with the absence, I didn't do a detailed review of journey to work data with the census, which is what I would normally do when I would put these kinds of things together if I was on the applicant side, to try to understand where people would go to work, you know, what the travel paths are to the schools or to the train station, you know, other big generators of traffic during the peak hours, you know, the shopping areas. And I would do it based on that basis. So I didn't, you know, I can't speak to something I didn't, you know, get down to the weeds on, you know, and do the due diligence. And I assume that the applicant did that with their traffic analysis, which is how they came up with the 80-20 split. so I can neither refute or accept fully their assumptions on the assignment, because I just didn't do that level of work to come up with those types of assignment numbers.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question. Mr. Monteleone, this is Mr. Cassavant. I have a question with respect, though, to your commentary on the trip generation manual. And if you're not qualified to answer this, please tell me. But you have, and we've heard in previous sessions, people comment that the trip generation manual is not up to date, should be adjusted, et cetera, et cetera. But as an engineer, is the standard that needs to be applied not one that we might wish is updated, but the one that is actually in play now?
Well, here's the thing. The trip generation manual is a guide. It is not an absolute. A lot of engineers use it as an absolute. Well, they stand behind the trip generation manual says it's this, so it must be this. When I'm on the other side, when I do traffic impact studies, I look at the numbers and I say to myself, do they seem reasonable? Are there pieces to this particular development that are not generally part of the average development? And in this case, is it a affordable housing unit, which tends to have lower rates of what do you call of ownership? And you say, well, okay, well, that brings the number down, but in a sense, it actually brings it up, because as I mentioned, those people rely on Ubers, and that's 2 trips, not 1. So that actually increases the number of trips. So I would probably do an adjustment for that if I were the one doing this study. And as I also mentioned, this phenomena about the food deliveries and the deliveries with Amazon and UPS and others. I mean, that's a real thing. I think everybody has seen it in their own lives. If you happen to work from home one day, look at how many of those delivery trucks come up and down your street throughout the course of a day. I mean, it's way higher now than it was before the pandemic. And there are being studies done now in the community, in the traffic engineering community, to try to get a handle on that. But I haven't found one yet that I feel is sufficient to bring to a public meeting and swear on. So I haven't, but I feel that number is the number that's in the trip generation manual is certainly underrepresented.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners?
I'd want to follow up just on the construction traffic element. Mr. Herring here. So on the Mack trucks delivering the 5,000 loads of rock out of the unit and then delivering the empty trucks back, what I foresee there is just a lot of queuing. So you have a relatively small street. You have them going up and down 123, taking the right onto Brushy Hill and the right onto Hill. Do you see them queuing up in that 14-foot wide street, 6-7 deep, as they load their trucks and, idling there with the?
They certainly could. Now, I'm not privy to any kind of an interim site plan where the applicant could have developed some kind of a haul road on the site, a temporary haul road, maybe not as a finished product, but a haul road where they could queue the vehicles on. I gave them the benefit of the doubt without having knowledge of any kind of a haul road built on the site. I would imagine you'd have to have some kind of a haul road built to get to where you need to extract the rock from. So I would make the assumption that either all or most of those trucks would stage on that haul road while they're waiting to be filled with the spoils. But you're right, though, it is possible, depending on how that plan is to excavate, and that's something that would be good to see if the applicant has such a drawing of the Hall Road to see how they would stage those vehicles and if in fact they would be on the site versus off the site into the public street. I think you have a very good point with that.
So if there isn't a Hall Road, then do you feel like the trucks queuing on Hill Street would create a danger?
They certainly could, that's for sure. I mean, anytime you have trucks on a very residential street like this, especially that size, they can cause a problem. I mean, I certainly wouldn't want my kids playing out in front of that development site with these trucks, you know, coming up and down the street. And obviously the bigger problem I think is cars come down the hill and they're queued up. They have to go around them. There could be a car coming the other direction because these trucks are so big. They may not see the other car coming the other direction. There could be a pedestrian on the other side of the truck that they don't see because your sight distance is impaired because of not being able to see around the truck. So I think that any and all of these scenarios is possible. You know, again, depending on how the applicant is going to plan to remove the spoils and stage the trucks, because they have to be brought to a point where they can be, you know, unloaded by some type of a crane or whatever they use to pick up the rock and drop it onto the back of the truck itself.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Monteleone, this is Dan Radman. So given the increased traffic flow on Hill Street, the increase in volume during the day, both peak and off-peak hours, the access constraints that we just talked about in terms of the existing width of Hill Street, parallel parking, trucks and buses trying to bypass each other, even post-construction, would that be, it seems like it would warrant the necessity for improvement or widening of Hill Street to satisfy all of this, which would then trigger eminent domain issues with neighbors that abut Hill Street in order to satisfy that type of a width. Am I correct?
That would be correct, and it would be a much greater impact on the residents to the west of the development than the east, because it's quite a bit narrower to the west, and the properties are much closer to the road on the east. But you still would need to take property on the east side as well. But it would mostly be some of the front yards, whereas on the west side, you're basically taking away, you're getting really close to the front doors of some of those houses because they're pretty close to the street.
Yep.
So yeah, I would say to get that up to at least a standard 30-foot width, you know, with curbs and sidewalks. I mean, you'd have to do a fair amount of work. Because not only, again, without putting in sidewalks too, you really can't safely, you know, get pedestrians to where they need to go. Again, as I mentioned, you know, the context of this road was, I don't think it was ever intended to have 93 more residential units be built and access to this road.
Understood. Thank you.
Mhm.
Commissioners, any other questions? I think we're good.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Monteleone. We're gonna have
Thank you.
Sandolo from SE Minor come up next.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Robert Sandolo from SE Minor in Greenwich. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut. I'm here with my colleague Larry Liebman, who's our chief environmentalist. Len Chesney, who is also a licensed PE in the state of Connecticut, was part of our team. He's not in attendance tonight. But together, our review team had more than 75 years of engineering, planning, and environmental experience. Let me start off by saying that we did attend last month's meeting, and a lot of good concerns and comments were raised, and we strongly agree with all of them. We also had the chance to review the reports that were produced by the town's consultants. And again, we strongly agree with all of those concerns and comments that were raised. Overall, it is our professional opinion that the proposed development has significant deficiencies and that the development poses a risk to the environment and to the general safety of the public. The proposed stormwater management system will not function as designed. The extensive amount of earthwork and immense rock cut will introduce significant amounts of groundwater to the surface. It is unclear whether the existing sewer main can support the anticipated increase in flows. Given the single access point and constricted nature of the parking and driveway layout, emergency vehicle access and emergency egressing are dangerously limited. There's virtually no pedestrian access to the proposed development. The proposed planting plan does not equally replace the proposed clearing and removals. And the Army Corps of Engineers has issued a notice of violation on the property that, to our knowledge, has not been remedied. The first topic that I'll cover in detail is stormwater. The failure of the stormwater network will have an adverse impact to the site's natural resources and to downstream resources and properties. Although the approach utilized to develop the proposed stormwater network is conceptually sound, it is our professional opinion that the network will not function as designed and currently does not meet the requirements of the town of New Canaan drainage standards. We have been informed that there are existing flooding issues in the vicinity and directly downstream of the proposed development. If the stormwater network is not modeled correctly and does not function as intended, flooding conditions will be exacerbated and there will be an adverse impact to the site's natural resources and to adjacent and downstream properties. We reviewed the submitted stormwater report, HydroCAD model, and conducted some of our own calculations to verify certain key values used in the analysis. We determined that the calculation for peak flows is incorrect and that ultimately there will be an increase in peak flows to the wetland and further downstream. The time of concentration was not taken from the hydraulically furthest point of the watershed, which ultimately results in inaccurate values for peak flow rates, which leads to more sedimentation, more erosion, and more flooding. And ultimately means that the design of the proposed network is potentially under-designed. It's not designed to the correct peak flow rates. And the map you see on the screen here is what I was just talking about. So the blue lines are the flow paths that were used to calculate peak flow rates in the existing condition across these watersheds. And the red dashed lines are alternate calculations. And simply put, the red lines generate a longer time of concentration, which, you know, greatly changes the peak flow rate. In addition to the peak flow increases into the on-site wetlands, the submitted drainage model shows an increase of outflow from the wetlands that ultimately goes through the culvert beneath Hill Street. And that's not accounting for the additional increases that we just covered. So the increase of outflow from the wetlands, you know, will ultimately lead to more flooding, sedimentation, and erosion to downstream properties and resources. And so tables 1, 2, and 3 that you see here basically summarize the peak flow rates as modeled in table 1. Table 2 summarizes the differential that we calculated doing our own computations. And then when you account for the differential and the as modeled values, you end up with realized increases that are shown in table 3. And then table 4 is actually values taken straight from the submitted drainage report that show the increases of outflow from the wetland. In addition to the increases of peak flow, test holes on site show that groundwater table ranges from 3 to 6 feet deep. As you all know, it's proposed to cut more than 40 feet on the eastern side of the proposed building. These conditions will result in groundwater exfiltrating through the proposed rock cut and ultimately discharging as surface runoff as opposed to the natural flow of clean groundwater. In addition to increased risk of pollutants, the exfiltrated groundwater will further contribute to peak flow rates and volumes of runoff that are not accounted for in the stormwater model. On the western side of the proposed development, it is proposed to infiltrate runoff behind a large retaining wall. Typically, you don't want water behind a retaining wall because what that means is that water translates to additional stresses and pressures on that wall. So what you do is you design a large retaining wall like the one proposed to relieve hydrostatic pressure with a footing drain or weep holes, and you take that trapped groundwater and discharge it somewhere down slope. The problem with that here is that directly behind the wall, you're trying to capture stormwater runoff and put it into the grounds. And then almost immediately, the retaining wall is taking the water that you just put into the ground and bring it back to the surface. So you're short circuiting your stormwater design. And when that happens, you're not achieving the benefits of that design, such as peak flow reduction, volume reduction, breakdown of contaminants, and overall pollutant reduction. So that's a problem. So that interaction between the retaining wall and the stormwater retention system is critical, because you need to ensure that you're effectively infiltrating your runoff and also not compromising the structural integrity of the wall. The next topic I'd like to discuss is the proposed sanitary sewer connection. We reviewed the sanitary sewer connection summary report. The report concluded that there is sufficient capacity in the town's treatment plant to handle the proposed development. However, the report made, it did not analyze the existing sewer main on Hill Street at all. The existing sewer network on Hill Street and further downstream must be fully evaluated to determine if there's enough available capacity to handle the additional flows from the proposed development. Given the materials submitted by the applicant, it is impossible to determine if the existing sewer main has the capacity available to handle the increase. Although the existing sewer main in Hill Street is an 8-inch pipe, it appears that it was laid extremely flat, which greatly reduces its flow capacity and greatly increases the chances of slow-moving solids creating blockages in the sewer main. By our estimation, the proposed development will require approximately 5% of that sewer main's capacity, where it's possible that the main is already at capacity, but it's impossible to determine given what was submitted. That covers stormwater and sanitary sewer. At this point, unless you have questions for me, I'll be passing it off to Larry for construction phasing and other things.
And I have a few questions for you, Rob. So
Go ahead, please.
Commission doesn't mind. You talked about the increase to the peak flow rates, just so it's clear for the commission. What effect does that increase in the peak flow rates have on the storm management system?
So the increase in peak flow rates would mean that the current design is not accounting for those increases that we've calculated. So the currently proposed system would be insufficient.
Does that mean the system would fail?
By measure of like the town's drainage standards, yes, because it would be undersized for, runoff, for the various standards of runoff reduction and water quality, peak flow control.
And as a result of that deficiency, what would be the impact on the health and safety of the environment and the residents?
Right, so if it doesn't function properly, you'll end up with sedimentation and erosion to the site's natural resources, this case, the wetland downslope. And also, if it's not designed appropriately, then you wouldn't be effectively removing pollutants and suspended solids as you intend to.
And if you don't remove pollutants, where do they go?
Well, into the wetland in this case.
You also discussed some issues with the retaining wall as well, and the lack of the benefits of the infiltration being achieved. What impact does that have on the storm management system?
Right, well, similarly, so you're infiltrating to reduce peak flows, reduce volumes, and remove pollutants. So if you're, almost immediately discharging that infiltrated runoff almost immediately, well, you reap none of those benefits. So the function of the stormwater system is not there at that point. So you might as well not be infiltrating in the first place.
And what are the functions of a stormwater management system?
To reduce peak flows, reduce volumes, and remove pollutants.
And probably obvious, but if you don't remove pollutants, what happens?
Well, they'll discharge to the wetland in this case.
And given the design here of the system, the stormwater system as proposed by the applicant, do you believe that it has a reasonable likelihood of adversely impacting the wetlands and the environment by pollution and disruption?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, I have a quick
Oh,
question.
yeah.
Sorry. You mentioned in your report and when you were just speaking that there are existing flooding issues downstream of the development. Could you elaborate on that a little bit about what you know, what exists?
Sure. So I haven't witnessed them myself, but in speaking with neighbors and people involved, I understand that there's flooding that occurs, well, sort of where you'd expect it, along the wetland and of the abutting properties to the east and east, west, and south, basically.
Okay. And is this similar? I know there was a wetland commission meeting last night. I wasn't able to watch it, but is this similar information that did you guys present here last night?
Yes.
Last night? Okay. And Sarah, I have a question for you. I know that the Wetlands Commission also hired some consultants to produce some peer reviews on that. And I was wondering if we could get those incorporated into our record as well, so that the commission has access to the
Yes,
peer
we
review.
can do that.
Mr. Smith, are you okay with that?
For the record, Chris Smith on behalf of the owner applicant, as long as we have the opportunity to respond to it, yes. And we do plan on responding to it in the wetlands context, so that would have to be incorporated.
Right, your response to wetlands. Okay.
That's fair.
I have a question. You mentioned an issue with the Corps of Engineers. Could you elaborate?
Maybe you might be.
The Army Corps of Engineers?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think Mr. Liebman's going to talk a little bit about that, and I can certainly talk about it now if you'd like.
What we have your colleague speak and then we can follow up afterwards.
Sure,
if that's
absolutely.
agreeable. Thank you.
Wanted to raise one point. I think you mentioned at the beginning that the blasting would potentially have issues with the groundwater. Can you expand on that?
Right, so test holes that have been conducted on site that we reviewed the data of reveal that groundwater table ranges from 3 to 6 feet on site. You cut into that rock 40 feet in some places. I'm sure you've seen it driving down 95 or any highway. When you have that sheer rock face, you see groundwater seeping out and it becomes surface water at that point. So we would expect to see that here, probably a lot of it with such a high groundwater table. And then so that water contributes to, your stormwater runoff model in reality, but it's not accounted for in the design.
Okay, and does the blasting itself cause any issue with the aquifer below it, or any sort of concerns in terms of remnants of blasting materials, et cetera?
Right, well, that's not necessarily my area of expertise, but of course blasting does, has the potential to open fissures in the bedrock and things like that. So maybe Larry can speak a little bit more about that.
Yeah,
Actually.
yeah, I'd be interested to hear more about that.
Sure.
I had a further question, if I may, picking up on Commissioner Herring's comment, which is very helpful. I mean, I've driven along the Merritt, I think we all have, and we see the sheer walls where they had to cut through granite. And so you have a vertical wall of some height. And in the winter, I see not only water coming out, but freezing water. And so you have
That's right.
icicles, which can get pretty big.
Sure.
And so in the intended design for this site, we have this large sheer wall where people may be walking under it. I'm wondering, is there a danger issue in your view with some of these icicles that decide to hit the ground? I mean, I wouldn't want to be hit with one of these. It looks,
No,
looks
I
kinda bad.
agree. In my opinion, that is absolutely a danger. They would fall at some point, and separate from ice, just having the sheer rock face. Maybe you've seen this as well along the same highways. When you have such a large sheer rock face, oftentimes permanent shoring is needed. And that's certainly something to explore here as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's Commissioner Turner. I have a question about the blasting and the grinding of the rock and the materials. What kind of environmental impact does that have to the neighborhood? You're using petrochemicals to blow up the rock, and then you're grinding the rock, which creates a vapor. Is the rock, does it contain any elements that could be harmful to people that live in the neighborhood or even in the overall community that would inhale this? Has there been any environmental understanding of what is given off during this process?
Right, Commissioner Turner, thank you for your comment. Actually, I think, if I may, I think this is a perfect way to segue into Larry's discussion. I think he's gonna talk exactly about that for you.
I had one more question for you. In the report, you had talked about, and you mentioned the retaining walls and the sort of counterintuitive condition that's going to happen with rainwater runoff and saturation of the ground around the retaining walls. Could that effectively cause failure of the retaining walls?
It could. Right, so as I was saying, that relationship between those two components is critical. So you need to accomplish, they're trying to accomplish two things. You need a retaining wall that's structurally sound to hold up the parking lot.
Right.
And you need to infiltrate runoff. And frankly, right now, I don't see how you achieve both, given the current plan.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Larry Liebman. I'm the Chief Environmental Scientist and Senior Project Manager for SE Minor. I've been an environmental consultant for the last 30 plus years. Done hundreds of projects of this scale and thousands of projects of other smaller scales. I'm going to bring us backwards a little bit to start. And let's talk about the phasing plan and how this gets built. Okay, can I have the phasing plan up there? Thank you. What has been submitted is a phasing plan that shows two phases to take out over 30,000 cubic yards of material, as well as I am unsure of how we obtain access to the top part of the project where we're supposed to be diverting the water so it's not rolling down while they're doing the blasting. There's not enough information that has been submitted by the applicant for us to go and to actually make a determination whether or not that this is actually going to work. Not only does the phasing plan have it, but the ultimate end result is that it's going to be discharging water if the project is approved and you move forward in just two locations. Those two locations then become, one's a level spreader, it's long, and the other's a point discharge. And that just is going to accumulate any potential pollutants that will happen, and there will be pollutants that happen. Your drainage manual just determines and says that you must knock down at least 80% of the total suspended solids. For an analogy, let's say that's 100 gallons of hydrocarbons, okay, of petroleum product. That means that their system is going to capture and treat 80 gallons. So it's okay over the long run that 20 gallons of gas gets distributed into the natural system. That this is something that you guys, everybody needs to look at as far as the potential impacts. That also, from parking lots, you get hydrocarbons, you get heavy metals, asbestos, and and anything else that happens that's going to happen. The blasting that's going to occur is going to create a dust environment of silica dust if there's a high content of silica in the stone, which is very, very toxic to not only the natural environment and the creatures, but it's toxic to humans as well. Okay, these are things that now there is ways of treating this blasting environment when you're doing it to keep the dust down, but it's never going to eliminate it. You're not going to do it. And you have to, there needs to be a plan in place so that this way then you can ensure some modicum of safety for the, not only the workers, but for the people that are in the surrounding environment. Besides the impacts to the wetlands and the potential impacts to the wetlands that we have been dealing with the Wetlands Agency, the irreversible and irretrievable commitment of resources that this project is going to use and take out is vast and is long-reaching and will have long-term impacts. It really will. There isn't enough information that we have found that came with the proposed project that we have reviewed that gives any level of security to you guys to know what's going to happen. Again, the phasing plan needs to be broken out into places and ways that's manageable, and not just say we're going to drive a machine up there and knock down 40 feet in elevation. And to get up there to do it, we're looking, and the only way to do it is to get into the wetland regulated area that hasn't been even addressed yet. So that's still underway. The climate change that's going to happen in this local environment is going to be vast. I am not certain that by looking at this in the way that, by looking at the project, that if the lower floors on the western side of the building are ever going to see sunlight. You're going to have 40 feet of rock in front of it. You're going to have that little bit of space, so there may be just that little bit of glimpse of sunlight that goes into those units that are on the lower level. Okay, remember that there's a parking garage that picks the building up. Okay, but the lower levels, and you have that rock face, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, and that western side is just from the rock face to the building, and that's the only window that they have. The climate change that's going to happen, we've all walked in New York City and feel when you get by a tall building and you get the wind channel that happens, that goes and does it, that goes and blows everything around. Currently today, with the rock face that's there, the current existing slope, there are wind throw trees that are occurring in the wetlands now, that are occurring in the down in the lower area. What's going to happen when you cut that down and make it, it's just going to be more. And that's again, an irreversible and irretrievable commitment of the resources that we think needs to be at least looked at and mitigated. The quality of life of what, again, with that western exposure and the quality of life issue, I don't know about you, but when the sun doesn't come out, I get a little grumpy. I need to see some sunlight to make everything work. And if you live in a house that doesn't get very much sun, that's not a good design. It really isn't a good design, and it all comes to the design. We'll move next. So the phasing is an issue. How do you do it? How do you get there? What happens afterwards? Snow removal is a huge issue when you think about it. We know we have yes, this winter has been very light, but we also know that we have winters. We do get snow. There's no place. The plans that we have received recently show 2 places where they're going to stack snow, and it's going to be on parking spaces. So then that poses different issues of, okay, well then whose cars got to go somewhere else so that they can put snow. My opinion is, my opinion is the snow removal is something that needs to be worked out between everything that's going on. The applicant has presented information about using different chemicals instead of rock salt, instead of calcium chloride to do it. The chemicals that they have said that they were going to use are really, really expensive. We know that somebody's going to go and farm the snow removal out to somebody else, and if they can pay either $1 a pound or $18 a pound, they're going to pay the $1 a pound. to do it. So their profit line goes up. And the snow, salted sand, as well as all of the chemicals, has an effect on the environment that lasts for decades. There's studies that show, there's studies that show, especially even the studies that the applicants, scientists have submitted, which saying, state that the plumes from the salt that's going to be used will be impacting the land and impacting the surrounding groundwater and impacting everything else for decades if this is built this way. So there's long-term effects that really need to be looked at besides the effects to the wetlands. As I'm not belittling the effects to the wetlands, but the regular surrounding environment. We heard last night at the Wetlands Agency, everybody was touting about how much the wildlife is there, how much it's a natural area, and it's happening. The wildlife is not going to be there when there's a building of this nature, of this size. They're just not going to be there anymore. And urban wetlands is important because it's a place, it's a haven for the foxes to go because they're trying to dodge all of the vehicles that are going to be on the road. And the deer as well. All right, so there needs to be a strike of balance. I mean, they're on the planet too. We owe them the consideration to try to give them a little place to deal with it. There's no pedestrian access, and I don't understand how that works with an 830G. I really, really don't. I mean, the whole idea behind 830G is so that you can use public transportation. You can walk to the train station. Walking to the train station from this site is difficult. The road is dangerous. There's no dog walking areas. How many of everybody sitting in this room has a dog? Where are the people that live here going to walk their animals? Okay, and if it's going to be an affordable situation, where are the children going to play? In the parking lot? They're not going to play in the wetland because that's a conservation area. There's nothing, the applicant hasn't given an area for the children to play outside. I have a 6-year-old granddaughter. That child doesn't go outside, and every day there's hell to pay. And that's just the way that goes. Kids need to be outside to burn off some steam. So there's no playground, there's no pedestrian access. There's no, and that I'm not going to go back and talk about the traffic and all of those other things. You've already heard that from everybody else. It is not up to us to tell you how to make it better. Okay, that's the applicant's job, and that's your job to ask the applicant to do it. Okay, we think that what is before you, there's not enough information to make a logical decision, to go and to make and say, okay, well, this is going to work or it's not. And if it is, the mantra of doing any of this work is avoid, minimize, repair, compensate. If you can avoid the impact, whether it be environmental, ecological, whether it be traffic, whether it be, you want to avoid the impacts to the best of you can, or minimize it or fix it. Like you asked, could we make by eminent domain and make the road wider? It's a substandard road as it is now. From us walking the property, there are houses on that road that don't have driveways, that don't have garages, don't have driveways. If you take that away from them, are they supposed to give up their cars? I mean, all of these things are, in my opinion, are environmental impacts that need to be addressed, that you as the Planning and Zoning Commission need to hold the feet to the fire of the applicant to say, okay, well, you have to determine what's reasonable. We get that, but this isn't reasonable. What we have before you now is 93 homes on a road, 93 new apartments or 93 new people living there, 93 whatever, and the cars with tandem parking. And I don't know how that works. That's, but then, and nowhere to get rid of the pollution, and nowhere to recreate. It's too much and you don't have enough information to make a logical decision. I mean, I'll answer any questions that you want.
I've got a few for you first, Mr. Lieben.
I kind of thought you might.
You talked a little bit, I want to go back to the blasting since the commissioners had asked, some questions about that. And I wanted to get you to maybe discuss that in a little bit more detail. How you've been involved in projects involving blasting in the past?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, first of all, have you made any determinations of whether the blasting here would result in any negative impacts to the environment, including the wetlands?
Yes.
And what conclusion did you
I
come?
mean, that conclusion is that besides the fissures and the cracks that will happen and it can dry out the water course if it's there, or on the opposite term, when you create the groundwater, which was groundwater and now surface water, inundation of a wetland is just as detrimental to the wetland as drying the wetland. Too much water can also kill the wetland and kill the vegetation as well. The blasting, the silica dust is hazardous. The blasting, the vibrations, the noise, they have told you that it's going to take 5 to 8 months to do this, and that's on a good day. On my experiences is that it's going to be more than that. The blasting is besides, yes, the fire marshal's here, he's going to say we'll do pre-blast surveys around everything on everybody's house, and that's what the law says has to be done. But we don't know how we don't know how they're going to get to the top, and we don't know what the extent of the rock is. I don't know if there's been any borings done. There hasn't been that we've seen any soil borings done to say what the actual makeup of the stone is. I mean, a boring down, at least down to where you're going to be down to putting the footing from the top where you're going to be blasting. So this way, then you know what you're installing. What if there's a huge pocket of sand in there? And then how do you hold it up? I mean, that's why there's not enough information.
Just to really, again, focus in on the environmental impacts of the blasting itself. You mentioned, getting to the top. What did you mean by getting to the top?
Can I have that other slide, please? Oh, great. I thought it was going to be on this. If the northern part, on the northeastern part, I believe it's 18 feet to 10 to 18 feet to get up that way. And right in the center of that area there, it's a 40-foot excavation. The only way to get there, you have wetlands, and you don't blast from the bottom. You should start from the top and blast down, because you blast from the bottom, you kill people. So you have to, if you blast you have to get up there. The first thing that's supposed to happen is a diversion swale on the top to stop the water from coming over the top while you're doing the blasting. Again, there's one access point, and that's on the opposite side of that. I don't know how you get to the top to do the blasting.
Do you see any paths to get to the top to do the blasting?
Going to the wetland regulated area, so that needs to be determined by that needs to be determined if it's acceptable.
And if you were to go through the wetlands area, would that have a negative impact on the wetlands?
If you're driving to the wetland, it's going to impact the wetland. It depends on, yes, it'll, in my opinion, there will be an impact to the wetlands.
Now, will the blasting that occur result in dust in the area?
Yes.
And in your opinion, will that dust have the likelihood of impairing or destroying any environments surrounding the property?
Yes, as stated before, the dust is going to do a multitude of things. Not only is it going to get all over the clothes, the cars, the houses, and everything else, but the dust is gonna get into the wetlands and into the natural area that's around there. And that natural area then is gonna go and it gets a coating of dust on it. And then that, obviously, it not good for the dust to be in the wetland like that. The silica, if it is a high if there's a high quartz content in the rock and there's silica in there, it's dangerous. I mean, OSHA says that you have to do it with respirators when you're doing that. When you see later on, there'll be a video of a rock crushing plant that's wetted and how much dust is created even when there's water being sprayed on the crushing on the rock to do it. I mean, we have somebody else that's going to show that. So yes, that's going to be a detrimental impact to the environment.
And Mr. Sandola talked a little bit about the stormwater management system failing and the issues associated with that. In your opinion, will the issues and deficiencies in the stormwater management system have a destructive impact on the environment, including the wetlands?
Yes.
And what impact is that?
Well, the again, inundation is just as bad as degradation and as diminishing water supply. More water into the wetland it has an impact. The chemicals that are getting washed off now, it was mentioned that the stormwater system needs to be designed in such a way that it diverts some of this stuff so it doesn't all happen at once. And right now, the way that we've seen and what we reviewed is the bottom of the detention system is in water. So if it's supposed to be an infiltration system and the bottom is in water, that's kind of hard to do. So then it's just going to run off more runoff is more flooding. And we have had conversations with neighbors that today, before anything is built, have flooding problems, have water in their basement, have sump pumps that are running 24/7. And this is before any activity is taking place besides the road network that was begun.
You mentioned the inundation of the wetlands. What will that inundation do to the wetlands?
It changes the whole ecosystem. By changing the whole ecosystem, by changing the whole ecotone from going from a wetland that has periods that's wet and then periods that aren't, to periods that's wet all the time, the plants and the animals all change. The plants that were there aren't going to survive. The animals that usually frequent it won't be there anymore. And then other things will happen. So I'm not saying that change is bad, but I'm saying that you have this system that's functioning today and it should function the same way after the project is complete as it does before the project is built.
And based on what you've reviewed to date, will that occur?
No.
You talked a little bit about the impact of de-icing agents. What impact, have you made any conclusions about the impact that de-icing agents will have to the environment, including the wetlands?
As I said earlier, the icing agents will salt and the material that they were proposing. Salt creates sodium content. We all have high blood pressure. And you don't want to have to turn on your tap and have to contend with that. In the groundwater. The other to the wetlands, obviously salt locks into the soil, changes it that the plants can't uptake nutrients because of the sodium content. And if they can't uptake nutrients, then they die. And then that gives the chance of invasives and changes to happen. The other material that they're talking about, CMA. Yeah, okay. What that does is that doesn't have the impact as salt does, but that's $18 a pound versus the $1 a pound, first of all. And second of all, that diminishes the oxygenation in the water column. Okay, that's called hypoxia. If we go to the sound, you've heard of that. Hypoxia is the diminishment of oxygen in the water table. So if this over long periods of time takes the water out, this site drains to the 5 Mile River, which then drains to the Long Island Sound. which is it's all connected. It's, you know, I could start singing Hakuna Matata if you like, but that's what it is.
Just want to touch briefly. I know you, I think you mentioned the Army Corps of Engineer. I know you discussed it last night. But I know one of the commissioners that asked that question.
There's an Army Corps. If you don't know, there's an Army Corps cease and correct issue to the property that they're waiting to hear back from the applicant of different information that they're saying that there was a stop work order issued by them saying, and that's why there hasn't been any further work on the roadway. Because it's impacting, or it has a potential to impact the 5 Mile River. The Army Corps of Engineers can mandate changes that we don't know what that is yet. Again, you don't have that information. We don't have that information to evaluate, to say what we think it's going to be. The Army Corps of Engineers said, cease and correct, give us information so that we can do it. There has been recent submissions by the applicant to the Army Corps of Engineers, but there hasn't been the feedback back from the Army Corps of Engineers, which is what needs to happen. We don't know what they're going to say, and until that point, it's a wild card. Right? They can say, take it out and do it over again. And that's an impact that needs to be assessed, and everybody here has been talking about widening the road, making everything bigger, and how to do it. All of these are impacts that you all need to know what it is. You don't have that information.
A question, if I may.
Yes.
Commissioner Chris, sir. The cease and correct, is that sort of a run-of-the-mill thing that the Army Corps of Engineers does
No, it's not.
regularly, or is this a
No,
big deal, or?
Well, they do it regularly on people that don't abide by the rules. So the cease and correct was issued, and because they filed their application and they took away their right to do the application by themselves, or the reporting and monitoring by themselves, because of the potential impacts that they saw. And it's not run of the mill for the federal government to go and issue a cease and correct. They will do it, and they have to do it with cause, or they have to do it to say, hey, wait a minute, you guys got to get more information to us, which is what I'm saying you guys need, more information to us so we can make the determination whether or not you're impacting.
So if I'm understand correctly, as far as levels of seriousness, a cease and correct order is a serious order on the part of the Corps of Engineers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the Corps of Engineers, forgiving my ignorance on exactly what their powers are, but my guess is they're pretty wide. And if they say stop, it's sort of a pretty hard stop.
It's a very hard stop. Yeah. The Corps of Engineers told them to stop and submit information so that they can make a determination. Because of the protection of the waters of the state. And waters of the state means the federal government and the state government. So the Army Corps of Engineers saying, stop, give us information, and don't do any more work. It's very similar to your own building official saying, stop work because you're doing things that aren't proper.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, it's Commissioner Turner. I appreciate all the environmental impact that you've described, and I think we understand it very well. It's significant. I want to back up a little bit about the person that has to live with this. When you have blasting, there's shock waves. Those shock waves create an impact on adjacent structures. How are you going to measure the condition of the building before and after these potential shock waves that could really damage some of these adjacent structures? What plan is being even suggested that the neighbors, people that live in this environment, not only are they going to suffer through the hazardous materials that are going to be created by the blasting, But what about their physical environments, their houses? How are we gonna protect them?
I could defer that to, to the chief of the fire department to say what it does. There's rules for when you blast. There's pre-blast surveys that the applicant must, and in a certain distance from the blast site, the applicant then has to go and notify everybody within X amount of feet. I'm not an expert in what that is. The fire marshal can tell us. What that distance is, where they'll go and they'll videotape the basements and the areas beforehand. And look at it, how the human impact of, if you've ever been in a site where there's been blasting, the impact of the concussion waves and the shock waves that you're talking about. There's a horn that goes off. Okay, they blast that, they do some short blasts and then a long blast, and then the boom happens. It depends on how much your fire marshal goes and says he's allowed to put in, how much charges they're allowed to put in the drill to do it. And how they're doing it. The applicant is going to talk to you about directional boring in to make it so that this way it brings everything down in a proper fashion. And there's ways of doing it. There really is. I mean, we go through mountains all the time. Okay, how do you protect the people? Is that, there are going to be people that are going to have anxiety of the blasting because they're going to feel, if you've been in California in an earthquake, they're going to feel the ground move. The shock wave does come through. How do you protect them from it is just by education.
But I thank you for your analysis, but I think it's so important about mental health. And when you live in your environment, your house, and you're accustomed to your lifestyle, and it's suddenly changed, and that, you're expected to just accept it, it's very difficult to understand how there's not another dimension here about mental health and understanding what a blast does, how it is a sound. It might not be something that's going to damage their house, but there's no consideration about education or an understanding of the people that are impacted by this. I just think that and I realize this is not your issue, but I think it's just something that needs to be talked about. People are impacted by developments and what happens, and there is no consideration about how they will deal with it.
Quality of life issues is something that you are charged with. This is something that the Planning and Zoning Commission has to put into their decision-making. I agree with you that there's mental health issues that need to be dealt with on multiple levels of different things. The fact of the construction and the blasting is just one aspect of it. The fact that people are used to having wildlife in their yard that won't be there anymore is another issue. The fact that the attractive nuisance that's going to be created at the top of that slope for the kids that are going to do it, and there isn't any protection measures on that, on the top part that we have seen just yet. That all of these are again, I'm going to go back to the first thing that I started with. You don't have enough information to make an educated, learned decision on the project. There's much more that needs to be done.
This is Commissioner Cruz had a
You're
further
so
question.
correct and articulate. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. On the blasting, how can it affect wells? I mean, you have a well and some are pretty deep.
Okay, so you
neutral
understand the way a well works.
What?
You understand the way that a well works, right? The well works is that you drill a hole or you pound a well. Okay, there's two ways of making water happen. Either you hand dig it or you drill it or you pound it. Pounding it is you're making cracks so that this way you're asking the water that's in the ground to come to that point, to that well point. Blasting the shock waves can shift that. You can have impacts that wells tighten up a little bit. You don't get the yield that you have. That's really up to what, as far as the blasting, again, that's a local decision that's made of how strong, how much dynamite they throw in the hole when they do it. Yes, it can impact wells. It really can.
I mean, I've seen pictures of houses adversely affected by, it's claimed by the homeowner of fracking, which is, again, explosions underground to loosen oil, and some odd things start coming out of the kitchen faucet, and it didn't look good. But I mean, wells are, if you have no water and your well fails, it's a really bad thing. And just wondering if this is a risk that this commission should be thinking about.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Benton, you mentioned a lot of hazards for the environment. What about kids playing in the neighboring homes during the blasting phase? What impact will they have, or what precautions are they going to have to take?
There should be notices that go out. If I'm correct, Fire Marshal, please tell me if I'm wrong. There's notices that go out that there's going to be blasting in the area before, and if you're in that distance, that you will have an opportunity to have a separate company come and do the pre-blast survey to look and see what it is, and a schedule of blasting has to be posted. You may mandate that's what has to happen, that everybody knows. I mean, that has happened to me on a couple of projects where we had to go and physically notify everybody that there was going to be blasting. Again, this is a local home rule issue that needs to be dealt with. Your fire marshal and your chief of and your fire department, they're the ones that issue the blasting permit. They're the ones that are going to go and say what it is. If they want, there's a legal distance that they have to go. And if they want to make it bigger, that's up to them. And kids doing it, that's parenting. Okay, when it's happening, I mean, that there's going to be people that want to watch it. It's exciting. They're going to want to see it. That's the danger of it. But that's why that's why it needs to be ascertained of how they're going to protect the area and stop kids from overlooking and seeing it, how they're going to go and do it. That all needs to be detailed out. It's not up to the interveners to determine how that works. It's up to the applicant to tell you how it's going to happen. So thank you for asking me the question, but they heard it too.
Any other questions? We're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro, how many more?
We have one more presenter.
Okay.
And then I have a couple of brief remarks, but I'll be very short. Yeah, probably roughly 30 minutes for Mr. Durkin. Just want to be upfront of the time. I see the hour at this point, but thank you.
Good evening, members of commission, staff. My name is Mark Durkin. I am a statutorily aggrieved party. I live at 211 Brushy Ridge Road. That borders the subject property on the very northeast upper corner of the property. My property line abuts their property line as well. I look over the entirety of the development from the northeast corner of my property overlooking theirs. My elevation is approximately at 260 versus the right below me where they're going to be blasting and removing the materials. The elevation there will be approximately 210. So there's going to be approximately a 45 to 50 foot cliff that's going to be created off my property line on the subject property. I am an attorney. I've been a civil litigator for about 35 years. I'm not here in my capacity as an attorney. I'm here as an aggrieved citizen who has massive concerns over this property and the development. I would like to set up an easel here because I am a visual person. I'd like to go through some of the slides with you in large format, but let me address the commissioner's question first about the Army Corps of Engineers. That to me is the most critical, one of the most critical issues that faces this commission and inland wetlands. In February of 2022, the Army Corps of Engineers issued a cease and desist order to the applicant. The applicant's property contains wetlands. That wetlands drains underneath Hill Street and underneath the 123 and ends up in the 5 Mile River watershed. The 5 Mile River watershed is a protected watershed that the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as New Canaan Inlands Wetlands, has coexistent jurisdiction over that. In order for any work to be done in a wetland that acts as a feeder of water into the 5 Mile River watershed, they require a permit before any work can be done. The applicant commenced construction sometime in late 2021, never had an Army Corps of Engineer permit. His engineers and soil scientists in their preliminary reports going back to 2015, after he purchased the property, indicated that the property was in the 5 Mile River watershed. So his professionals knew that he needed an Army Corps of Engineer permit before he could touch any ground in the wetlands on Hill Street. He didn't get it. In March of 2022, the Army Corps of Engineers was unsatisfied and they issued a formal notice of violation, again with a cease and desist order. In that notice of violation, they found that the applicant had violated the terms and conditions of his permit to build the driveway because he failed to design and construct the driveway so as to minimize to the greatest extent possible damage to the wetlands. They told him he cannot do anything on that driveway at all until he gets an Army Corps of Engineer permit. To this date, he's not filed for the permit. The only thing that I understand he's done, and we've been filing Freedom of Information requests almost monthly with the Army Corps to find out what's been filed, is he's filed copies of some of the plans he's filed with Inlands Wetlands to now build a 93 unit development. So since July, the Army Corps of Engineers has sent the applicant letters and emails saying, this is what we want to know, okay? There was an engineer who said that he was putting non-pervious pavement materials in the wetlands and covering them up. We have photographs from the engineer, Mr. Trinkus, showing that those were impervious materials, not pervious materials. To date, the Army Corps of Engineers has asked him the applicant to address it, and to date, they have not addressed that issue. We also have them on tape taking and exporting materials from an illegal quarry operation in Monroe, Connecticut. And he would drive trucks down and dump the materials of unknown origin and unknown content in the wetlands in the driveway to act as a base. Interestingly enough, the applicant is under two cease and desist orders from the city of Monroe and was told not to export or import any more materials on the site until a full investigation was done. He ignored those cease and desist orders and brought down large trucks that we have on video coming out of the quarry in Monroe and dumping materials of unknown origin and content into these wetlands. So that is the basis of the Army Corps of Engineers. That is the current status of that. And to me, it is incredibly troubling how Inlands Wetlands can even go forward on a new application while the Army Corps of Engineers cease and desist order notice of violation is pending and has not been resolved. So In addition, the law says that if the Army Corps of Engineers imposes any single condition on an application or a permit that is different in any way from the conditions of the driveway permit that were issued by the Wetlands Commission in 2018, that the Inland Wetlands Commission's decision is in essence void, because they have to start all over again. Because there was a condition imposed by the Army Corps of Engineers that was not contemplated nor imposed by Inland Wetlands. So they have to start the 2018 permit process all over. So this is why I am so troubled and cannot believe how Inland Wetlands can go forward today without resolving the permit issue from the Army Corps of Engineer. I think this commission should also consider whether they should suspend or defer a decision pending the Army Corps of Engineers resolution of the notice of violation, cease and desist order, and the failure to obtain a permit. By the way, I was the one who reported it to the Army Corps of Engineers, and that's what resulted in the cease and desist order. We're talking about wetlands here. We're talking about impacts on the wetlands. We're talking about public trust and interest in damage to human beings or hazards to human beings and property. I want to play you a brief video of the wetlands that we're talking about to give the commission a better idea that this is a large, vibrant, active wetland system. This video was taken by me on December 18th of 2022, about a month ago. And I just would like the commission to see what we're talking about. Now, to give you an orientation, of what you're going to see.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Durgan, but just for the record, these are all of these items on the
These are
board.
the
There's-
large maps that you have in front of you.
Okay.
These things. Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the overall development, okay? This is not on the development's property. This is on Mr. Adrian Herrera's property. He owns the property right here, Bushy Ridge, okay? So this stream that comes off the wetlands here and off the wetlands behind Mr. Stein's property, Mr. Herrera's property, okay? The water sits back here and then starts to drains here, goes under Hill Street, through a pipe under 123 into the 5 Mile River watershed. Okay, so the video starts here, showing you running under Hill Street. I'm then going to track the intermittent water course that then is going to turn to the east. And then I will scan this area, which is on the applicant's property and on Mr. Stein and Mr. Pereira's property to show the extent of the wetlands. You will see running water down here. You will see water standing and pooling in between 8 to 10, 12 inches of water sitting there. It's an extensive wetlands. And when we had the site visit with this commission, the applicant didn't take you anywhere near the wetlands. This is what is worthy of protection. This is what is going to be damaged significantly. So you got the volume?
So it's just picked up from the room. So if it's not playing out loud, it won't get picked up from the room. And
But the mic control for a Zoomer coming in, somebody who's zooming, is that?
it should be from your laptop.
You just turn the volume up on your laptop. As you can see, I'm walking northern along the westerly property line. You can see the intermittent water course and the volume of water that is flowing through the culvert under Hill Street. It's a significant amount of water on the property. I am now turning and going back again north and northeast. You can see the water is still moving. We start to get into standing water on the western property line of the subject property. That is on their property looking over the western property line. There's additional standing water along the western side of the subject property line. And you'll see scanned out in the background or foreground, that's all wetlands there. It's standing water. Again, I'm looking further over into the westerly side of the subject property, and you can see the depth of the wetlands and the extent of them. They go all the way back as far as marked on this map here, all the way back to where the building's going to be within the setback or the regulated area. I've lived on Brushy Ridge Road for 27 years. The wildlife that feeds off this wetlands is significant in the area and on my property and running down over their property and coming up. We have families of deer every year, probably between 6 and 10 deer with new deer. We have wild turkeys, coyote, squirrels, groundhogs, field mice, red-tailed fox. In the last 6 years, I've had a mother red-tailed fox deliver 3 litters under my shed. And every night around 7 o'clock with the litter underneath the shed, she'd come out, go down running through my front yard, down into the applicant's wetlands, and would come back within 15 minutes to a half hour with a chipmunk, field mice, or something else in her mouth to feed her pups under my shed. There are possum, raccoons, frogs, toads, worms, rabbits, chipmunks, a large variety of birds, a family of massive red-tailed hawks, turtles. Believe it or not, I had a litter of turtles delivered in my small wetlands in my front yard. About 36 of them hatched and went running off into the wetlands and into the woods. Black snakes. So the animals that feed or supported by this wetlands are significant, and they're all over the subject property. Excuse me, I have to get my glasses. I apologize. I'd like to give you an idea of the massive scope of this development. And it is absolutely massive in relation to anything else that exists in the area. This you have as well as one of your maps.
Mr. Stein, do you have the ability to share these maps on Zoom as he's speaking that? So,
I have this one. I may not have all of them, but I have this one.
okay, so please just try to
Thank you.
keep it consistent so the ones can see as well.
So this is a map that was provided by the applicant without all of the colored markings. Those are my markings. Okay, here you can see the property line of the applicant's property. Okay, the red marks are hash marks. Those are mine. Those are wetlands. Okay, the wetlands come down through here. They go across to the east, and then they wrap up to the north. The black hashing is the regulated areas or the setbacks of the wetlands. And those again, they surround the development on 3 sides, east, west, and south. You then have the purple across the bottom, that's your conservation easement area. Okay. Just looking at this, you can see that the proposed development with all of the concrete and impervious surfaces that they're going to pour intrude into the regulated areas here in the northwest corner, central west corner to the south. It protrudes into the wetlands down here through the driveway, then protrudes into the regulated areas again all along the east coast or east side of the development. The net is they're trying to put 100 pounds of junk into a 2-pound bag. I have numbers across the top. The elevation changes here. There's gonna be a 19-foot cliff drop off from the edge of this green grass and the property line to where the concrete starts. As we move to the east, there's gonna be a 29-foot cliff right here created. They're removing all of the rock and ledge, 30,000 cubic yards. As we move further over, it gets to 43-foot cliff. And the highest cliff is over in this area on the eastern side. It's roughly 44 to 45-foot cliff. The net is this doesn't belong on this property. He got approved for 2 single-family residences. That's what he bought the property as. That's what he's applied for with a driveway as 2 single-family residents. That's the benefit of his bargain, and that's the reasonable alternative that's not going to cause damage to the wetlands. The applicant claims that the development only consumes 32% of coverage of the 4.75 acres. While that may be true, when we deduct the 1.5 acres of wetlands and approximately 3/4 acres from the conservation easement that does not fall within the wetlands, we then get a coverage of almost 60% of the usable land. And that's giving them the benefit of the doubt because the land to the east of this wetlands is unusable to him. So I'm being generous to him and saying that it's a 60% coverage. The reality is here is the intended scope may be larger than what's being represented to you. If you look at Exhibit 3, which is the application for zone change, the applicant on page 1 of the zoning regulations. Jeff, can you put Exhibit 3 up, please? First page, it shows that Mr. Karp has executed the application. Page 2, under C, use permitted by the site plan. The last line is asking for a total number of units of not more than 110. He's only applied so far to inland wetlands in this commission for 93, but I suspect that if he gets his approvals, he's going to be back on a modification to get 17 additional units, which is almost a 20% increase in the volume of what he wants to put on this property. If you go to page 2, you'll see his building height is 80 feet tall, 5 stories, with an accessory building of 20 feet tall. He also, in the bottom of page under minimum parking, he's using tandem parking spaces. I've never seen that in New Canaan anywhere. In addition, he has misrepresented the number of parking spaces that are going to be on this property. You look at this drawing was the applicant's. However, SE Minor did the overlay of the color to show the square footage of the building. If you look up in this corner, he's got the number of parking spaces. And he says tandem 27, total parking 142. Tandem parking has to be multiplied by 2. So it's 54. So the actual parking is 169 parking spaces on this property. And obviously, you can't see where they're going to get 169 parking spaces. No visitor parking is accommodated on this, no parking for trucks. The site's not workable. Let's talk about the scope of destruction to this land. That's critical. Okay. There are 30,000 cubic yards of rock and ledge are going to be blasted from the northern half of the property. Mr. Soley, the engineer for the applicant, said it's going to require 2,800 triaxles of a steel bedded dump trucks to get the material off. If you can go to the next exhibit, number 4, please. I've made the calculations of what that's going to result in. 30,000 cubic yards is approximately 1.4 tons per cubic yard. The literature will tell you that rock
will weigh between 1.3 and 1.6 tons per cubic yard. So I picked the 1.4 to be conservative. As a result, 30,000 cubic yards times 1.4 tons is equal to 42,000 tons. That equals 84 million pounds of rock that's going to be blasted. And with 2,800 trucks, that means they're going to be about 30,000 pounds of material per each truck. Each truck, though, the truck alone, without any load, weighs about 24,000 pounds a truck. So you have 2,800 trips at 24,000 when the trucks are coming in empty. That's 67,200,000 pounds just from the trucks on this driveway on the roads. You then have 2,800 trips at 54,000. That's an additional 151,200,000 pounds of material. When you add the two together for the total round trip of 5,600 trips, you end up with 218,400,000 pounds of material in trucks that are going to be transversing the driveway. That's nothing more than a gravel driveway with sand and gravel and supposedly pervious material sitting on soft, mushy wetlands. Why is this important to P&Z? The critical question comes, is the driveway safe to carry these loads? What you need to understand is that there's boulder retaining walls on both sides. They're just large rocks. Okay, they're not placed on poured structural footings to support the boulders. There's no structural rebar or poured concrete to hold the boulders in place. The driveway is porous and sublayers of gravel and sand set on top of soils, soft soils deep in the wetlands. These loads are likely to cause boulders to spread as the truck weight of 217 million pounds transverses the driveway and goes on near the edges. It's going to compress the driveway material now, and it's going to cause a lateral load that will cause the material to spread. As a result, the boulders are likely to move. And when they move, they're going to cause additional destruction in the wetlands because they're going beyond the permitted area of the driveway construction. It's going to destroy the travel portion of the driveway, requiring additional structural modifications to the driveway, therefore increasing again the area of disturbance in the driveway. There's a substantial likelihood that one or more trucks may tip over and spill its load right into the wetlands as a result of a collapse or a failure of the driveway while they're going over it with a 54,000 pound load and truck. Trucks and cars present significant hazards to the wetlands from releases of the following byproducts. You have diesel fuels, gasolines, brake fluid, hydraulic fluid, motor oils, transmission fluid, and heavy grease. The heavy grease is a real problem for road byproducts from trucks in particular. Trucks have high moving parts that get up into the hundreds and hundreds of temperatures Fahrenheit. And in order to help keep those moving parts lubricated, they take heavy commercial grease in what looks like a caulking gun, and they hook it up to a grease fitting or a nipple, they call it. And they start pumping heavy commercial grease into the chamber that's lubricating the moving parts. The only way you know the chamber is filled is when the nipple, when you squeeze and the grease starts coming out of the nipple and coming out of the seals around the chamber. That oil and grease is left on it. So as the trucks heat up, that grease tends to melt and fall to the ground. When you go in rain, it washes it off and drops it on the ground. So we have a situation where these trucks are going to drop their byproducts, including the grease, and the grease is going to end up in the wetlands and cause massive destruction to the wetlands. Now, Mr. Soley, who was an engineer for the applicant, talked about the blasting and crushing of rock. He claims it's going to take 2.5 to 5 months. He also said that there'll be 28 truckloads. They can fill 5 trucks an hour, and they can do 30 trucks a day. Well, at 30 trucks a day for 2.5 months, that results in 4.3 weeks per month. Times that, it gives you a time period of 10.75 weeks. If you multiply that by 5 working days for the 10.75, you get 53.75 total working days times 30 trucks. That's only 1,612 trucks total over the 2.5 months. So even under Mr. Solly's calculations, using his numbers, the actual time period is probably going to be just shy of 5 months of blasting and removal of material. The actual time is probably significantly more. And why do I say that? Because let's look at the phasing plan and see how they're going to accommodate all of the here's the construction phasing plan. Now, this is the area where all of the rock blasting is going to occur. Okay, this is the small temporary stockpile that they've accommodated for. Okay, this is where the rock crushing plant is going to be located. It may be adjusted when they get on site. They have the driveway, they have a small area over here for trucks to come in. Okay, now we know that the elevation from here is 262 to here, it's 242. That's 20-foot drop. You're not parking trucks up in here. Okay. We also know that from this point to this point, that's another 20-foot drop. So they're gonna have the trucks are gonna have to stay on this driveway. You have a rock crushing plant. You have the blasting equipment. You have the large backhoe that's going to have a the apparatus on the end that's going to crush the rocks that are blasted down to a sufficient size so they can load them into the hopper in the rock crushing plant. You're then going to have a front end loader that is going to be taking materials that come from the rock crushing plant to put them in the temporary stockpile area and then load them into the trucks. Now, to do 5 trucks an hour, you're going to have a convoy of trucks loaded, I mean, bumper to bumper on the site available to the front end loader. The reality is they're probably only going to be able to get 1 truck that's going to have to back up here because there's nowhere to turn a truck around, a triaxle truck on the property. So they're probably only going to be able to load 1 truck at a time. As a result, where are the other 5, 7, 10, 12 trucks? Okay. They can't be on Hill Street because they'll block the whole Hill Street. If you park a car on the side of Hill Street, that closes down the lane to 1 lane. So now they may have to line up on Urban Street and block all the driveways on Urban Street and then bring in 1 truck at a time. So I don't see how an estimate of 5 trucks an hour and 30 trucks a day are going to be accomplished, given the narrow confines of the area within they have to work. And given the fact that you got 20-foot drops, 2 of them on the property, they can't load triaxle dump trucks that weigh 24,000 pounds without a pound of material in them on terrain like that. They were approved for a 2-family single residence. Inland Wetlands said, okay, how much material would you have to take out if this were a 2 single-family residence? The applicant's engineer and one of the principals said about the same amount. Well, that's not true either. As you can see from this map, the footprint of the 93-unit development takes up 88,000 square feet. The footprint of the 2 single-family residence homes makes up, I'm sorry, 50,000 square feet. That's a 76% difference in the square footage of the footprints of the 2 single-family homes versus the 93 apartment unit, okay? Now, simple visualization will tell you, can't be the same amount. Why? First of all, this is a stockpile area, that's gonna go away after the homes are constructed. So as you can see, if we cut the line off from here, as you can see, all of this area on the 2 single-family residences is empty. There's no development up here, so there's no reason to take anything out from up here. There's no reason to take anything out coming east and the north. So all of this will be maintained. Not so at the 93 unit development. They come up within feet of the property line. So all of this has to be removed to accommodate this development. Okay, the elevations here are 212 here on the concrete, and when you get up to the top here, it's 230. Okay, so there's a 28-foot drop off. As we move closer to the west, I'm sorry, the east, your driveway here is at 210, and your elevation here is at 246. You got a 36-foot cliff here. Now, to be fair to the applicants, okay, the scale on this is 1 inch equals 20, so it's going to show larger. The scale on this is 1 inch equals 30. So to be fair to the applicants, I superimposed the footprint of the 94 unit at a scale of 1 inch equals 30 feet to match the scale of the footprint of the 2 single-family homes. The red hatching shows everywhere where for the 93 unit development, they have to blast and take material out. Okay, they don't have to do it for the home. Okay, the only place the home has a little bit more that has to be taken out is where they have the driveways that they have to construct going to the 2 single-family homes. It's like 3 feet more for the driveway. So just visually, their statement to wetlands that it's about the same is ridiculous. But it's more important that if you use the elevations on their drawing, okay? The house is at an elevation of about 216 right here. And guess what? This is, as the elevation comes through, they're building it on grade. They have to take nothing out. Nothing. Okay, when you come down to this house, there's 210 here. Well, guess what? 210 continues right through the development out the other side. They have to take nothing out of here. And they're trying to convince the Inland Wetlands Commission that it's about the same amount for whether it's a 2 single-family home that they got approved for, or whether it's the 94 unit apartment building. Let's talk about rock crushing. Commission asked, and the commission on the Zoom asked, well, what's the effect of the rock crushing? Well, the rock crushing is going to create a substantial risk of serious injury to the entire east side of New Canaan, as well as the area on Brushy Ridge, Urban Street, Hill Street, and the wetlands. And why is that? Well, let me show you a brief video of a rock crushing plant in operation, okay? Now, this crushing plant may be larger than what the applicant is going to have, but it has 4 critical parts to it. One is the hopper. That's where they load the rock in to be crushed. Next is the crusher. That's where the rock crushes. Then they have some type of a conveyor to move the rock from the crusher into the final apparatus, which is usually the screening, where they screen out the material and separate it. Can you play that? Can you turn your volume up, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn it on for just a second.
That's the moving.
It's not picking up.
You can see here, they're even wetting the rocks down before it goes into the crusher. And as you'll see later, as it comes out of the crusher, the water does absolutely no good to stop the dust. Look at the amount of dust. Look at the inches of white powder on the ground around the crushing machine. Look at the powder on the apparatus of the crushing and the conveyor belts as well. Look at that dust coming out of the conveyor belt after the rocks were crushed. That's the screening at the end of the process. Look at the dust coming off of that. And you see a truck in the background trying to control the dust on the ground, and they can't do it. Watch the amount of dust that comes off when they dump this load into the hopper at the very start of the process before the crusher. If you go to Exhibit 7, please. What are the effects of this on the environment? Well, Exhibit 7 is an article from Our Endangered World in January of 2022. They discuss the effects of silica dust and crystalline silica. Crystalline silica is formed, comes from quartz in rocks and natural rock cliffs. Connecticut, the kind of rock that we have and the granite that we have in our underneath our yards contains quartz. And what happens is when quartz is what they call harvested, meaning blasted, crushed, jackhammered, or grinded, it takes the quartz, breaks the quartz turns into crystalline silica, and crystalline silica is very harmful to the environment, very harmful to humans. In humans, well, let's start with the environment, okay? Silica causes respiratory tract problems in animals that are exposed to breathing the dust, ingesting plants with silica dusted all over it, or drinking water that has silica contaminated in it. Silica dust increases abrasion of leaves, which reduces photosynthesis, decreases seed production, impairs seedling growth, and increases plant disease and pest resistance. It decreases the microbial activity in soil, which can decrease water content in the microbials. It makes it difficult for the plants to absorb nutrients to be able to continue to grow. It significantly infects amphibians, toads, frogs, worms, other inhabitants of the wetlands by being inhaled, ingested, or absorbed over a period of time, causing weight loss, emaciation, abnormal gait, acute toxicity, cardiac arrest, and death. Harmful effects of silica are greater at the ground level because it settles on the plants, rocks, soils, and in the water. The harmful effects often are greater away from the blasting area because the airs carry it away from the blasting area and throughout the neighborhoods. Animal species on the grounds have higher levels of toxicity because of the settlement of the amount of dust on the grounds. It can affect aquatic organisms settling in the water resources. It contaminates soil, making it difficult for plants to grow, therefore affecting plant, shrub, grasses, and growth. Exhibit 6, and that's all in Exhibit 7, which you have those materials online. Exhibit 6 is an article from the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health. Breathing of dust for humans, when it contains silica. Silica results in permanent lung disease, is progressive, debilitating, and fatal, sometimes fatal. Symptoms of silica include coughing, fatigue, shortness of breath, and chest pain. There is no cure for silicosis, which is a disease caused by silica dust. Exposure to silica can lead to lung cancer, COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, kidney disease, autoimmune disease. I personally have just come off of 2 months of having a lung infection I am prone to getting bronchitis in the wintertime. So I am prone to disease from silica, and my house abuts this property, and I'm going to have to deal with it for 5 months or more, probably far more. Silica will be all over my house. It will be on my patio furniture. It will be on my bushes, my shrubs, my ground, my driveway, my grass. There is no way for them to control the release of silica dust into the air on the east side of New Canaan. You saw from the video of the rock crushing plant, they had water that they were trying to control. Water did nothing once it went through the rock crushing plant. There was a lot of discussion about water flows flowing over the north side of the property. Their engineer, Mr. Donays, first told Inland's Wetlands that, oh, the water's going to come down, and you know, the way the topography is, it's going to come down, it's going to magically split and go around the development site. Well, I live up there, okay? My driveway runs from east to west and parallels behind the property. On the right-hand side of my driveway, it's uphill and Brushy Ridge Road. All the water runs south across my driveway. When you get across my driveway to the south, it then continues downhill, but then turns and starts to drain eastward. The water off of my property, my neighbor's property, Gil Johnson, my other neighbor's property, Penny Mardoian, and Allison and Paul Schlip, we all border around the property. It runs smack to the northern edge of their property. So for them to suggest that it's somehow magically going to split in part around the development is ludicrous. So then Mr. Donays said, well, we're going to berm it. We're going to put a berm on the northern section of the property so that we can divert the water around. Well, that's interesting too. Because if you look at the development, particularly on the west side, they're right up against the property line. There's no place to put a berm. Okay, and the topography here on the northwest corner is lower than the topography in the center. There's about a 30 to 40 foot differential. So water is going to be not only coming from the north, but will flow in this direction. So when they berm it, what's going to happen is they're going to berm it past the property and around. Well, here they're going to berm it right onto Gavin Parker's property and Jeffrey Stein's property, and then down through Adrian Pereira's property. Now, the law doesn't allow them to do that. The law in Connecticut is clear, and it has been since 1932. A landowner, quote, may not use or improve his land in such a way as to increase the total volume of surface waters which flows from it to adjacent properties, or as to discharge it or any part of it upon such property in a manner different in volume or course from its natural flow to the substantial damage of the owner of the property. I advised Inland's Wetlands that they cannot issue a permit that allows the applicant to divert the surface waters on the north and dump it on the neighbor's properties, causing damage to the properties, because that is illegal conduct. There was conversations tonight about the de-icers that are used. The applicant, through its landscape architect, Mr. Kenny, suggested to Inland's Wetlands, they're going to use a product called calcium magnesium acetate. And he cited 2 articles from the Carey Institute. Well, I pulled the 2 articles from the Carey Institute, exhibit number 8 and 9. And they were not articles that studied the effects of calcium magnesium acetate. Rather, both were articles that studied the prevalence of rock salt and the effects of rock salt on the environment. And they then discussed best management practices, how to reduce the harmful effects of rock salt. And in their article, they, as an aside at the very end, said, well, there's other alternatives, and they listed 8 alternatives. Didn't do a scientific analysis of any of them, but calcium magnesium acetate was one of them. And if you look at the chart that's in the documents, you'll see calcium magnesium acetate. This is the 2010 article. Calcium magnesium acetate, it cost roughly $19.30 versus $1 for rock salt. So if you get a 20-pound bag, you get a $20 bag of rock salt, you get calcium magnesium acetate, that's going to cost you $386 for the same amount. In addition, the calcium magnesium acetate has an indirect effect on aquatic toxicity and decreases aquatic oxygen. You heard the environmental expert tell you that decreasing the oxygen causes hypoxia, thank you, which reduces oxygen in water and cause damages to the wetlands plantings and wetlands animals. So contrary to the applicant's suggestions, calcium magnesium acetate does not, under any circumstances, stand for the proposition, or those articles stand that it has no effects on waterways and wetlands. There is an article that I found that studies the effects of magnesium acetate deicer on small ponds in interior Alaska. And that was published by the Lake and Reservoir Management Society. And in essence, what it finds is that calcium magnesium acetate dissolves oxygen in waters and will cause oxygen depletion in lakes in concentrations of only 60 milligram per liter in standing waters. The oxygen depletion may be severe enough to be lethal to fish. Also, CMA, which is calcium magnesium acetate, is made by reacting acetate acid with limestone. And in the final product, it could cause, it could contain the calcium management acetate, depending upon the impurities and what it's mixed with, will cause harmful metals or plant nutrients. And lake managers are warned that these new deicers like calcium and magnesium acetate for use in lake catchments may produce new problems such as oxygen depletion, metal toxicity, and other problems. So they have not in their papers shown you how they're going to control the salting of the road into the development. Their landscape architect came up with a plan that allegedly shows where they're going to dump snow. And the reality is that that plan is not workable either. Slightly different orientation. His landscape architect claims that where they're going to dump the snow is right here. So they're going to take 10 parking spaces and dump snow there, and then they're going to take 3 back here. Well, it's interesting because these are the tandem parking spaces, bumper to bumper, 2 parking space. So I assume they're going to, before snow, go to all these homeowners and say, go put your cars out on the street because we need that for dumping piles of snow. And I guess they're going to do the same here. Obviously, if they don't get these spaces cleared, they're not piling the snow here. They're not piling it here. You know where they're going to pile it? They're going to dump it in the wetlands. Why? Because plow guys make money by getting in and getting out. Okay, path of least resistance. They don't want to have to deal with piling it up very neatly in a little corner or a couple of parking spaces. So here you can see they have access with a front end loader, just dump it right over this area into the wetlands. Same here. They're going to back their trucks up here behind the building and they're going to start pushing snow. Did you ever see them try to go around the 90-degree bend and they turn into the 90-degree to the right, all the snow goes off to the left. So guess what? They're gonna push it right over into the wetlands right here. They're gonna push it from here right into the wetlands here. And going down the driveway or coming in, guess where it's all gonna end up? In the wetland. Can't avoid it. Can't avoid it.
Mr. Durkin,
Yes,
are you close?
yes, I'd say 5 to 7 minutes if that's possible.
Okay.
I apologize to you. There's an awful lot to cover.
We have one more application after you, so.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry.
We also still have our
Reviewers.
our.
And we have our peer reviewers.
The applicant claims they're gonna control the dangerous runoff from all of the pollutants and byproducts of cars and trucks with a regenerative street sweeper. And in essence, what that is, it's glorified vacuum. Okay, it doesn't have any water, no chemicals. You ever try to vacuum oil off your garage floor? It's not happening. And the manufacturer's brochure, exhibit 13, says it's only intended to remove 3 things: rash, dirt, and fines. Well, fines is just a very same thing as dirt, but with only a finer grit to it. Blasting. Commissioner on the Zoom had an excellent question about the blasting. Well, their engineer says that the blasting is going to go on for 2.5 to 5 months. Well, we know the 2.5 is wrong, but he also says that the blasting will affect homes within 750 feet of the blasting areas. Okay, now I went on this, look for the GIS maps on the New Canaan Assessor's website to see how many properties that would entail. The GS only goes up to 500 feet. At 500 feet from 17 Hill Street and 23 Hill Street, which are the 2 properties that are combined, there are 142 homes listed. Now, in fairness, there is clearly some overlap between the 2. So if you subtract the overlap, you're about 100 to 110 homes that are within the danger area of the blasting going on Hill Street. My house is one of them. The applicant's answer is, oh, don't worry, it's a highly regulated activity. They have to be licensed to get permits. It's all going to be fine. Well, I find no comfort in the representations from Mr. Karp's professional or himself, particularly given the record that I've gone through here so far today. Traffic safety is the last issue I will address for the commission. I've been living there for 27 years. I go down Brushy Ridge every single day. At times when the light is red, I make a left and I cut through Hill Street to go over to Urban Street to go on to Route 123. In the mornings when I pass, there are groups of school children, their moms and moms with strollers and baby strollers at the entrance, at the end of Hill Street on Brushy Ridge, waiting for the buses. I spoke to the head of buses for the New Canaan Public Schools. Buses are absolutely prohibited from going on Hill Street and Urban Street. No secret as to why. There's no sidewalks on Hill Street. There's a small 30-foot section approximately in front of house number 40. There's no street lights. The school children, what will the school children, what will the parents of the school children do when they're having 30 triaxle dump trucks filled with 54,000 pounds of materials going back and forth 30 a day, assuming that they can make 30 a day. Post-construction. Again, there's still no sidewalks on Hill Street. There's no sidewalks in the driveway coming from the applicant's property. What's going to happen to the children in the applicant's property after they take occupancy? Well, there's no way the parents are going to let them walk down the driveway in the middle of the driveway, then walk up Hill Street. So what's going to happen is those parents are going to get in the car in the morning and they're going to drive them down. And even if you assume that's only 25% of the 93 units have school-aged children, that's going to result in 46 more trips per day, which will increase the numbers from the traffic engineer that you heard that are beyond acceptable limits. No parking zone. One of the experts for the town has suggested that a no parking zone be considered for Hill Street if the application got approved, and that was Andrew Kingsbury. It's impossible for a number of residents to have a no parking zone. Houses numbers 40 and 11 have no driveways and they have no garages. They park in front of their houses out of necessity. So there's no reason why you should have to have them move their cars somewhere on Urban Street or somewhere else just to accommodate this development. Many of the houses have multiple drivers in the family and they have multiple cars that don't fit in the driveway or the garages. They park on the street. There is an individual that has 2 trucks that can't fit in his garage and he's got no driveway. He parks on the street. So to suggest that there should be a no parking zone for the convenience of the applicant, I find to be ludicrous, totally unfair and unnecessary. My personal experiences with Hill Street and Urban Street, as I said, I do cut through and have done so for 27 years. When I turn onto the street, it's treacherous. There's cars parking on both sides. I have a pickup truck and as a result, I have to be careful. Mine is slightly wider than a normal car. But whenever there's a truck or a car that's pulling out into the street, I have to stop and let them go because there's not room for 2 cars to pass on that street at the same time. As you proceed east from Brushy Ridge Road going west onto Hill Street, west going east toward the subject site, on the right, just before you get to the 90-degree turn, there is large bushes that are overgrown 2 to 3 feet out into Hill Street. You can't see through those. So that hairpin turn of a 90-degree turn right where the entrance to the applicant's site is totally blind. I have to virtually stop my car and inch up to make sure that there's not another car coming around from the other direction. And what makes it even more dangerous is on the other side of the 90-degree bend. So if you come from 123, you make a right onto Hill Street, you come up over the hill and you start going down and the driveway entrance to the subject property is right in front of you. The house on your right is one of the houses, it's number 11, that does not have a driveway, does not have a garage. So the woman parks her car directly in front of her house. So as a result, when you're coming down that hill, you have to go around her car every day. Now you're in the middle of the road and on the oncoming lane, and you're going into a blind hairpin turn. It is absolutely treacherous. And once you start to go around that hairpin turn, just past the driveway and the applicant, there is another car that's parked there all the time because they don't have room to put it in the driveway. So now you have to go around that, and now you got oncoming traffic again. The roads cannot handle the traffic from this development. Hill Street is treacherous. It is narrow. It has blind 90-degree bends, and simply it cannot handle this development. In addition, I will not exit Hill Street on 123. I go left onto Urban and go down to the end of Urban. The reason being, the Hill Street exit onto Route 123 is dangerous. To the left, you got growth coming out. You got a hill and a turn that you can't see the cars coming. The sight lines are horrific. To the right of traffic coming west to east, there's vegetation that's growing, and the angle that you hit 123, it's a very difficult to turn over your shoulder to see the oncoming cars. Traffic on 123 travels between 40 and 65 miles an hour. I know, I've been there for 27 years. I've been on that road. And in the morning in the winter, the sun that's coming up over the homes directly in front of you where you come off of Hill Street onto 123 is directly in your eyes, and you can't see any of the oncoming traffic because of the glare from the sun right in your eyes as the sun's rising. So the thing, one of the things I fear most is the future. Okay, who's going to be around to enforce all of these promises by the applicant? Okay, who's going to watch the applicant to make sure that they are not using rock salt, that they're not, that their system is being, their water detention system is being cleaned and maintained? Who's going to watch as to whether their waters are overflowing their system and flooding all of Urban Street and all of Hill Street? That's a problem. And one thing is, you have to understand the history of destruction that's gone on so far in the wetlands. Okay, in 2014, when the McLean's applied for a 12-foot driveway, they told Inland Wetlands it was only going to be 930 square feet of destruction. Well, when the applicant came in 2015, 16, and 17, they represented to Inland Wetlands, it's only going to be 720. We're going to do it better than them. Well, in 18, when it finally came time for them to build their driveway and apply for the permit, all of a sudden their same experts had to fess up, well, it's going to be 2,036 square feet of destruction in the wetlands. That's 220% greater than what they had represented before. But that's not the end of it. In 2019, they came to Inland Wetlands and represented they have to take out another 10,000 square feet of wetlands. They came to you people 2 months earlier than that. And in the application to you, they said they had to take out 15,095 square feet of additional wetlands because of unforeseen consequences they encountered. So they told Inland Wetlands it was 10,000, but simultaneously they fessed up to you and told you it was 15,095 square feet. Okay, but that's not the end of it. Okay, in 2021, they went back to Inland Wetlands and they said, we've encountered unforeseen materials that are inappropriate, and therefore we would like to dig 4 to 5 feet deeper into the wetlands. They didn't tell them where, they didn't give them a plan, and they didn't tell them how many square feet. So if you use the approximate length of about 240 lineal feet, you get another 1,200 square feet of destruction of the wetlands. So it started out from the applicant at 720, and it ended up being 18,331 square feet of destruction into these wetlands. Okay, let's not have that same issue here. Deny the permit request. Don't let them take out 30,000 cubic yards, which is 217 million pounds of materials, exposing a granite face that has water pouring over the top, water pouring through it. None of their plans are sufficient. All of the engineers, the town engineers for Inland Wetlands have all agreed that the application is totally deficient in that it doesn't provide enough information for them, the engineers, the professionals, to determine whether or not this plan is going to adversely impact the wetlands. I appreciate your time very much. I'm sorry I went a little bit longer, but there's an awful lot of material to cover. I thank you all for your service and for everything you guys do.
Thank you, Mr. Durkin. Closing remarks.
I'll be very, very brief and appreciate the indulgence of the commission. We do know that was long, but we do think it is important. I just really want to close with a couple of remarks for you all to keep in mind as you consider this application now and going forward. Mr. Durkin just kind of touched upon the deficiencies. You heard our experts touch on the deficiencies when the applicant was here before the commission back in December. Many of you identified deficiencies in the application. The zoning regulations allow you to deny an application for lack of completeness. This application was woefully incomplete. It still is woefully incomplete at this point in time. You cannot make the assessment when we state that. They cannot make a statement that there's going to be no negative impacts here with the information they provided to this commission. What we do know is from what they have provided, there are significant negative impacts to traffic safety, pedestrian safety, fire safety, and the environmental concerns. It is that simple. Just one brief remark on the Army Corps of Engineers. Again, from our standpoint, that issue as well as wetlands are issues that are, until those are satisfied, this application cannot be complete. because there's no ability for those determinations to be made by this commission without determination by both inland wetlands as well as the Army Corps of Engineers. Again, the regulations specifically allow this commission to deny an application for completeness, for lack of completeness. Given all the deficiencies you've heard about, we think that is a grounds for, and we know that's a grounds for the denial of the application, as well as all of the issues we've identified today. Again, I'm sure the applicant's going to come back with more information for consideration. We obviously will want to respond to that as well. The last point is one of credibility. And I do want the commission to keep this in mind as well. When the applicant was before you last month, a number of the commissioners raised concerns about lack of transparency with the application, the renderings being not exactly candid in terms of what they're displaying, particularly with regard to the elevation of the development over the lines. That all goes to credibility of who you're going to believe with respect to the presentations being made. And again, I thank the commission for their time, and we look forward to working with you further.
Thank you.
Yep. The last point that Ms. Durkin just reminded me of, when it comes to a vote, there was a petition submitted by the residents requiring a 2/3 vote here for an approval, given with the petition that we have submitted to the town. So just wanted to remind that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I have a small question. Small question. The Army Corps of Engineer, you say that this can't proceed without their approval, but is it, what if that is in conflict with the state? What if we say, what if we agree with you and we say, well, we can't proceed until that open issue is resolved? They're going to say, no, you have to proceed. You have to have a ruling. I mean, we have a timeline.
Correct. And my point on that issue is the application, if that's information you want as a commission, the application is not complete. And if that application is not complete, that warrants the denial. And if they don't have an Army Corps of Engineers approval, resolution to this issue going forward, that's grounds for a denial as far as we're concerned.
I'm just wondering if it's grounds for denial as far as the state and everyone else is concerned, but we'll get an opinion on that. I have other questions, but it's too late, so I'll ask them next time.
We'll be here for all your questions.
One more, one line question. Who owns the conservation easement identified in purple on all these charts? Was that created as a condition of the last approval? And and usually somebody holds a conservation easement, somebody, so I'd like to understand more about how it came to be, who holds it, and what were the conditions. We don't have to answer that tonight at 11, but I want to understand more about the conservation easement.
Sure. And in the interest of time, I'm happy to address it now, or we can just, give a supplemental submission addressing the confirmation easement in detail for you.
It's a simple answer. I would prefer to have it right now.
Yeah. I mean, the simple answer is the conservation easement, as I understand, was created, dating back to when this project was, I shouldn't say this project, but when these developments began back in, I believe it was 2014. Yeah.
2014 as a condition to the McLean family permit granting. They conditioned the granting of the 12-foot driveway permit for the McLeans to grant a conservation easement. I believe the easement is granted in favor of the McLean family, if I'm not mistaken.
But it does not go away if you don't proceed with the other things that.
No, it's in perpetuity.
It's in perpetuity.
It's forever.
Correct.
I just have to answer. I'm familiar with easements, conservation, agriculture, and otherwise. They tend to be held by someone, often a charity or municipality, that is perpetually bound to enforce the easement. They have to visit the site, be sure the owner of the property is doing the things that are agreed to. And so some legal entity holds, the natural person or corporate person owns or holds the easement, owns it.
Get a copy of it.
It seems Attorney Smith has a comment.
For the record, Chris Smith, on behalf of the owner applicant, it's my understanding, and it is, the easement is in favor of the town.
Yes.
It was a condition of approval, and we can get you all that information. We were planning on doing that, but it's also subject to any approvals that come from the Planning and Zoning Commission or the Wetlands Commission.
But it is a favor of the town.
Town holds the easement.
That's why the first selectman was given notice.
Okay, thanks. I'll hold the rest.
Thank you.
Well, we will be back. Thank you.
So we have a couple of peer reviewers on our side, Mr. Kingsbury and Mr. Beltramitis, I believe, as well as our fire marshal and fire chief.
And our town engineer.
And Maria.
Sorry,
And our town engineer.
and Maria.
Yeah, just I have commitments to get to the city in the morning. I just want to understand what's our time commitment. When will we continue to our next special meetings? I guess my question.
This one will most likely continue into the February meeting, February 28th
No, but when this evening will we be adjourned?
tonight.
Is there a hard time stop?
We don't have a hard time stop at this point, but given the number of consultants that we need peer reviews, I would say we're at least another 30 to 45 minutes away.
Longer.
And then we have 57 South Ave.
And then we have a review on, so we'll go till 1 AM or 2 AM, or what's the plan?
I don't know, can we push South Avenue or?
So we do have time to continue the public hearing, but it's also to consult with the applicant as well. About how to proceed.
The applicants are here for South Avenue.
Maybe
Sorry to ask at this late hour, but what was the plan for presentation tonight?
Amy Zabatakis, Rucci Law Group on behalf of St. Aloysius Church. We were planning on giving you a overview of our application and so that we could get feedback from the commission as far as what you would like to hear. We had already understood that we would not be closing the hearing this evening. But I do have all of our experts have been sitting here all night. We would, I understand the time though. I'm not, but we have been here.
How long is your presentation?
I mean, we can probably, we can get everything done and I'm not gonna say, I'm not gonna say 30 minutes, but what we were planning on doing tonight, definitely less than an hour.
There's also Old Rock, Mr. Chairman.
There's what?
That does not have to be voted on
We can vote,
tonight.
we can push that. We don't have to vote on it now, but
We already heard
there's
that
still an
application.
open.
For what?
Old Rock.
That was the
Right.
Old Rock.
that was the
Yes, we can push that.
ADU.
Yeah.
We can push that to another meeting.
I think, sorry if I can interrupt, I apologize. You know, I think also part of the question is, are you going to have a special meeting on the 15th? Because we certainly, we are unfortunately, my client is under some time constraints as far as when they need to get, you know, they're hoping to get an approval and in order to be able to start on their project. And if we're gonna have to wait a whole month, that's why we've been here, sitting here all night.
I apologize about the time constraints, but it's something we've been talking internally as well about that. We can only do so much in terms of hearing certain applications within certain guidelines and times. So when an applicant has time constraints that are not mandated to us by the state, for example, all I could tell you is you should have applied earlier.
I understand. I guess I'm just asking, are you considering having a special meeting and before the 28th?
We were, and the agenda for that meeting is still to be determined, but it was most likely going to be centered around the 830G applications. All of which have a ticking clock at this point.
Then under those circumstances, I think we would prefer to be able to open and present our application. We will go as quickly as we can this evening. Thank you.
So we've got at least an hour or so ahead of us, if not more.
1 AM.
Let's get going then.
Mr. Chairman.
Shoulders
For
to the wheel.
I'm sorry, miss, for the record, we can be available on the 15th as well. Sounded like you might be taking up that Wheat Street application.
Mhm.
But I just checked with potential team members for being able to start a response. We again be available on the 15th.
Okay.
If the commission so chooses to have us on the agenda.
Yeah, we'll talk about that internally and determine what the agenda is going to be.
I think
Okay, I just respectfully suggest that if it's going to be continued, this hearing,
Mhm.
that it should be announced and then what the date is and the time, that's all, like tonight. From a procedural standpoint, from one
That's
of
fine.
those legal technicalities that I didn't come up with, somebody else did. Like,
No,
We won't
understood.
be able to announce an exact date tonight because we don't have a confirmation of if a room is available for us to actually hold the meeting, so we unfortunately can't confirm that tonight.
Right. Pete, what are our constraints there in terms of actually determining what the agendas are going to be for the next special meeting and the subsequent February meeting?
Specific date to continue a hearing to, then you, in effect, it's been noticed, but if you don't have a date, it has to be noticed legally then. So the 15, and it has to be noticed like a new public hearing, because there's no date on it. Which is 15 days, 10 days, there's gotta be 2 published notices.
But Mr. Gelderman, if we just say tonight for the sake of simplicity at 11:15 that the Hill Street application will be continued till February 28th at our regular meeting, and then we do decide to take it up on February 15th, is that a problem?
It's not a problem if you notice.
Okay.
Special meetings only need 24-hour notice, correct?
They do, but this is a public hearing, so
Okay.
you're right, to hold just a special meeting 24 hours.
I
But
see.
if we're going to continue a public hearing to an uncertain date, people need to have the same notice they would have at the beginning of it to be able to be there.
And I think an option would be to announce that it's going to be entertained on the 15th. And then if it turns out it's not, you would just announce on the 15th that no, we're not going to go forward on that this evening. We'll be going forward with it on the 28th. I think that would
could do that.
protect the commission and everybody in the process.
Well, let's do that. That's fine.
And then you would have your discretion ability to do that. Make
Agreed.
that change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kingsbury.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Town of Canaan staff, public. I'm Andrew Kingsbury. I'm the New Canaan's operational and fire safety peer reviewer for this project. A little bit on my background and out of respect of time, I will kind of keep everything brief and if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, I'll just hit the highlights.
Yep.
I am the former fire chief and emergency management director for the town of Westport. I served a little over 30 years there. Upon my retirement, I became the fire chief for the Nichols Fire District in the town of Trumbull, which I served in that position until 2021. Currently, I serve as a deputy director of emergency management for the town of Trumbull. I've done that for the last 3 years. I am chief's chair of the Fairfield County Hazmat Team. I sit on the Department of Emergency Management, Homeland Security, Regional Emergency Planning Team for Region 1, and that's that area here, runs from Stratford, one town in to the New York state line. And I tell you that, and I tell you this again, because I serve on that, and I serve as the chair for Emergency Service Function 7, Resource Management and Logistics. Why is that important? Because that's my charge on that team is to know where resources are and know logistics in this area specifically. I'm also an adjunct instructor for the Connecticut Fire Academy, and I serve as a lead instructor for the building construction program. Also teach the fire officer and instructor programs for them. So as requested, I've done a fire department operational safety peer review for this project located at 1723 Hill Street. Reviewed all the pertinent documents on this. And always like to make a note that and the fire marshal is here. Code compliance can be addressed directly with the fire marshal if you have those questions. We've heard the project description, so I'll just breeze over this. It is 93 units in a single building. And it's important to remember it's a single building. 4 or 5 floors of residential units over ground level parking. And that's due to the grade of the project, which we discussed tonight. And it also gives us building heights that, as I measured and so on the plans, was anywhere from 66 feet to 80 feet. So access to this project. It's 2 interior lots that frontage on the north side of Hill Street. A fire department response from across the street would basically be down Locust Avenue, Bush, and I must apologize. I thought it was Bushy Ridge. And tonight I realize it's Brushy Ridge, so a little air out of there. Right on Bushy Ridge, Hill Street, and then they would approach the site. And it's just about a half a mile away from here as far as I can measure. Normal response time would be very good. It'd probably be in the area of 2 minutes or maybe even a little bit less. For a structure fire, if there was a report of a structure fire there, Chief Bassett proactively has put in their run cards to dispatch some other towns. And I know that because when New Canaan came on board with town of Westport to be the fire dispatch center for New Canaan, I was the fire chief in Westport that facilitated that, worked with Chief Hennessy, worked on a box alarm system. And I got to say that New Canaan has been very proactive with that. So Chief Bassett, since Chief Hennessy left, has added Wilton and Westport just on the report of a structure fire. So they're going to be kind of dispatched immediately with that call. Of course, response times would vary. They would vary on time of day, congestion, as you can imagine. If a second alarm was called, that would bring responses from Norwalk, Stanford, Vista, New York. And a third alarm would bring in Norotan Heights, Darien, Pound Ridge, New York, and more additional apparatus from Norwalk fire departments. Access to the site is through a single curved, I don't know how to describe it, as a reverse S-curve driveway on that north side of Hill Street. It's indicated to be 20 feet wide, and it runs for approximately 275 feet before it splits. And we've heard a discussion on this, how it goes to the north and the east around the complex before it dead ends. And that's to the north, it's about 380 feet. And if you run to the east, the bottom side and up around the corner, it's about 350 feet that do dead end. Grade and slope, and what I'm referring to here is apparatus pulling in or pulling out of the site. They are not going to bottom out, so I don't have any concern with that. But the grade does increase as it goes across the wetlands area there. When I look at the truck turning figures, they are problematic. And when we look at particularly the aerial ladders, they have to utilize, and this has been spoken about earlier tonight, and it's in my full report. They have to utilize both lanes of traffic and that full 20 feet of width to negotiate in and around the complex. So figure 4 in my report shows how the fire apparatus would have to drive into oncoming traffic. I highlighted in the report in several locations. They would also have to go across stop bars at the entrance, stop bars if they were going to go to the right or to the east of the building. There's a stop bar there at the corner. And also it would be challenging for them to negotiate, as you can see with the turning figures, around the different parking areas, the islands, and the lobby area, which is problematic. There are no sidewalks. So pedestrians and cyclists, they're really going to have nowhere to take refuge to. So that again will be another challenge for fire apparatus as they're responding in. We tend to see that in these type buildings where they're rental apartments and the fire alarm goes off or there's a fire in the structure, the residents tend to leave. They tend to want to, I better get out of here kind of attitude. So the fire trucks tend to be facing head on into this oncoming traffic. So as you can imagine, that's very problematic. I would suggest, and it's in my report, that all the curbs be of a mountable, sometimes referred to as a Cape Cod style curbing, so that the fire apparatus and emergency vehicles can go up and over those curbs and those islands. Climatic conditions, snow, ice shelves, right? If we have a hard winter, they can be challenging. They could pile up, on the sides of the roadways. A little concerned, I didn't see any guardrails. I may have missed it, but I didn't see any guardrails along that first part of the access road as it goes through the wetlands area. So I don't know what happens there. I don't know if there's going to be guardrails installed, if that's going to tighten up that 20-foot width there. What happens to the snow when you plow that? Does it end up against the guardrails? again, shrinking down that access road. Both fire department both access roads after the split do dead end. There is no full circulation, and they exceed 150 feet in length. So there is shown some K-turns there. And if you look on some of the figures and you look at truck turning sheets, TT-1, 2, 3, and 4 provided by Solely Engineering, you see that they have to do this multi-point K-turn. And if I counted it right, I think one of them had 7, maybe it could have even been 9 turns to turn around. That's not an acceptable way to turn around these larger vehicles. They have to provide an acceptable and safe way to turn around the fire apparatus and even bigger delivery vehicles. On-street parking, congestion, you've heard a lot about that tonight. I included a Google view every time I've driven down there. There has been cars parked along that Hill Street. What's important and what I did make notation that there should be designated no parking zone on that Hill Street is because if you look at the truck turning figures along Hill Street as the apparatus turn into the entranceway, they are right up against that asphalt curb just to make the turn into there. So take a look at that. The single fire department access road, if there's any impairment, whether that's due to vehicle congestion, which I spoke about, climatic conditions. I know we did the site visit, when we walked through that wetlands area. There were several large trees that were downed in that area. So there's potential for that access road to be blocked, whether it's not only for vehicle congestion, if we have a vehicle get stuck on there due to weather, but also weather events. We have a severe weather event go through this area. We all know what happens with trees, limbs, and debris. Very good possibility that road could get blocked. So there really needs to be a secondary access road built into there, a secondary means to get in there, and also to get out of the project also for emergency vehicles, whether it's an ambulance transporting somebody or whatnot. As far as access for firefighting operations, although the lot is sloped, the grading around the perimeter appears to be acceptable for what I refer to, or we refer to as manual firefighting operations, raising ladders, stretching hoses. And the landscaping features do not appear to interfere with any of that firefighting operations. A snow removal plan should be designated though. We want to make sure that snow is not piled up around the perimeter of the building. It's not blocking access, not blocking exits. Loading zones, there is no loading zone designated from what I saw on the plans. So those parcel delivery vehicles, the Amazons, the FedEx, food delivery services, Grubhub, the Ubers, even moving vans, refuse removal, maintenance workers, they have the potential to block access. So strongly recommend that loading zones be designated and no parking zones be designated. There is some islands. There is an island. If you look on the plans, there's several islands, but directly across from the lobby where that K turn is proposed to turn around the fire trucks. There's a fairly long island there. I would suggest that island could be reconfigured, whether it either be removed or it be sunken down. I've seen some nice jobs done where it's sunken down with pavers to still have the look of an island there to direct traffic around it, but it wouldn't interfere with fire apparatus right in front of that lobby, because that lobby is critical, and that's going to be really most of the time where that first piece of fire apparatus is going to go. It's going to want to get in front of that lobby, talk to the residents to see what's going on at a fire call there. Building type and construction, it is in the plans, and you heard that described at the previous meeting. So they are in the plans. It's showing a type 2B with a type 5A, which is essentially it's going to be a wood frame building above the parking area there. My suggestion would be that we increase that fire resistivity. So type 1 is what I would suggest, basically like a concrete type pedestal building. But again, you heard Mr. Versteeg say it'll be built to code. Fire protection systems, it'll be fully sprinklered. just want to make sure that it's a full NFPA system, that it's all spaces are protected by fire sprinklers. So in other words, we don't have attic spaces, we don't have void spaces that aren't sprinklered. There are some concerns. You heard him speak how sprinklers put out 90%, whatever the numbers were of the fires with 1 or 2 or 3 sprinkler heads. But there's a new concern. There's a problem that's emerging. We are just in the fire service now trying to address it, and that's lithium ion batteries and fires from lithium ion batteries. And those are what are powering electric cars. But what we're seeing in some of the, some of the urbanized areas, these type of apartments, is people that have things like e-bikes. What do you do with that e-bike? So you bring it into the apartment. Where are you going to put it? Well, a lot of people are putting them by the front door, and then they have fires in these e-bikes. And sprinklers aren't going to put them down. They're not going to put that fire out. So we do worry about folks getting trapped in apartments. It's happened. There's actually been some video footage that got some notoriety in the news from New York City, where the firefighters had to rappel down on ropes and take people out windows. So scooters, mobility devices, we have a lot of wheelchairs. Again, these e-bikes, these are an issue. So just a concern. As far as yard hydrants, fire department connections, key boxes, I just encourage the developer to work with the New Canaan Fire Marshal's office, the fire chief, for the location and number of these. So Chief Bassett may have an idea where he wants these hydrants operationally. So if they could work with them. Stairwells, there are 3 stairwells, either ends, and then 1 placed in the lobby. I was glad to see that the way that they exit, or at least from what I saw in the drawings, it's not exiting, and there's no exits into the underground or the parking, because that could be an issue. They exit to the public way, but sometimes you'll see they'll go down and have a half story with a door into a parking area. Okay, for access, you could see for ease of the occupants. But if those doorways get propped open when we have a car fire in there, that can become an issue. So I think the stairwells are appropriately spaced. And lastly, I'll talk about the fire department operational capabilities. And you've heard a lot back and forth on this and the previous applicant. And New Canaan does have 6 firefighters on duty. They have volunteers, and they're supplemented by clawback fires for significant incidents. And I said in my report that New Canaan Fire Department would be challenged to mount both a fire attack and rescue or evacuation of occupants simultaneously. So it's important to know that when we talk about firefighting, it's not something that's done in series, right? It's done in parallel. So things happen simultaneously. So those 6 firefighters you have to think about all the operations that they have to do. So how do we do that? You heard about NFPA 1710, in the ISO, as it was referred to, insurance service offices, the Center for Public Safety Excellence. I firmly believe that a blend of all those agencies and all those consensus standards to come up with what works for New Canaan. And I know your fire chief's really on the forefront of this. He's a very bright leader to determine what needs to be done. But how do we do that? We look at the tasks that need to be accomplished, right? So what are some of the tasks? We have to have a pump operator. We have to have someone at the fire hydrant. Okay, we need people to stretch hose lines. So 2 hose lines on the fire floor. Well, in these big buildings, that would require 3 per hose line. That's 6 people right there. We talk about the incident commanders. Someone's going to have to raise the ladders, on and on and on. So that's how you determine what the levels of staffing is. So 1710 is a guideline. It's a pretty good guideline. And if you look at the Center for Public Safety Excellence, they come up with almost the same exact numbers. And when I do the numbers in my head, we start adding up the number of firefighters that are needed, that 20-something number, it matches the tasks that need to be done. So it's not unusual. I can remember being a brand new fire chief and having a fire downtown in a congregational church, and I had 100 firefighters working for me that night with 7 different towns in there. And I can say that every house fire, any significant house fire I was at, you heard them talk in the reports, and you heard it spoken about 16 firefighters
that's at least, we need 16 firefighters, right, to fight a fire in a residence. Again, Chief Bassett with his box alarm system, he's getting 6 people immediately. He's immediately calling for 4 firefighters from Wilton, 4 firefighters from Westport, call back firefighters. So if you start adding that up, it does meet 16. And there's a lot of towns that meet NFPA 1710. I took deference to the remark on the earlier applicant speaking about how that's never achieved. Okay, and it's the gold standard. A lot of towns achieve that a lot of the time. Those numbers weren't just thrown out there. So I just want to make comment on that because I know it is going to come up and I don't want to be long-winded on that. So I think I'll stop there. And if you have any questions for me, glad to answer.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Kingsbury?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chief Bassett, do you have anything to add?
I don't have anything to add. Any questions?
Mission? Nothing for the chief or for the fire marshal? Guess we don't. Mr. Baltramitis? Is he on Zoom? There he is.
I am on Zoom. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For your record, my name is Rob Baltramitis. I'm a licensed professional engineer. A little bit about myself. I've been a consulting traffic engineer for, well, this is 2023, so this is going to be my 30th year. The last 22 years also employed as a municipal engineer and a public works director. I think that's relevant as I comment on traffic engineering matters to my land use boards and also my local traffic authority. In my capacity as a public works director, I also operate and maintain 30 town-owned traffic signals on coordinated systems. And I mention all this really because I think I have a unique experience when it comes to reviewing traffic impact studies, but not only that, having to live with the results, if you will. And I think I tend to know when traffic mitigation is required and what works. But that's enough really about myself. I am going to be extremely brief given the hour. I wrote a 6-page peer review of the Sully Engineering report that's submitted for your record. If the commission would prefer, I can go through that in detail. I think at this late hour, what I'd like to do, I mean, a lot of the Sully report I tended to agree with. You know, I didn't take any exception to their study area of the 5 offsite intersections that they considered. I didn't take exception to the study periods. They looked at typical weekday morning and afternoon commute periods. I did not take exception to how they generated their existing scenario or existing conditions, nor their background or no build scenarios. And if any of these terms I'm using, one of the I'm going to back up for a second. One of the things I noticed when Mr. Sully had given his presentation back on December 13th, he used these same terms, and really commissioners didn't seem to have questions. You understood what existing conditions were, what no build conditions were, what build conditions were, what level of services mean. So if anybody needs you know, any refresher or a definition provided for any of this as I go on, please stop me. But I think what stood out to me is you're a very well-informed commission. Clearly, you get traffic evaluations as part of a lot of your applications in New Canaan. So again, what I'd like to do is really talk about the aspects of the traffic study where I had concerns or exceptions. There was a lot of discussion tonight with Mr. Monteleone about new site trip generation characteristics. The report used trip generation published by ITE, or the Institute of Transportation Engineers, and they used a land use code called multifamily housing mid-rise. That category is further broken down into those locations close to rail transit and those locations not close to rail transit. They use the not close as this facility is more than a half mile from the New Canaan station. I agree with the land use code that they use. I think it's applicable. I think when you look at the definition of how ITE defines that multifamily housing mid-rise, this 93 unit single story building really fits it to a T. What I think the report was missing is in section 6.8 of your zoning regulations, part C, you require existing and projected traffic volumes, not just for AM peaks and PM peaks, but also for average daily traffic. So that was not contained in the Sully report. The ITE trip generation manual does provide information on the average daily trips for this land use. I think we heard from Mr. Monteleone tonight, who did a quick calculation at 422 daily trips. My report actually comes up with the same number. Just putting that in perspective, Hill Street has an ADT, or average daily traffic volume, presently of about 107 vehicles per day. So that is a fourfold increase. Again, your regulations required some of that data on existing and projected daily volumes. I did not find it in the report, but I did provide it in my peer report. The next thing I looked at was the trip distribution utilized in the Sully report. Trip distribution is how the consultant applies the new site traffic to the roadway network. There was some discussion about that this evening. The report assigned 75% of the traffic oriented to and from the east. I think that that's a probable condition, being that that's the access points to Route 15 and I-95. Some of the comments that I did have about the trip distribution patterns, however, as I questioned the heavy assignment of exiting left turns at Hill Street and Route 123. I believe the report, figure 3, assigned 75% of the traffic there. Having been through the area and having talked about this and ideal traffic patterns with the former town planner, I feel that exiting traffic from this site in lieu of using the left turn from Hill Street is probably going to take Hill Street to Brushy Ridge Road and use the traffic light. So I did question the high percentage that was assigned to Hill Street. Furthermore, and I think a commissioner brought this up at the December 13th meeting, which I was present at, by the way, is there was no assignment of traffic from Hill Street right turn northbound onto Brushy Ridge. I think there could be destinations north towards Route as another alternative to Route 106 and ultimately Route 7. It's probably a small amount of the overall site traffic, but I think the report should include some of that traffic as well. Getting right into the analyses, the Sully report summarizes the level of service results for existing, for no build or background, and build conditions. That is on page 5 of the Sully report. What we find, or what is concluded by the report, is that most of the levels of service, number one, overall intersection, then also the movements, most of them are unchanged as you go from your no build to your build scenario, with a few exceptions. And I do want to make note of some of those exceptions. So one is Urban Street at Route 123. During the PM peak period, that level of service will degrade from a level service D to a level service E. And similarly, Hill Street, that southbound approach to Route 123, is also anticipated to degrade from level service D to E. But in that case, it is both during the morning and afternoon peak hours. And I think that's relevant. And you certainly know your zoning regulations, but I do want to call your attention again to section 6.8 traffic management for review considerations. So this is 6.8D2, and I'm sure you're familiar with it, but I'm going to read this to you anyways. And it states that a significant traffic impact shall be presumed where it is projected that the additional traffic resulting from a proposed development shall, and I'll skip to C, reduce the level of service to D or lower, or further reduce the level of service when it is already at D or below. So, again, just looking at the level service results, we have essentially 3 cases where level service degrade from D to a level service E. So I call your attention to that. The Solly report also takes a look at site distances from the proposed site driveway, particularly the intersection site distance. So that's the ability of an exiting driver from the proposed driveway to look left and to look right, to recognize approaching vehicles and make a decision to safely enter the roadway. There is a figure contained in the traffic assessment. The figure is entitled intersection site distance. It's sheet ISD. What I know is that those sight lines, particularly to the right, do cross parked vehicles along Hill Street. There's been some discussion of this evening. And I know Mr. Kingsbury in his report, there was some discussion about parking restrictions, whether it may not be possible. But that's certainly something, if this project was to be approved, that the applicant should be looking at. And any restriction to on-street parking would have to be approved by the town's local traffic authority, which in your case is the police commission. A couple observations about the site plan design. This is all repetitive to what you've heard. You've heard it from the first group, the New Canaan RAD group. Also, I think Mr. Kingsbury touched on a lot of these site design issues, and I won't harp on them too much. But at first glance, I'm surprised that there's not full circulation around the building. That could be problematic for passenger cars, particularly along the north side of the site. If parking is full, it would necessitate undesirable backing. As vehicles get larger, delivery vehicles, emergency response vehicles, that's only more problematic. Mr. Kingsbury also touched on what I did about some of the turning templates that were provided and some of the very irregular movements, particularly with the firefighting apparatus as well. And lastly, I had some commentary on the site driveway. The plan dimension shows 20 feet. I presume that is the out-to-out width of the proposed pavement, essentially 2 10-foot lanes. I question the proximity of that roadway edge to the retaining walls. In some places, there's about a 5-foot grade change. In my findings, I state that a guide rail is most likely necessary. Illumination should be considered as well, and the provision of those things may tighten up that 20 feet to something less, and I think that's very significant. So I said I would be brief. You probably have a lot of questions, and I will remain here for exactly that.
Thank you, Mr. Beltramitis. Commissioners,
Perfect.
any questions for our consultant concerning traffic? I think that's a no for now. Thank you. Last but not least, Maria, would you like to give us a debriefing?
Good evening, or soon to be good morning. For the record, Maria Coplet, Town Engineer. As you're aware, our department prepared a memo dated and issued October 27th, which outlined additional required information or clarification for the proposed Hill Street application. The October 27th memo addresses comments pertaining to the proposed geometry layout, drainage analysis, erosion and sediment control measures, required TMDL plan, and construction sequencing and details. Sediment basins should not be located in areas where fill actions are proposed, and the applicant should provide a cut fill map. As discussed, these earthwork activities are proposed to be substantial with rock removal and excavations of over 40 feet, 4 stories. So a cut fill map would be able to give you a visual of understanding the area that's going to be removed and the area that's going to be filled. The applicant is required to demonstrate the sequencing of these activities, including diversion of groundwater flows and anticipated truck trip generations, to demonstrate the potential impact to the site and adjacent properties and the proposed mitigation measures, both during construction and post-construction. Furthermore, rock protection measures should also be in place, both during and post-construction. We also request a refuse pickup strategy, including anticipated frequency, volume, and duration of activities for each pickup. We're awaiting responses and required plan and report revisions to the submission set to satisfy our comments and to demonstrate compliance with our Town of New Canaan drainage policy. DPW engineering also requests that the applicant evaluate the currently constructed driveway, as it will likely be used as a pedestrian path for residents and their guests to and from the property, which you've already heard mentioned tonight. Given the volume anticipated on the driveway based on 93 units versus the originally planned 2 residences, provisions for safe means of ingress and egress to the site by pedestrians should be provided, as the driveway is the sole access point to the property. The evaluations should also include the existing geometry of Hill Street. The road itself is narrow and windy, and residents park on both sides of the street. The increase in traffic volume resulting from the addition of the 93 units as opposed to 2 residences require further evaluation to the geometry of Hill Street by the applicant. Their model should include both structural and geometric constraints during construction activities and post-development conditions. Referenced in our October 27th memo was the engineering department's review of the applicant's request to the WPCA for an increase of flows to the public sewer system. In our October 6th, 2022 memorandum to the WPCA, we summarized the additional information required for DPW engineering to make recommendations. In order to demonstrate that the existing conveyance system can safely convey the proposed added sewer flows, the engineering department requests the applicant to perform sewer main cleaning, televising, and sanitary sewer flow metering at 2 manhole locations. There are currently no known issues with the public sewer main. DPW has coordinated the raising of a couple of existing sanitary sewer manholes to make them accessible for the applicant. It was work that had to be done by a private contractor who had agreements with the state already, because we had to work within the state right away. Once the applicant has completed their evaluations of the existing sanitary sewer system, they will document their findings, and DPW engineering will review the analysis and provide additional comment. Thanks for time. Any questions?
Any questions?
I have a couple questions. So just to make this quick, in summary, it doesn't sound like they've met the town's drainage policy yet?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of flooding concerns in that neighborhood that exist?
The ones that were raised tonight were the first that I'd heard of those.
Okay. And then my last question is, obviously Hill Street is an undersized road. It's not the way we would build a road today. What would be the standard for a local road like that if you were to build a new one today?
Well, what I would recommend is actually looking at River Street across the way, because that was recently repaved and a sidewalk added, and that would be a good guide for you all to understand.
Yep, that's all my questions.
Yes.
Are the berms around part of what you concern yourself with, or is that a different department? The berms, the building up of earth that was supposedly spilling onto the neighbors' properties.
So part of that would be planning and zoning, but anything that we can answer a question to.
Like what they're made of and.
The construction material
Yeah.
of that. So that was it. We don't regulate that, but it was part of the approved set of drawings, and the applicant and their engineer have been required to document the installation, the construction. So they're the ones to certify to that material, but not the town. The town wouldn't be certifying to the material used.
Okay.
As far as the evaluation of the sanitary sewer system and analysis of capacity, et cetera, is that a project that we're undertaking now as a town?
So one, we're asking the applicant to give us their determination of their added flows to the system. So they have to clean and televise and determine the proper slope and capacity. And then they can come back and say, with our added flows, there would be X amount of available capacity in the pipe, or, you know, you're at capacity or whatever the conditions are. But what's separate than that is that we are still awaiting the results from our INI study. And that we anticipate to get this winter from AECOM. And that analysis is, like we've presented before to the commission, that's going to show us general areas in town which require further investigation. And that further investigation would be us performing additional evaluations with survey work, with televising, and evaluating where there might be illegal, historic, now considered illegal connections, and being able to sever those and address these conditions. So we're still awaiting those results. Ultimately, once we get those results, that would be put forward in a sewer plan, which currently is in our fiscal 24 year budget. So
Thank you.
thank you.
We'll continue Hill Street right now tentatively to February 15th, unless there's something changes, moves to February 28th, but we'll let everyone know.
Mr. Chairman, and that'll be 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock on the 15th. Thank you.
Because he said the trucks and the berm. So is that a herd department or herd department?
Thank you again. Limit her to.
No, just.
Oh, February. February what? See, I don't know. Never get to know it, right?
But I just watched the video on the Sanibel Causeway. They just built it. And they said they built it with some materials and it'll wash away fast.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
So that's what I'm wondering.
Good.
Yep.
Looks out of balance. Nice talking to you.
20th through the 24th.
Not done yet.
Have a good night.
Hey, Chris.
Dan, I'm gonna dial in.
Yep.
Would you like me to start, Commissioner?
Ms. Sabatakis?
Hi, good evening. Amy Zabatakis from Rucci Law Group on behalf of St. Aloysius Church. I do appreciate everyone staying to hear us this evening. We will be as brief as possible. As I stated when we spoke about it earlier this evening, what we'd like is to introduce you to the project and get feedback, and we understand that will be continued.
We'd like to just, if possible, limit it to the primary presentation.
Yeah.
And then any consultants or anything else you have, we can move that into the next meeting, subsequent presentations, if possible.
Okay, so the consultants are the primary presentation.
Okay.
So there are, and actually, you know, I don't think we read the application.
Oh, you're right. 57 South. 57 South Avenue, items 12 and 13. Discussion and consideration of the request of Amy Zabatakis, Rucci Law Group, LLC, authorized agent for St. Aloysius Church Corporation, owner of 57 South Avenue, map T, block 45, lot 98, for a zoning regulation amendment to amend the New Canaan zoning regulations dated June 16, 2007, revised December 19th, 2022, to expand section 5.4.c to include as permitted special permit use religious institutions in the apartment zone at 57 South Avenue, map T, block 45, lot 98. The second item, 13, 57 South Avenue, upon application of Amy Zabatakis Brucci Law Group LLC, authorized agent for St. Aloysius Church Corp., owner for a special permit of sections 5.4.c to allow construction of replacement school building and related site improvements in the apartment zone and business A zone at 57 South Avenue, map T, block 45, lot 98. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So as stated, there are two parts to this application. The first is a text amendment to allow the religious institution use in the apartment zone. That part of the application will need to be decided first before the special permit. However, in the interest of time, since I believe that's a pretty obvious part of the application, I'm going to table that until the next meeting. And instead, what I'd like is to just let you hear from our engineer, our architect, and our traffic engineer. So I've got Father Canali from the church is available on Zoom, project architect Michael Tribe, site engineer Brian McMahon, and traffic engineer Daniel Cleary. So I'll let them go ahead and start.
Wait a minute and say good morning. Good evening. Brian McMahon, licensed professional engineer with Redness and Mead. We are the site civil engineers and land surveyors of record for the application. I think what I'd like to do is just, there we go, and the cursor's good. Just really I'll be very brief. I want to speak just a little bit about the existing site, the proposed site plans and some of the elements of it that we've already gotten comments back from the town on. So the site is 4.5 acres. Aside from this residential development at the southwest corner of the site, it occupies the entire block bounded by Cherry Street to the north, Park Street to the west, Maple Street to the south, and South Avenue, Connecticut Route 106 and 124 to the east. It has currently 4 buildings on it. The main church, which is right here, the school, which is this upside down U-shaped building here, the original church slash admin building here at the southeast corner, and the structure at, I believe it's 30 Maple Street here. The main entrance off of Cherry comes into the main parking lot here up at the northwest corner. Driveways circulate through to the parking lot on the south and then circulate out either to south or to Cherry. There are 5 curb cuts on the property, 2 on Cherry, here, the main one, which is 2-way, and here, which is 1-way out, circulating through the site. 2 on Maple, both are 2-way here and I believe here. And then 1 on South Avenue, State Road here, which is 2-way. Just really briefly on the topography of the area here. The property really sits on what amounts to be a ridge. The intersections at all 4 corners are lower than the midpoint of the site here, so it all sheds out to the east and the west. Excuse me. So the elevation of the intersections at Cherry and South and Cherry and Park are really the same elevation, and it rises up by about 10 feet in between to the center of the site. Similar condition on the south side as well. So what is being proposed for the site is the existing school building is being demolished, and the existing structure at 30 Maple Street is being demolished, and in its place, here we go. In its place, we are proposing an upside down L-shaped school building, generally in the same location of the existing school building, and a new community building right here. For the most part, the ingress and circulation through the site on the northwest corner here will stay the same. The parking lot will stay largely the same. The loop, single direction loop through the site will stay the same. We're adding some handicap parking spaces here. Where the changes come in with respect to parking and circulation are down here on the south side of the site. These two bays here along the residential development adjacent to us are both subject to some narrow easements to be maintained as landscaping. Those will be honored with this site plan. And so circulation will come through. Circulation will come through, can loop through and around for pickup and drop off and back out in either direction. Again, there's two-way in and out up here on Cherry Street, two-way in and out on Maple Street as well. We are abandoning two of the 5 curb cuts on the site. The curb cut along South Avenue is being abandoned and will be closed off and remediated with new infilled with new curb and sidewalk accordingly. And one of the two, where's my cursor? One of the two. No, we're abandoning one on South, on Maple as well. We're abandoning a second curb cut right here on Maple. We are proposing a pretty standard drainage system. As a result of the site plan, we are actually going to create a roughly just under 7,000 square foot reduction in impervious coverage. So an addition of green space. Most of that is really made up here in this courtyard area here, where you have the existing parking here and the existing building here that's going to be removed. So this will be much greener in here than it is now. As a result, we've been able to, the site really drains in two general directions, down to the southwest and up to the northeast. There's an existing connection from our site into the system on Maple and down to Park that we're going to connect into, and we are going to create a new connection out into the system in the intersection of Cherry and South. And we've been able to demonstrate that we are maintaining flow in both directions at or below existing levels due to the reduction in impervious coverage on the site and the proposal for grading and draining of the new roof areas. The DPW, Ms. Coplet, had issued some comments into the record. They are relatively minor. They are a short list, relatively minor, and I think easily addressed between now and when we meet next. The utilities surrounding the campus are all standard and will be able to serve the new buildings on the site. I guess, I think that's all I wanted to cover there, unless some of the commissioners have questions on the site plan.
No questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next.
Morning, Dan Clary, Senior Traffic Engineer with Langen Engineering and Environmental Services. And if I can get to my down, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to skip over these because he's already talked about what driveways are going to be closed. Essentially, we put together a traffic memorandum, traffic statement for you. We looked at two things. One is the on-site circulation and how traffic will flow during pickup and drop-off times. And the second is the overall parking. Let me hit the easy one first, parking. There's 190 parking spaces minimum that's proposed. There are 72 parking spaces that are committed to others, boxcar, and some of those spaces go to the library as well. And we will have a parking demand of 23 spaces. So there's somewhere in the order of just under 100 spaces in excess on the site. So parking is not an issue with regard to this particular application. One thing I do want to mention is, the school has been here for, and we're going to talk about circulation in a second, but the school has been here for a long time. And it has operated on the site for a long time. The enrollment at the school will decrease from what it has historically been. Historically, it's been 220 students. It'll go down to 180. Historically, the staff has been 25. It'll go down to 20. So there'll be a reduced impact as a result of the reduced enrollment associated with the new school. With that, we did look at the circulation and queuing particularly that would occur here, and looked at it from the perspective of traffic operations on the site and what you might do in order to maximize the efficiency of the pickup, drop off operations, both in the morning and in the afternoon. Being that the afternoon is generally the more restrictive because everybody tends to show up and wait, and then, they proceed through the queue. But we did look at it at both periods of time. We looked at it in this first slide. You'll see the access. We would have them coming in where they traditionally do now, circulating down through the lot, coming around, and then coming back around in front of the church and taking a right turn only coming out to avoid any type of left turn conflicts that might occur, might want to occur as you go back onto the street. And anybody would have to take a right and then circulate around the building to.
A right onto Pine Street.
Yep.
And that would only be during school pickup hours.
Yeah, we would restrict that only during those times.
Right on a
Yeah.
cherry.
On
The cherry, right. Instead of making a left coming out of the driveway, we would want them to make a right and sign it accordingly. Second alternative, and we have talked to, we in our memo talked about in operations, a dynamic operation here where we'd actually have people in the parking lot monitoring things. We actually have the school suggested to the school that they stagger pick up and drop off times to the extent that they could to spread things out. And again, afternoons tend to typically be the worst when everybody shows up all at once and then waits and then goes through the process of picking up the children. And this is kind of a worst case scenario, which provides us with almost 1,800 linear feet of storage if we needed it, which we feel is more than adequate. But what we would do is cone off, as you come in, and then force them to take a right, and you could double stack them if you had to through that parking lot. And then you would have an individual standing there where you see the two arrows coming together there, and then meter the flow around the last loop there, and then send them back out exactly the same way as the first plan.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yep.
where are the kids getting picked up?
You see the green areas?
The green areas?
Yeah.
Okay.
The key to this is in what's called dwell time, is how long the cars sit and how long it takes the children to come out, to get in the car, and then to leave. And what we found, we've done, dozens of, if not more, of these types of school operations, is it's a matter of usually the first couple of days, and then after that it kind of picks up and everybody gets with the routine. But the key is to have a well planned out and executable pick up and drop off operation. And that's what we've asked them to consider, both by potentially staggering the times and also, working with staff to be able to, make it flow as freely as it possibly could.
And then you're saying that they would make a right turn only out of Cherry Street, but only during school pickup times?
That's right.
Or is there any concern about backing up with the light at South? Or would you work?
It's
with-
going to be metered pretty much by the, they're going to, the exiting isn't what I'm really that concerned about. It's people coming in and then being able to store them on site and not backing up into the street. But yeah, no, you'll see that, we've actually, the blue dot you see on this plan is cones that they would put out in the event and block off the, to provide a pattern for them to go around. Blocked off the driveway on Maple so that nobody's coming in to compete with the traffic that's coming around that way, just to make it a smoothly flowing path as we possibly could. And then on the school's end, they would have to keep the line moving with respect to getting the children to the car. And then
Has the school agreed to staggered pickup times?
I have not gotten a final, plan from them, but this is what we've recommended in our memorandum.
And what you're recommending is how many different blocks of time or how many different pickup times?
we're not recommending specific pickup times. I mean, that's more of an operational thing with the school. But, you know, even if they could stagger it by 10 minutes. So, you know, and have at least two, that would benefit rather than everybody showing up all at once. Ideally, I would suggest a 20-minute stagger, you know, and especially in the evening. In the morning, it's not as big of an issue, but in the evening, you know, or in the afternoon when they leave, you know, a 10 to 20-minute stagger would allow for a more even flow of traffic as people, so that you don't get everybody all hundreds, so whatever parents showing up at the same time.
This is perhaps not a traffic question, but during the period, it probably isn't, but during the period of time when the school is in construction, where are the students going to go to school?
Well, they're not.
It's closed right now, I think.
Currently, the school is currently closed and the students are going to school at a separate location in Stamford. And so that is for the remainder of this school year and next school year. We're hoping, the plan is to have the children back in the following school year.
Thank you.
And I should just point out, since a question was asked about traffic on the outside of the campus, you know, the reality is that because there will be fewer students in here, we do expect a less impact on the surrounding intersections than we had with the school previously, as was approved by this commission. Thanks.
So I've spent a lot of time in this queue. I sent 4 kids to that school. So I'm going to really miss the other curb cut that is onto Maple Street. So can we talk about losing a curb cut and why we have to exit only onto Cherry Street?
Well, the reason is because if we open that up, it would add a lot of confusion to the whole process and would reduce the amount of stores that we would have on site. It would complicate
I get school pickup, and we've only talked about school pickup, but I also know that, you know, when we fill that parking lot for a mass, for example, on Easter or Christmas or whatever, that curb cuts are.
Oh, yeah, this is only for school. This is not, this is just for school operation. This is pick up and drop.
But you can only get out 3 ways, right? There's only 3 places.
With on the new site plan, yeah, you've got Maple and you've got
It used to be 5 and now we're down to 3.
Right.
It's gonna take forever to get out of that parking lot on a Sunday.
Take a little longer, but no, but
Father Rob is here. He might have an opinion on this, but I mean, we can argue about it, but
Realistically, you're only down to 2 exits right now. You know, the third one is for the turnaround in front of the church, which if you're not going to get to that one because you're going to go out the first exit out onto Cherry. So you're down from 5 to 2.
I just think that it looks like there's a tree there and it looks like there's no option of opening it up and closing it. And I know that that was a change that got made in the old days when they actually had to put up a gate, and they evolved the old pickup line, with gates and things and closed off several.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna let the civil engineer talk about the site plan, but because one of the reasons that the driveway was closed, it was because of the way the building is laid out, and that's why you've lost the 2 entrances that are being proposed. So that's part of the sacrifice, I guess, of the progress of putting the building there. But I don't see it from a traffic standpoint. During when it's filled up, it's going to take a little while to get out, but that would have been the case, even if you had a couple more exits.
Okay.
Any other questions? We're good. Thank you.
How does this work? There we go. So good morning, Michael Tribe, architect from Peter Giuselfi Associates. Just a quick overview of the site plan. The idea is based on moving all the parking and traffic and vehicle traffic to the west and creating a green campus, a green in the center that connects all of these buildings.
Yeah.
And make it a pedestrian and safe place for the children. Right now, there's asphalt all over the place and cars coming and going everywhere. That allows for this green to be developed so that they can be a playground in there. We've also looking at an outdoor terrace for religious events and community events. The corner of Cherry and South is where the school is, that upside down L. Most of the classrooms follow the east-west kind of face east and west, the one north-south. And there's a gym kind of in the same location where the current gym is on Cherry Street. And then that smaller Z-shaped, L-shaped building between the church and the old church is a community building, and it's connected to the church so it can be used after services. The massing of the building is interesting. It's that obviously the gym is a double height space, 24 feet for competition. But in the corner, right in the corner of Cherry and South, we have a 2-story building. But the wing that comes down south from there is only a 1-story place, a 1-story building. And the same thing with the community building, the part that's further west, which has a large community room, is a 1-story building. And then the wing closer to the old church is a 2-story building. So here are the elevations. If you look at the bottom elevation, that's the view of what it would look like from Cherry Street. So you have the gym to the right and the 2-story classroom wing to the left. And if you go to the second one from the top, that's the view from South Street. So you see the 2-story part of the school in the corner of South and Cherry, and then this 1-story piece that comes towards a small chapel at the end of the school. The other 2 elevations, the one at the top is kind of a view from the courtyard looking from west to east. So you're seeing at the internal elevation. And the third one down is, again, you're in the courtyard and you're on the south side, you're in the green and you're looking north, and you can see the gym behind the arcade. Here are 2 3-dimensional views. The one at the top is the actual gymnasium on Cherry. And in the corner, you can see the 2-story classroom wing. And as you turn the corner, the bottom image is actually now you're on South looking towards Cherry with the classroom wing and then the 1-story wing beyond that. And then these are the elevations of the community building. The one on the upper right-hand corner is actually facing Maple. So that's kind of the arrival side. To the left of it is its west elevation. It has this porch that connects and provides cover for parishioners who are coming out of the church and going to an event in this building. And then you've got the other 2 elevations below that facing the courtyard. So again, this is the overall site plan. Made it very quick. This would be landscaped, of course, with native plants. We're looking at the possibility of a what's the right word? Pollinator garden in this area. We also are trying to make the building as energy efficient as possible. We're looking at possibility of the community building to be serviced with a geothermal system for heating and cooling. And we're looking at the roofs of at least of the gym to see if we can put some solar panels there to produce some of the power for the school. So that's all under study, but we're getting close to making some decisions there.
This is Commissioner Chris, what would the circulation be for construction vehicles and other vehicles? Have you?
So everything is going to come in from Maple, right? So think of building the school first, and then coming down through and building the community building last, right? So you're kind of walking your way out of the property that way. And actually, I think, if I remember correctly, wasn't there an entry, the south entry was going to be used? Yeah, so where the curb cut is on South Street, I think that's the entry to come in and pick up or drop off materials and then come back out on Maple. I remember that drawing correctly.
So until you lose the curb cut on South, you're going to be using it for delivering things to the site?
Yeah, that would be the way into the site.
And then once the school building is built, obviously that goes away because the building's there.
Yeah.
And then all ingress and egress would be on Maple.
To finish the project, yeah.
And Maple's wide enough, given, I mean, it's one-way street, so I just.
Yeah, it's wide enough. It sometimes has one side, there's some cars that park on the north side of the street. But there's plenty of room there.
John,
No
you
rec-
remember for the view, they had them stack up on Maple Street.
Mhm.
All the construction for the view were on Maple Street.
I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As well as the discussions we had over the library. I mean, that seems to have functioned reasonably well.
Mhm.
The big concern, right, was when we were doing the view.
Always like to ask. And no rectory on site?
Pardon?
Rectory
Across the street.
where priests live?
Old building.
They're across the street. They're
They're
not,
across the street.
yeah,
Okay,
they're not on the campus.
thank you.
It's 36 feet high and it looks like there's a I don't know, a little tower. Is that to match the well, it's 36 feet high, right? It's 3-story building. I'm looking at the
No,
west elevation and this is 36 is the highest point. And I'm just trying to understand the scale versus the other buildings on the campus and across the street.
So the community building has one part of it that's a 1-story, that's about 20 feet high.
Mhm.
And then 2-story piece with the attic space, that's around 30 feet. So I don't know if something was mislabeled, but this is the latest information I've got off of the drawing.
So,
If,
yeah,
This
Ken,
is
do you want?
Commissioner Turner,
About to give you a lead in here. Kent?
yes, to answer, John's question, that structure that you're wondering about is actually an elevator overrun.
Yes, that little piece, yeah, sorry, I didn't answer that question. It is the elevator overrun that sticks out above the roof. Thank you.
So I think what's hindering us here is just and it's what I talked about at the beginning of the meeting, sort of the lack of completeness of the application. If you look at other applications which we've recently had come before us in the downtown area, the library, one of them, Burtis Avenue is another example. The amount of detail between materials, renderings, views, aerials, analyses, that substantially deeper and broader than what this application currently has. One of the commissioners, Ken Turner, you just heard him, he put together a very thorough summary of what's missing. And the planner can share this with you. It's something that's been shared with the commissioners just today, just so we had some visibility into it, but I think he's very articulate in explaining what else we need to see to fairly evaluate this application. And it has a lot to do with contextuality of the new building that's being presented here, how it relates to the downtown area, to the new construction across the street, to the existing construction on the other side of the street, to the existing church, right? There's the current drawing package is hard to put all of that into perspective. For at least for myself, and I'm an architect and I'm having a hard time putting it together, right?
Okay.
So I think there's a lot more work to do and like to see that come back before us. So would like to continue this meeting unless you have additional information to share tonight.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Nielsen is trying to raise her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Krista.
I am not trying to raise my hand, and if I did something, I don't know what I did.
Put your hand down.
Her hand
Oh.
is all over the camera. Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Zavatakis.
All
No,
right.
as I stated at the outset, I did anticipate that we would be continued, so I would appreciate receiving that documentation. But I would ask if there's anything else that the commission is looking for. I mean, I did sort of cut through and we didn't really get into the operations discussion at all. That'll be part of our presentation. at the next hearing, as well as, I know that I did submit a letter regarding the history of the property, and I can get into that in greater detail at the next meeting. Well, was there anything else that the commission would like to see from us, so that we can be well prepared?
I think it boils down to, I think, three major topics. One of them has to do with the new construction and how Mr. Turner outlined the presentation materials that are still missing and how to better convey the intent of the new design to the commission and to the town, quite frankly, right? The second has to do with the building that's being proposed to be demolished, and substantiating information on why it's being demolished, what it's being replaced with. We kind of see the community building that's going up. Why couldn't the old building be repurposed for what this new building that's going up that seems to be of comparable size to what's being demolished? Might have to do with traffic patterns, might have to do with something else, but we need to understand the reasoning there. We've obviously all become very sensitive to historical preservation in the town and trying to be cognizant of that. And then the third item, which we kind of touched on, but the traffic implications by closing off these exits, right? We're going down from 5 ways of exiting this property to 2.
Right.
You can say 3, but it's really 2. And what that's going to do to the level of service that we all like to throw that term around, the level of service on Cherry Street and the level of service of Maple, which is less impacted, but Cherry Street is very much impacted. We've all gone through there and experienced incredible traffic jams when there's 5 people coming out of CVS, church is letting out, the train's coming in, and everyone's trying to rush to the coffee shop, right? It's on Caffeine and Carburetors Day, right? So it's a confluence of a lot of traffic, and we'd like to feel better that this traffic pattern solution is going to work there.
Okay. And you're talking about, and just so I'm clear, because we did focus mainly on, because the application is for the school, we discussed more about the school pickup and drop off patterns, but you were more concerned about on a Sunday when church is letting out.
Yeah.
Because we have not, because that was not part of what our focus was. So I just want to make sure I'm clear.
It concerns us because, again, you're closing off multiple means of ingress and egress onto the property down to 2, 5 to 2. That's going to impact the amount of traffic load that those 2 exits are going to have. And we'd like someone to tell us how bad that will get.
Okay, we can definitely get back to you on that. I will point out that it's been requested that the South Avenue exit be closed. So I think that's not one that's been in quite a lot of use, but we'll discuss that in more detail.
This is not a mandatory item relative to this approval, but as Father Rob knows, I was on the Diocesan Charitable Foundation Board for more than a decade. I think it would behoove this application to include a page that would deal with the intersection of this school with the overall diocesan initiative on the schools. And I only raise this because, as Father Rob knows, I was very involved in this for a very long period of time. It raises a question as we look at our community, separate from the diocesan initiatives, but it raises a separate question of community spaces. The large community space being deployed at the library, a couple of other proposals. I think it might be useful to set it in context to explain the purpose of the community center. There are a whole lot of elements of this. I mean, particularly what Commissioner Radman just raised. I mean, that building, if you look at it in some of the proposals here tonight, you could put solar panels on the roof, you could reposition that gate, which has been a disaster for the 30 plus years that I've been a member of the parish. You could rip out that driveway and you wouldn't necessarily need to build a brand new building. That doesn't mean you don't want to, but I think context for that would be useful.
For sure. We can absolutely, and I'll definitely get it. Like I said, I sort of glossed over the use and of the property, just in order to kind of get you an overview of what we're planning for the property, but I'll certainly go into greater detail with that next time.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
once upon a time, there was drainage problems on that northeast corner, and I know they dug up the street in St. Aloysius, and I'm going back 20 years, had all kinds of problems with flooding on that corner. And I'm wondering, did the town upgrade the drainage at that South Avenue intersection, or is that still substandard, in the street? And is drainage going to be an issue?
I'll have Mr. McMahon answer that.
So I'm not aware, I don't believe the town has upgraded it at this time. I am aware of the problems insofar as it was on the campus. I think the problem was, as we discussed it with the team, was more of backup into the lower level of the we have eliminated that by elevating it and eliminating the basement here. We are reducing runoff to the intersection. We have spoken to the town engineer about this. I am not aware of any immediate plans for an upgrade by the town.
Maybe it's not necessary. I just wondered, eventually, we spent a lot of time talking about water runoff, at this commission, and I just didn't know whether St. A's is producing water into the town system, or, as I said, 20 years ago, the town system was producing water into the St. A's basement. And I didn't know which way that was heading in the
That
future.
problem is solved by the building design, that problem.
Okay.
The problem, and there may be a problem with capacity in the intersection, in the storm system in the intersection, which is state road, by the way, state system. We clearly have designed it so as not to exacerbate that problem, but I am not aware of any immediate plans for an upgrade.
Great. Anyone else?
It's Kent Turner. If I can just kind of maybe cap this off. I think there's been a lot of very good discussion about site circulation, the concerns of how this site works in relationship to adjacent properties and the circulation. And I think that, it's all able to be worked out. But what I want everybody to think about is, kind of the basics of our design guidelines, the POCD, the Design Village Design Guidelines. What we have seen as far as a design does not meet our standards. And I really want the applicant to really seriously consider, how you develop this very large building in relationship to our, gateway to the downtown. And, what we have seen, and maybe you're thinking other things. In fact, you did present new renderings tonight that we haven't seen before. But what we have on record is not appropriate for this site and for this parish to put forward. The aesthetic of the building that you have proposed looks like a suburban office building. This is not appropriate, and it's not the best we can do. And I want you to think about all these other things that we've talked about and address the aesthetic of this building that you're proposing.
So I want to just make two very brief comments on that. There was nothing presented tonight that hadn't been submitted on Thursday or Friday of last week. If you didn't receive the renderings, they were posted on the town's website. And so
I'm sorry, I beg to differ. They were not.
There were elevations.
They were posted on the website. I recall Lola posting them on the website.
They were submitted to the town, and so my apologies if there was a difficulty with them getting to the staff, to the commission. I apologize. But I would also say that on the other document that was submitted on Friday, so I only bring it up to make sure that you've had a chance to see it and receive it, was a letter that I drafted regarding the history of the site. that did go into some of the questions about 30 Maple Street. So I just bring that up to make sure that the commission is. Those documents.
Even if that's the case, it's much too late in this application for us to be receiving this information.
Okay, we submitted it when requested, so my apologies, but we are continuing, so we'll have a chance to provide more renderings and to respond to the questions that have been asked. And I would also just encourage everyone to visit the site currently. I do think this is an attractive building, and I certainly think it is a large upgrade from the current St. Aloysius School, which was built in the 1950s and looks it.
But excuse me, yes, that's your opinion, that's fine. But do you realize that what you're proposing doesn't conform with our design guidelines? For example, on the facade, on the east elevation, you exceed our design guidelines, which are 80 feet. You go 102 feet without any kind of a indentation or change in the plane of the exterior facade. You don't even conform to our design guidelines. So please, I'm just pleading with you. We want to help you. We want you to see this campus happen, but you gotta try a little harder to at least conform to our basic guidelines.
We'll certainly take a look at that and be able to respond to all questions at the next hearing. We definitely appreciate the feedback. Is there anything else?
Mr. Chairman, this is Krista Nielsen. I just have a question for you, and I think for the commission. Is the commission interested, or are we considering having any peer reviews on this project? And if so, what type of consultants would the commission like to have?
Traffic.
Traffic, okay.
Traffic, and then we'll have to, I don't think that 30 Maple it's not in the historic district, so I don't know how much control we have over that and oversight we have over that, but we should talk about that offline and see if there's any consideration there.
Okay.
We should anticipate that's going to be a big deal and probably
Yes.
have an expert.
Oh, yeah. No, they already have.
Right. And I mean, as the commission recalls, we did hire a consultant to review the historic nature of the 1913 library across the street, which also was not in the historic district. So I think we do have the possibility of doing that if the commission chooses.
Understood. I would.
I mean, it's Kent Turner. We really have to address the historical building. We made the library preserve a portion of the original library. We can't just suddenly say that it's okay to tear down a building that is historical. So I think that, there has to be some thought and some justification for it. I totally understand the planning and why that area is precious and it needs to be replaced by a parking lot, but I think there has to be some kind of study, some kind of understanding that led us to this conclusion.
Agreed.
And on that point, I would encourage the commission to review the letter that I submitted on Friday.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioners, minutes we're going to pass on to the next meeting. We'll review those and approve them then. Action on 28 Old Rock Lane. I'd like to continue that into the next meeting. We can vote on it at the next meeting. Meeting's adjourned.
Could have gotten rid of that right now.
I'm tired.
You can just ask for a motion to adjourn. You can't just say we're done.
Done. Motion to adjourn.
You're done here.
You got a second?
Yeah.
We're done.
I don't believe we're recording.